Chapter 907. Great Five Elements Art. Xiao Yan's pupils constricted. After stopping the sword wounds on his body, he spat out these words through his blood-stained teeth. He glared fiercely at Chun Hao, who had broken through the transcendent mortal restriction and seemed to be transforming. Great Five Elements Art. Good. Very good. At the corner of the square, a hunched figure was hidden in the crowd. Even the experts around him didn't notice his existence. At this moment, his turbid eyes were emitting two rays of excitement. This person was naturally Yilan, who had come secretly. All the onlookers, including Chun Wuliang and the experts of the hidden sects, weren't as shocked as Yilan, Xiao Yan, or the Xiao clan's old ancestor. Previously, in the primitive secret realm, they had heard of Chun Hao using the Great Five Elements art to fight against the Zerg Queen Morichis. They had even seen the records from the token. However, because they weren't there, they couldn't really sense the mysteries behind it. At this moment, the two of them were shocked to find that the mysterious aura released by Chun Hao's Great Five Elements art was extremely similar to that of the Five Elements ancestor, who left a legend in the vast universe galaxy when the divine dragon appeared back then. Back then, only a few people knew that the Five Elements ancestor had fought with Yilan and the Xiao clan's old ancestor. As for the result, no one knew. However, Yilan and the Xiao clan's old ancestor knew about each other's situation. At the same time, they also knew the real reason why the Five Elements ancestor left. He was originally a passerby, and no one could defeat him. He was as lonely as snow, and the ancient chaos universe was just a relay station for him. Naturally, he would leave. Could it be that this kid is related to him? Xiao Yan, the Xiao clan's old ancestor, thought quickly, and his face became more and more gloomy, thinking of the Five Elements ancestor. Even though he had left this world for billions of years, the Xiao clan's old ancestor still didn't have the confidence to fight against him. He couldn't be sure if such a terrifying figure was still alive, and where he had traveled to. However, Yilan was much calmer. Firstly, he knew that Chun Hao had nothing to do with the Five Elements ancestor. Secondly, even if they were related, wouldn't it be better? Qi, having achieved a breakthrough to transcendent mortal and fused with his Tao body, a majestic, pure, and fearsome surge of energy gushed out from Chun Hao's head. In an instant, as though the Milky Way that connected the 9 heavens and the 10 earths, it tore through the firmament and headed straight for the vast galaxy. Great perfection. God of Slaughter Chun Hao has also reached the consummate level. So powerful. Too strong. God of Slaughter Chun Hao. In the same realm, no one can defeat him. Boss, how? All the cultivators who supported Chun Hao and Chun Hao's friends and family were truly excited at this moment. The Xiao family, their loyal supporters, and Xiao Yan supporters were all horrified at this moment. Their absolute advantage was destined to vanish. The two of them, one at the front and one at the back, had actually only been separated by a single move. Now that both of them had triggered the heavenly punishment, what would happen next? These two people could be called the peak geniuses of vast universe galaxy and even the boundless universe of ancient chaos. If they were to trigger heavenly retribution at the same time and superimpose upon each other, just how terrifying would that be? You are very strong, but it's a pity that you will die today. Roar. After a brief moment of shock, a rainbow-colored light flashed around Xiao Yan's body. In an instant, his entire body was covered in a golden armor made of dragon scales. He was armed to the teeth, and a pair of gloves covered in spikes appeared on his fists. Boom! Accompanied by a roar that could shatter mountains and rivers, Xiao Yan's body moved along with his fist punching out. In an instant, an earth-shattering fist energy that could swallow the heavens rushed towards Chun Hao from all directions. Endless runes and terrifying energy transformed into 7 colored waves that blotted out the skies and blocked out the sun. At this moment, Xiao Yan finally got serious. He used all of his saint-tier armor and weapons. God of Slaughter Chun Hao had already made him feel pressured. Thus, he couldn't afford to be careless anymore. Right now, he had to kill the other party as soon as possible. Competing with your artifacts, condense. At the moment when Xiao Yan took out his armor and gloves, Chun Hao's body also emitted a dazzling light. Streaks of mysterious ancient aura instantly bloomed from Chun Hao's body. At the same time, the 5 elements sword suddenly turned into 5 streaks of elemental light and disappeared into the void. What replaced it was a golden spear. Although everyone was slightly surprised when they saw that the 5 elements sword didn't disappear into Chun Hao's glabella, but was shattered into pieces, they didn't think too much about it. They were stunned by the domineering figure of Chun Hao holding the spear. Especially those who had seen Chun Hao kill 10 people in a single step, the God of Slaughter's image of the God of Slaughter, who roared excitedly. God of Slaughter Chun Hao, the dominating God of Slaughter Chun Hao had returned. Break! The spear pierced forward, carrying with it a destructive force and pressure. It collided with Xiao Yan's hedgehog-like fists. Boom! Rumble! There was an earth-shattering sound as the endless Tao laws collapsed. Kacha! Boom! Boom! Just as everyone widened their eyes, waiting to see the result of this collision, something strange happened. Ah, what's going on? Countless people cried out in alarm. At the same time, in the square, most of the Daluo Jinxian were the first to be unable to withstand the pressure. They frantically activated their protective chi and frantically retreated. Some of the Daluo Jinxian peak experts and Hongmeng Supremes, who were barely able to withstand the pressure, looked at the void in horror. Tribulation clouds. Chun Hao's tribulation clouds and Xiao Yan's tribulation clouds had already absorbed an endless amount of heaven and earth energy, but they should still need some time to form the first heavenly punishment. But now, in the middle of the 2 tribulation clouds, endless lightning suddenly shot out of the void. In an instant, within the absolute space restriction, Chun Hao and Xiao Yan's surroundings turned into an endless purgatory of lightning. A sea of lightning snakes wreaked havoc, and wildly spread in all directions. In the void, the 2 tribulation clouds in the void gathered together at lightning speed. Endless pressure, as if an ancient, true immortal had descended, pressed down on everyone until they could not breathe. In an instant, all the Daluo Jinxian Supremes had retreated. Hongmeng Supremes also began to frantically retreat. At this time, Chun Hao and Xiao Yan were no longer able to continue fighting. They were aghast as they withstood the terrifying pressure and endless lightning that suddenly burst out. In just 2 minutes, there were less than 100 people left in the huge square. Chen Wuliang, Han Mei, Xue Mei, the leader of the Manhuang tribe, the valley master of the Poison King Valley, some of the top experts on Chen Wuliang's side, the patriarch of the Shao clan, and the 11 true immortals of the Shao clan were also left. Golden Scale Dragon Transformation. Suddenly, in the corner of the square, the hunchbacked old man, who had become prominent because many cultivators had retreated or even fled out of the square, stared at the 2 tribulation clouds that were rapidly converging in the void with an excited expression and muttered, "Golden Scale Dragon Transformation." Almost at the same time, the patriarch of the Shao clan also said the same 6 words. New week recommendation votes, monthly votes. Chapter 908, Golden Scale Dragon Transformation. Chen Wuliang clenched his fists thoughtfully. "Yi, you finally appeared." "Ha, you old fart, you've come out. So why can't I appear?" Ha ha ha. Nirvana has reached a critical moment. Is it worth it to waste thousands of years and even lose your last hope to come out? Did you see that? Golden scale dragon transformation. This is a golden scale dragon transformation that hasn't appeared in hundreds of millions of years. Shinhao is dead meat. That's not necessarily true. Who is the golden scale? Who can transform into a dragon before the results are out? It's all unknown. How can Xiao Yin compare to Chun Hao? Oh, it should be said that you're the 10th life that hasn't matured yet. That's great. I didn't expect such a fair choice to appear. At least your dignity has been saved, right? You're already so old, yet you're bullying a junior. You're talking nonsense. What's the golden scale dragon transformation? At this moment, countless cultivators were puzzled and asked the experts for advice. Chen Shui and the others also asked the Poison King Valley Master. Golden scales transforming into dragons is just a metaphor. However, all the cultivators who can trigger this virtual image are all outstanding geniuses. As long as they don't die prematurely, they can become a top expert in the universe in the future. However, although it's rare in the vast universe galaxy, it's still quite common. There should be many among you who have triggered it. However, the golden scale dragon transformation hasn't appeared in hundreds of millions of years. Even Controller Chen Wuliang, Shao clan ancestor, and Controller Yilan haven't triggered it. From what I've heard, the only one who triggered it was the #1 genius girl in the vast universe galaxy, Yi Xian. When she was advancing to Daluo Jingxian, she triggered it. This means that the power of the heavenly immortal realm she possessed at that time had already surpassed the restriction of the laws of the universe on that realm. Ah, Master, does that mean that boss has also reached that level? It's hard to say. Look, aren't Senior Yi and Shao clan ancestor arguing? Perhaps the fusion of their heavenly punishments has reached such a degree, or perhaps one of them was able to trigger it, or perhaps both were able to trigger it. Once the heavenly punishment of the golden scale dragon transformation appears, if it succeeds, then one will obtain an unimaginable increase, but if it fails, then one's body and soul will be destroyed. In short, all we can do now is resign ourselves to fate. The Poison King Valley Master's words caused everyone to become even more nervous. Chi. Kacha, Kacha, as the two tribulation clouds merged into one, all of the cultivators of East Flow City, no matter where they were, looked up at the tribulation clouds in the void, tens of millions of miles in diameter, as if a path to the heavens had been opened from the highest heavens. Everyone could clearly see the majestic immortal palaces within the disk, the ancient god beasts, azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, Kirin, phoenix, immortal crane, dragon horse, a true immortal that looked down upon all living beings with disdain. Although all of these were phantoms evolved from thunder, the pressure they released caused countless cultivators to prostrate themselves on the ground in worship. Bang! Roar, 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 roar. Roaring thunder finally poured down, like the cries of 10,000 immortals and the cries of 100 million beasts. A 1,000-mile-wide teardrop of light, carrying with it the true might of the heavens, howled down as if it would destroy the world. At this moment, besides Chun Hao and a few other masters, no one could see the figures of Chun, Hao, and Xiao Yin. Seal. The 20 Hongmeng supreme masters that had laid down the absolute space restriction all moved at the same time. With a point of their fingers, the light of countless stars shined in the highest heavens, completely isolating the massive square from East Flow City. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Even so, the earth and mountains within a radius of millions of miles were still shaking and cracking. How was this still the heavenly punishment of a heavenly immortal ascending to grand heavenly immortal? Even an ordinary grand, heavenly immortal ascending to Hongmeng Supreme wouldn't have such power. Such a heavenly punishment should not be carried out in the vast thousand domains. Fortunately, there were countless top masters of the vast universe galaxy gathered here, and they were in the Alliance Square, which had the strongest restrictions. Otherwise, all ordinary life within a radius of millions of miles would have been annihilated. Heavenly punishment after heavenly punishment came crashing down. The world was already submerged in dazzling thunder. In one's ears, there was only the endless sound of terrifying explosions. This continued for 4 hours before the endless tribulation clouds finally stopped. The pressure weakened, and the sound became quiet until it was completely silent. A total of 9 layers. But on this day, no one saw what the final result was. They only saw the Shao family old ancestor seem to have aged countless times in an instant. He brought the Shao family members away, and Shao Yan's figure was nowhere to be seen. At the same time, they also saw Chen Wuliang bring Han Mei, Xue Mei, and many other young men and women with tears in their eyes and sorrowful expressions as they left. All of this indicated that this battle had shaken the entire vast universe galaxy. The 2 peak geniuses of the vast universe galaxy seemed to have perished in the final layer of heavenly punishment. Fusing together with the heavenly punishment, this heavenly punishment that hadn't appeared in 1 trillion years, the heavenly punishment of golden scales transforming into dragons, had ended the young lives of these 2 monstrous geniuses, regardless of whether it was the god of slaughter Chen Hao, who had risen to prominence in a few short years, or Shao Yan, who had already made a name for himself 1,000 years ago, or the Shao clan's ancestor, who did not admit it, but was believed by many to be the Shao clan's ancestors' 10th life. All of them made countless people shake their wrists and sigh. After this battle, the miracles and glory that Death God Chen Hao had created in his short life were unknown, whether it was under the control of someone or because Death God Chen Hao's influence in the primal mystic realm was too great. It had evolved into countless young cultivators taking Death God Chen Hao as their idol, their legend, their goal. Similarly, after this battle, the Manhuang tribe announced their return. Many hidden sects seemed to be unable to bear the loneliness and quickly followed in the footsteps of the Manhuang tribe and announced their return. News after news shook the vast universe galaxy, causing it to be shrouded in a layer of tension and pressure. But this was a matter of the upper echelons. For the young cultivators, the most sensational news was the official establishment of Proud Heavens. Proud Heavens was not an army, not a guardian group, not a sect, not a family. It was an existence similar to an alliance, the Proud Heavens Association, with the support of Chen Wuliang, Poison King Valley, Misty Rain House, Lifeless Sect, Lan Family, and countless other top experts and large sects, the highest level approval of the vast universe divine temple and the alliance, and the full support of the terrifying Manhuang tribe. Although the Proud Heavens Association only had heavenly immortal experts as the upper echelons of the young cultivators, the commotion and fame it caused was not something that any other sect of the same level could compare to. In particular, its members included many geniuses from the Divine Temple and the Alliance's elite guardians, allowing the Proud Heavens Association to gather many of the top geniuses of the vast universe galaxy. Hu Meinyang, the saintess of the Misty Rain House, the most talented direct descendant of the Manhuang tribe's leader, Coiling Dragon, the successor of the Poison King Valley's Valley Master, Du Jing, the first genius of the Lan family, and the Son of Destiny, Lan Feng. Chun Ling and Li Yang, who came from the primitive mystic realm and had immeasurable talent and potential, were also Chen Wuliang's goddaughters and godsons, as well as Qin Shui, Helian Wuzi, Long Ting, Tantai Lien, Xia Yuyu, the sisters, and Bailey Ningbing. There were also more than 1,000 young geniuses from the primitive mystic realm who had become the leaders of the outer circle of proud heavens. Second update, looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 9:09. What kind of gathering was that? Although a Hongmeng Supreme could destroy the Proud Heavens Association, no one dared to do so. This was a very weak new force in the world, but it was definitely a force that could do whatever it wanted. And the president of the association, to everyone's surprise, was actually Chun Hao, the killing god. In the eyes of the cultivators, the members of the Proud Heavens Association were commemorating the fallen killing god Chun Hao. This was also understandable. After all, Chun Hao's influence was too great, and he was the founder of the Proud Heavens Association. With him as the honorary president, it was undoubtedly better to gather luck and connections. Moreover, the tokens of all the members of the Proud Heavens Association were engraved with Chun Hao's portrait. This made Chun Hao's reputation in the vast universe galaxy, which should have cooled down after he died, rise instead. The Shao clan's ancestor and some experts vaguely realized that the establishment of the Proud Heavens Association was not as simple as it seemed on the surface, especially the worship of Chun Hao as the spiritual leader, which was even more complicated. It seemed to point to the method of Yi Lan's nirvana to gather the power of faith. Moreover, the topic of Chun Hao, the killing god, had always been manipulated behind the scenes, which was even more obvious. But now, whether it was the Shao clan's ancestor or the experts of the Shao clan, they could only bide their time. The Shao clan's ancestor even announced to the Shao clan that he would go into a deep level of seclusion again. Master won't die. He told you that this was his great tribulation. Look, I'm fine, aren't I? Xiaoji said with a child's voice full of emotion before leaving, with tears flowing down its face. We are Master's contracted divine beasts. Are we also fine? Master's life source and soul imprint naturally exist. The 5 divine beasts and Itoda said their last words. No one knew that on the night of the final battle, Chun Hao's first intelligent brain aircraft, Small Wisdom No. 1, shed crystal tears. Only a real life could shed tears. Carrying Itoda and the 5 mythological beasts, who had not shown up since their return, Small Wisdom No. 1 decisively refused to follow the girls and the brothers and sisters and stepped into the chaotic space. Vague and indistinct, there is an image in it. Vague and indistinct, there is something in it. Indistinct and indistinct, there is essence in it. Auspicious chi spread for 84,000 miles, and immortal light shone resplendently. Over 100 cultivators stared blankly at the talking stone that was surrounded by endless immortal light. What profound words. It seems like a profound mantra, but it doesn't really seem like it. No, this is Tao sound. It's a Tao sound that we can't comprehend at all. I don't think it's bright, but I think it's powerful. I can conclude that this is the fate of the Devil Abyss. Nonsense. Do I need you to tell me that? With our combined efforts, we have already reached the deepest part of the Devil Abyss. Other than this strange stone, there is nothing else. What else could it be? Let's take advantage of the fact that it has just been born and quickly think of a way. Only the strong can obtain it. There is only one immortal serendipity, and there are 112 of us. My suggestion is that whoever breaks this restriction first will get the immortal serendipity. What do you think? TSK, Zhao Giyu, you really have a good plan. Who doesn't know that you have already inherited the teachings of the number 1 talisman Tao Master, Zhang Hengyuan? Aren't you embarrassed to use your expertise in breaking restrictions as a competition? Ha! Li Mubai, then how do you propose we determine who will get the immortal serendipity? Let's have a showdown. I'm happy to oblige. You, don't forget the agreement we made before we came in. Immortal serendipity. Immortal serendipity, those who are fated will know. It's still too early to talk about who will get the immortal serendipity. Everyone, don't you think so? Li Mubai looked at the other cultivators and said, "That's right. Auspicious chi spread for 84,000 miles. An immortal light shone everywhere. This is definitely an immortal serendipity. Any competition would be a blasphemy to the immortal serendipity." Li Mubai's words immediately received the support of the majority of the cultivators. There was no doubt that Zhao Guiyu would get the immortal serendipity by breaking the restriction. If they competed based on combat strength, Zhao Guiyu, Li Mubai, and the other three strongest cultivators who had not spoken yet had a high chance. However, they had no hope at all. Therefore, Li Mubai's question naturally received the support of the majority of the cultivators. Buzz. Chi. At this moment, the immortal light emitted by the talking stone suddenly became thousands of times brighter. For a moment, all the cultivators present were temporarily blinded. At this moment, the talking stone suddenly turned into a streamer and tore the void apart. "Go after it! Chi, chi, chi." Everyone present was the top genius of the Daluo Golden Wonderland in the chaotic universe. They had spent a Herculean effort and risked their lives to break into the deepest part of the demonic abyss and catch a glimpse of the immortal serendipity. How could they let the immortal serendipity escape? In an instant, no one argued. They tore the void apart and chased after it. "Lock it! It's so fast! Great tracking seal! We can't let it escape! Go! Chi! Chi!" One after another, tiny aircrafts engraved with mysterious runes appeared and began to compete with each other in the vast chaotic space. Everything comes from the origin. Everything is perceived by wisdom. Reaching is through ignorance. Knowing one's enemy is like an empty flower. When one is awake, one can't get it. Those who are awake are like the void. There is no place for all illusions to vanish, and there is no place to attain Tao. All living beings and all kinds of illusions are born from the Tathagata's perfect mind. It is like the emptiness that comes from the void. Although the illusions vanish, the emptiness is not destroyed. The illusions of all living beings vanish in accordance with the illusions. When all illusions vanish, the mind remains unmoved. To the extreme of emptiness, to keep quietness. Everything works together. I observe and recover. All things return to their roots. Returning to their roots is quietness. Quietness is returning to one's destiny. Returning to one's destiny is everlasting. In a daze, there are images. In a daze, there are things. In a daze, there are things. In a daze, there are spirits. In the vast starry river, a wisp of immortal light traversed through layers of spatial storms at a speed thousands of times faster than the speed of light. Not only did it show no signs of stopping, but its speed was also increasing continuously. No one heard it. Within this wisp of immortal light, there was a faint sound of Sanskrit chanting of the great Tao. It contained the supreme scriptures of Buddhism and the essentials of the general principles of Taoism. Although it was so weak that it was almost inaudible, it continued on for a long time. After an unknown period of time, this wisp of immortal light finally broke through the spatial barrier and entered a greater thousand world before disappearing. In a daze, there are images. In a daze, there are things. 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 This is clearly from my Tao Te Ching. What a pity. He is so handsome. So he must be the son of a super-rich family or an official. I can't believe he has contracted such a strange disease. Sky River Sector, Longhua Sanatorium. Longhua Planet, Sky River Sector. Inside the intensive care unit, A young nurse with big eyes and fair skin was leaning forward and putting her ear to the ear of a special patient who was lying on the bed. After hearing the patient's almost inaudible voice, the young nurse murmured to herself with a suspicious look on her face. Chapter 9-10. This was the first patient she had received after becoming the top nurse on Longhua Planet. She had gone through a lot of screening before she was qualified to take care of this special patient. Being able to work on the Longhua Recovery Battleship was undoubtedly an honor and a guarantee of safety. This was because Longhua Recovery Battleship was actually one of the top battleships on Longhua Planet. It could defend, counterattack, and escape any danger at any time. All information about the patient was confidential. What she knew was only name, gender, age, height, weight, and medical history. Everything else was blank. His name was Chun Hao. His gender was obvious when she lifted the blanket. He was 18 years old and 82 meters tall, the standard height for a man on Longhua Planet. He wasn't short, but he wasn't tall either. He was 18 years old and had room for improvement. As for his weight, when the nurse saw the information, she immediately pointed it out as a mistake. However, she was told that it was 386 pounds. At that time, the nurse thought that the handsome man in the information must be an old photo. He must be a super fat man now. At that time, she felt a little unlucky and depressed, thinking that she had been tricked by her cousin. Although she was a nurse, as a personal nurse, she naturally preferred to serve a handsome man rather than a nearly 400-pound fatty. However, she didn't expect the image to be real. He looked like he weighed at most 150 pounds, but he really was 400 pounds. His muscles weren't developed either. How could he be so heavy? This was a question that the nurse couldn't understand. However, what puzzled the nurse even more was the mysterious handsome man's medical history. 3 years of pregnancy, the first strange thing. After being born, he didn't cry, make a fuss, or open his eyes. To be exact, he never woke up. If it weren't for the fact that he still had signs of life and the 3 years of pregnancy, he would have been abandoned as a dead baby. The second strange thing, they went to all the famous hospitals on Longhua Planet and couldn't find any cause of illness. On the contrary, the baby's internal organs were much stronger than normal people's. The third strange thing, when the patient was 1 year old, the family heard the baby's slightly moving lips as if he was saying something, but no one could hear it clearly. Moreover, it didn't stop for a moment. 10 years ago, when the Sky River sector was in chaos, Chun Hao was admitted to the best intensive care unit on Longhua Planet, the Longhua Recovery Battleship that normal people couldn't enter at all. There had been a few batches of nurses there. Emptiness is not different from form. Form is not different from emptiness. Ah, Buddhist scriptures again. What? What the hell is going on? The nurse was stunned. As an outstanding graduate of Longhua Planet's top special nursing school, the young nurse had undergone strict training. Not only was she proficient in medical knowledge, but she had also received systematic learning in many fields such as astronomy, geography, ancient and modern history, the 100 schools of thought, religious beliefs, and many other fields. Her goal was very simple. Not only did she have to take good care of the patients in daily life, she also had to satisfy the patient's needs mentally. He didn't dare to say that he was proficient in everything, but when it came to talking about anything, he could speak clearly and logically. The scriptures of Buddhism and Taoism were obtained by the starship of the Dragon Radiance star, won by chance 5,000 years ago. They were regarded as spiritual cultivation scriptures by the upper echelons of the Sky River sector. Even though there hadn't been any breakthroughs, there were many researchers and enthusiasts on Longhua Planet. Especially for some of the big shots, it was a good way to pass the time. Naturally, this became a compulsory subject for the special care staff because many of the special patients they received were important figures and old pedants. It could even be used to chat with patients. How could a person who had never woken up from birth know the Tao Te Ching of the extraterrestrial lousy? How could he know Buddhist scriptures? No, according to the medical records, he only opened and closed his mouth. No one could hear what he was saying clearly. How could I hear it? It must be an illusion. The nurse patted her hot breasts and muttered to herself, "Color is emptiness. Emptiness is color. The emptiness of all dermis is not born, not destroyed, not polluted, not pure, not increasing, not decreasing. So there is no color in the air, there is no world of vision, and no realm of consciousness. There is no end of ignorance, there is no age and death, there is no end of age and death." When the nurse put her ear next to Chin Hao's ear again, the weak sound waves poured into her mind again. She widened her eyes and couldn't close her cherry mouth. Her small hands pinched her waist hard. It was very painful. It was definitely not an illusion. Listening carefully, she felt like she was in a trance. The sound didn't seem to be real, but directly floated in her heart. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, the sound of swiping the card to open the door suddenly came. "Xiao Hui, what are you doing?" "Huh, you stupid girl. I knew you couldn't resist the temptation of handsome guys. You didn't even notice me coming. You're really intoxicated." A young female nurse who was slightly older than the young nurse, but was equally beautiful, had a graceful figure, and was dressed in a uniform that was quite tempting. When she entered the room and saw the young nurse with her back facing her, she immediately ridiculed the young nurse when she leaned over and pressed her face against the patient's face. "Shoo, Sister Qian, I'm not like you, falling in love with a comatose man. If it weren't for the fact that I want to see what you call the most handsome man in the Skyriver sector, I wouldn't compete for this position. Come and listen." "Fine. What's so nice about it? There's no sound at all. You'll get used to it. 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. He's always like this. Even when I feed him, his lips seem to be saying something. Such a handsome, manly man. Now, do you know that I didn't lie to you? I'm serious, Sister Qian. I really can hear it. Come, I'm still talking. How is that possible?" The beautiful nurse, called Sister Qian, frowned. Although she didn't believe it at all, she still leaned over and put her ear next to the patient's mouth when she saw the serious look on the nurse's face. The girl called Qian smelled the familiar scent of the man she had taken care of for a year. Her heart raced again, and her ears turned red when she thought of a certain scene. However, this was her secret. Even if the nurse was her best cousin and best friend, she couldn't tell her. "No, there is no sound. Don't be suspicious. A year ago, when I first came here, I also heard it countless times. There is no sound at all. Sister Qian, why is your face so red? But I really can hear it." He is talking about Buddhist scriptures and Taoist scriptures. Just now, he was talking about Taoist scriptures. Now he seems to be talking about Taoist scriptures. Can't you hear it? Can you really hear it? Yes. Then it seems that you are really fated with him. Take good care of him, so that I won't have to worry about him in the future. Sister Qian, don't you believe me? Chapter 9:11. As if I believe you. You little brat, you've been trying to scare people since you were young. Seeing a ghost, hearing a woman cry, seeing an old grandpa next door who just passed away. Now, I'm warning you, you must keep everything about him a secret. This is our duty. If you weren't my best friend, I wouldn't tell you about his existence. You can't talk nonsense here. Or else, if he's taken away, I'll never let you off. Big Sister Qian. All right, maybe maybe my old illness is acting up. But the information says that he has always been in a comatose state since he was born and has never woken up. How could he possibly know about Taoist scriptures and Buddhist scriptures from the outer realms? Could it be, forget it, I won't scare you anymore? Xiao Hui quickly compromised when she saw her cousin's expression. Qian, whose full name was Lu Qian, was the cousin of the nurse, Lu Hui. They were only 1 year apart in age and had been best friends since they were young. They talked about everything and had the same interests and hobbies. One after the other, they were admitted to the special nursing school for special personnel in China and graduated with excellent results. Because of the marriage of another special nursing nurse who took care of Chun, how Lu Qian persuaded her cousin Lu Hui to get the job as a special nursing nurse with an extremely high salary and an extremely easy job. This kind of patient was much better than the average old man or big shot. Moreover, it was comfortable to look at and happy to do. Lu Qian's words reminded Lu Hui of her strange illness when she was young. If it weren't for her natural boldness, she would have been sent to a mental hospital long ago. Later, as she grew older, she learned to turn a blind eye and turn a deaf ear to avoid being forced to take medicine and injections. It wasn't until junior high school that she finally returned to normal and no longer saw things that she shouldn't see. At this moment, Lu Hui was sure that her ability that disappeared seemed to have reappeared in this handsome patient. Although she didn't say anything else in case her cousin got mad, she was sure that she wasn't hallucinating. Just like the things that she saw when she was young, she was sure that they were real from the beginning. Because many things had been verified, the 12th one, another little beauty, it's been 10 years. She can actually hear my voice. The Taoist and Buddhist scriptures that I'm chanting are from another world. What is it? Why is it that most of my mind is focused on chanting, unable to truly wake up? Furthermore, Taoist scriptures, Buddhist scriptures, they feel so familiar, as if they belong to me. They are so different from what I have heard. Who am I? I am Chun Hao, the son of the chief scientist of Longhua Planet's Academy of Sciences, Chun Hua. My mother is Fan Jun. My name was obtained in my mother's dream before she was pregnant with me. I'm a strange existence. I've been pregnant for 3 years, and I haven't truly woken up for 18 years. However, I can clearly see and hear everything. I really want to wake up. I'm awake more and more often. I should wake up soon, right? Lu Qian and Lu Hui had no idea that their every move was under Chun Hao's perception. In the same way, no one knew that when Chun Hao was still in his mother's womb, he would occasionally be awake. His consciousness could cover a radius of 1,000 miles. Even the rustling of grass and the crawling of ants would appear clearly in his mind. Today, 18 years later, even though he had never opened his eyes, the occasional sober consciousness allowed him to have a much better understanding of the world than ordinary people. Moreover, everything he heard and saw would be engraved in his mind and would never be forgotten. Now he was awake more and more often, and the distance his mind could sense was also increasing. He could easily sense things within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. The Skyriver sector was a huge sector with many life-bearing planets. Longhua Planet was one of the most powerful planets among the many life-bearing planets, with a diameter of 840 million kilometers. It had a human civilization of hundreds of millions of years. A long, long time ago, it had the ability to explore the starry sky. The lifeless planets in the entire Skyriver sector had long become industrial bases for the development of resources for many life-bearing planets. Hundreds of millions of years ago, they had already begun to explore the vast galaxy and extraterrestrial civilizations outside the Skyriver sector. This world had super powerful space travel technology, but humans themselves were very weak. In the war 10 years ago, although all news was blocked, Chen Hao, who was in a coma, learned from his parents, who had a special identity, that there was an attack by extraterrestrial life forms. It was also at that time that his parents sent him to the most advanced battleship for his safety. In the past 10 years, his parents had devoted themselves to the research of extraterrestrial life forms. The extraterrestrial beings were also human beings. Although there were only a few dozen of them at that time, they had destroyed dozens of vital planets in the Skyriver sector. For some unknown reason, these extraterrestrial beings, who had been as powerful as superhumans, had eventually become just a little stronger than ordinary humans. They had either been killed or captured alive, resolving the crisis of the Skyriver sector. In the past year, when Chen Hao was awake, his extremely powerful senses allowed him to discover some outsiders, or rather, extraterrestrial invaders that his parents had mentioned. Occasionally, he sensed that the invaders had displayed divine abilities that did not belong to this world. Chen Hao had a very familiar feeling, as if he could do most of those divine abilities. Of course, the premise was that he had to wake up first. In the past year, even his mother had not come to visit him once. Presumably, it had something to do with the arrival of the extraterrestrial invaders. That's more like it. Well, it's time to take a bath with him today. It's your first day here, so I'll guide you. Later, I'll show you something interesting. Something interesting? Isn't it just taking a bath with a handsome zombie? What's so interesting about that? Sister, don't tell me you're going to take advantage of him. Bah, you damned girl, what nonsense are you talking about? You'll know when the time comes. Hee, look at how red your face is. Big sister, you said that after seeing him, you won't like anyone else. Whatever you've done, just be honest with your little sister. I can completely understand. You can understand. You want to? Of course not. I just think that you're right. He's indeed the most handsome person in the world. Although he's a zombie, he's so attractive. Sister, don't be rash. The previous ones who left, including the one you replaced this time, I'm sure that they left because they secretly did that. That can't be, right? That must be it. They're all semi-naturals. I've secretly investigated them and found out that they all got pregnant a few months after they got married. Naturals, their status rose a lot. Are you sure? It's true. We're naturals, so we can't mess around. Chapter 9:12. The humans in the Skyriver sector were mainly naturals, demi-naturals, and artificial intelligences. The highest status was the naturals who had the ability to reproduce and had not undergone any modifications. Next were the demi-naturals who had undergone modifications and might have the ability to reproduce. Artificial intelligences were people created by the naturals through technological means. They did not have the ability to reproduce and were the lowest level of existence. They could have as many as they wanted. Less than 1,000th of the planets in the Skyriver sector were controlled by the naturals. The naturals were the absolute aristocrats. Even if they were idiots, as long as they had the ability to reproduce, they could live a carefree life and enjoy the highest government allowance. The probability of demi-naturals being able to reproduce is less than 1/10. He's a living dead. How could he make all the demi-naturals pregnant? His life characteristics are several times stronger than us ordinary naturals. Maybe that's the reason. Okay, let's start. After we take turns in the future, remember to control yourself. Bathing again, a wisp of Chen Hao's conscious divine sense said in a slightly conflicted manner. A few years ago, it was fine. Although they were all young and beautiful nurses, he did not have any reaction. Although his powerful sensory ability allowed him to mature faster than his peers and know a lot more, his body was not fully developed yet. However, since the age of 13, he had to endure great torment whenever a beautiful nurse bathed with him. At the age of 15, his body had already matured. His perfect body and handsome appearance had been seized by the two young nurses taking care of him one after another, making him become a man passively. Later, because he had played with fire many times, he had been hit and had to choose to leave. No one chose to abort because of the status of the naturals in the Sky River sector. In the next 3 years, another 4 young nurses had the same problem, including the one who had just been replaced by Lu Hui. They all had the same problem. Lu Qian was a very strong one. She had taken care of him for a whole year. Although she was on the verge of falling, she was still holding on. However, based on Chun Hao's previous experiences, it would not take long for problems to arise. Look, he's up. Okay, sister, he's so big. Is this what you mean by fun? Yes. Others have already done it with him and made a few children. Isn't that normal? That's different. His body is healthier and stronger than any natural man, but he has been in a coma since he was born. If we start bathing with him and stimulate that part of his body, perhaps there will be a natural reaction. But now we are just talking about it. We haven't even started. How can he have a reaction? That's true. This doesn't make sense. Unless he had a consciousness. He can hear us. I've only noticed it recently. Previously, this wouldn't have happened unless I intentionally provoked him, and it would take a while for him to react. Sister, are you sure? Of course. I've tried. All right, you little girl, you're trying to trick me. When Lu Qian saw Lu Hui's cunning and expectant gaze, she was shocked. Her face immediately turned red, and she pounced on Lu Hui. Obviously, she had let it slip. Ha ha ha. Elder sister, you're really taking advantage of him. Ha ha ha. Don't, elder sister. This is completely understandable. Even I can't help it. Don't be shy. What's there to be embarrassed about? Really? Then you'll do it today. Sure, I'll do it. Although I've seen a lot, I've never done it before. Lu Hui said boldly. She had seen all kinds of people when she was teaching videos and interning nurses, but she had never really practiced it. Lu Qian was defeated by her cousin's toughness. At the same time, she was no longer as shy as before. Sister, I suspect that he's really conscious. Perhaps he'll wake up soon. There's another possibility. Lu Qian suddenly lowered her voice and whispered into Lu Hui's ear, we've been bathing regularly every 3 days, and it's causing him to have a regular reaction. Let's do a surprise attack tomorrow. If he still has a reaction on his own, we'll have to be careful when we talk in the future. Otherwise, when he wakes up, won't he be embarrassed to death? Chun Hao was speechless. How could their whispers work on someone like him, who could sense things from millions of miles away? Chun Hao also wanted to control his reaction, but his body and mind were getting more and more mature. What was there that he did not understand? When faced with a young nurse who was full of temptation, any normal man would have a reaction, just like the young nurse who fell for him earlier. She had nothing to do with him at all. She was willing to have an affair. However, when he thought about it, Chun Hao felt a little conflicted. He was an 18-year-old zombie who might have already had 5 children, and he was forced to do so. Yeah, I'm getting more and more awake. Am I really a natural person from the Sky River sector? Although Chun Hao knew that he was indeed a natural person born by his parents, he was an anomaly who had been pregnant for 3 years. His mother even got his name in her dream. Moreover, when he was in his mother's womb, there was no hazy process of consciousness being born. When he was awake, he had an independent adult mind, and he was constantly chanting scriptures that did not belong to this world. Everything didn't seem to be that simple. Chun Hao also had a feeling that he could only understand but not describe. It was as if he was not complete at all. It was as if he had lost a very important memory, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember it. Perhaps only when he stopped chanting Taoist and Buddhist scriptures and truly woke up would he be able to find some clues. Chun Hao did not know that the news of the war in the Sky River sector that was sealed off by the Alliance 10 years ago was entirely because of him. He also did not know that if he had not been born in the Sky River sector, the so-called extraterrestrial invaders would definitely not have discovered this sector that was almost extinct due to the lack of heaven and earth energy. 10 years ago, dozens of Daluo Jinxian had been the first to arrive here. Although they had destroyed dozens of vital planets, in the end, they had either died or been captured alive. Some of them had even mingled with ordinary people and had no choice but to become ordinary people, even if they had supernatural powers. In the age of chaos where the heaven and earth energy was extinct, they were useless. Honey, we have gathered the top experts in the entire Sky River sector, but so far, as the extraterrestrial beings have said, it is impossible to realize the supernatural powers with our current technology. Yes, this is an existence that completely overturns science. They are two extremes of the opposite end of the spectrum. In fact, it is not that we can't research it, but as they said, our entire Sky River sector is in the age of chaos, and there is no heaven and earth energy. Fortunately, there is no such thing. Otherwise, a few dozen of them would have been able to destroy the entire Sky River sector. Unfortunately, we can't read their memories at all. In a room of the Sky River Sector Alliance's Academy of Sciences, a middle-aged couple was discussing softly. These two people were Chun Hao's parents, Chun Hua and Fan Zhen. Chun Hua was the chief scientist of the Longhua Academy of Sciences and the most famous scientist in the Sky River sector. Fan Zhen was Chun Hua's best partner. 10 years ago, when all news of the extraterrestrial invaders were sealed off, it was Chun Hua who led the charge. He gathered all the top scientists in the Sky River sector and formed a research team to study it day and night. 10 years. Honey, I miss Hao so much. Xinjiang, I miss him too. But now we can't. This research project is related to the life and death of our Sky River sector. We can't delay it for a moment. When our son wakes up, he will understand us. Well, anyway, our son can't see us. We have installed the most advanced surveillance equipment on the warship of the sanatorium. You can see our son's every move. Oh, right. Yesterday, the government told me that our son's special nurse has changed again. Let's go back to the room and take a look. Why did it change again? Could it be that we have another grandson or granddaughter? Cough, cough. It should be, this has nothing to do with how, the government will help us take care of our grandchildren. When we go back, we will pick them up. As for those semi-naturals, they have evil intentions. Don't even think about becoming a daughter-in-law. They don't deserve it. The allowance they get is already too good for them. The new special nurse is Lu Qian's cousin, Lu Hui. She is also carefully selected by the government for how, her identity, family background, and appearance are worthy of how, let's go and take a look. We can't let how, be ruined again. Beep, beep, beep. Just as the two of them were about to return to the room, the crisp sound of the doorbell suddenly came from the hall. Is there any progress in the interrogation? It was late at night. For someone to visit at this time, it must be an emergency. Before the door was opened, Chun Hua anxiously asked the person in the video, who was wearing a standard military uniform. Yes, Professor Chen. Finally, one of them was completely exhausted. He couldn't withstand our interrogation and confessed some things. We don't know if it's true or not. Good. Tell us. Chun Hua said excitedly. They came to Sky River Sector to look for immortal fate. Immortal fate? What is immortal fate? He said it was a stone that could talk and that it was chanting mysterious scriptures all the time. It probably entered Skyriver Sector a few years earlier than them. When I asked him what scriptures it was, he said a few words casually. It was very similar to the Taoist scriptures and Buddhist scriptures that Skyriver Sector obtained from the outer space thousands of years ago. Taoist scriptures, Buddhist scriptures. There's such a thing? Chun Hua was slightly surprised. He frowned for a moment and said, "Maybe it's true. Taoist scriptures and Buddhist scriptures are mysterious things. Maybe it's really the kind of magic that they have. What else do you want to know?" After working all night, I finally wrote a new beginning that I'm satisfied with. The fourth watch is over. Looking for votes. Recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 9:13. There are a total of 112 of them. What? Chun Hua jumped to his feet. His eyebrows furrowed into a line, and his body trembled. Is this true? Professor, it should be true. The lie detector shows normal. The officer also said with a solemn expression. What did it mean to have 112 people? 10 years ago, only 39 people had destroyed 56 habitable planets. Countless habitable planets and industrial bases had been destroyed. That terrifying destructive power was like a nightmare, and it was still vivid in their minds. If it were not for the fact that they had exhausted their energy and could not replenish it in the Skyriver Sector, it would have probably evolved into a catastrophe for the entire Skyriver Sector. Although Chun Hua did not think that the 39 people were all the extraterrestrial beings who had broken into the Skyriver Sector, there should be very few of them who had escaped. After all, there were only 39 micro-aircrafts that had been monitored at that time. But now, the news brought by the officer shattered his assumptions. The lie detector may not be useful for extraterrestrial beings like them. Go on. The first 39 people who entered the Skyriver Sector were the fastest among the 112 people, and they were also discovered by our surveillance at the first time. But later, because of their information, they secretly sneaked into the Skyriver Sector one after another, secretly looking for the immortal opportunity. He said that the Skyriver Sector was of no value to them at all. If we had not treated them as extraterrestrial invaders from the beginning, the fight 10 years ago would not have happened at all. They are all from the Daluo Golden Wonderland of the boundless universe. Let them go now, and everything can be discussed. As long as they find the immortal opportunity, they will leave. The 16 people who were killed by us can be forgiven. Otherwise, once one of them escapes from the Skyriver Sector, the cultivators of the boundless universe who are more powerful than them will inevitably come to the Skyriver Sector. At that time, it will be the moment of the Skyriver Sector's extinction. Did you bring the detailed interrogation records? Yes. Let's go and report to the Union government with me. Yes, Professor. Shun, don't wait for me. Take a rest first. Chun Hua turned to Fan Zhen and quickly left with the officer. Looking at Chun Hua's departing back, Fan Zhen sighed softly. They hadn't had a good day's rest in the past 10 years. Although today's rest was given after the experts of the research team had almost given up on their research, tonight was going to be a sleepless night for the entire Skyriver Sector. Silently returning to the room, Fan Zhen sat there quietly motionless. Half an hour later, he murmured, "I've been looking for extraterrestrial life, and I've finally found one, but I didn't expect that it would bring endless panic and disaster. Immortals, they really exist. That means there are many immortals, and there are 83 terrifying existences who can destroy a small planet with a wave of their hand in the Milky Way star area. Behind them, there are more powerful existences. The vast, thousand chaotic world. What kind of world is that? Is there still hope for the Skyriver Sector?" Fan Zhen shook her head sadly. She threw away the unbearable pressure in her heart and looked at a red button. Son, Mom should let go of everything and go back to accompany you. Are you an immortal? Fan Zhen gently pressed the red button. 21 years ago, when Fan Zhen was pregnant with Chun Hao, she often had the same bizarre dream. In this bizarre dream, she saw a young man sitting cross-legged. When his lips opened and closed, lotus flowers bloomed. The young man was extraordinarily handsome, and his whole body was shrouded in a bright light. In the dream, Fan Zhen had the urge to kneel down and worship him. She heard countless ethereal voices from men and women, like prayers and summoning, like wisps of golden light constantly shuttling through the endless void and drifting to the young man's side. Chun Hao was the only name involved. After a year of pregnancy, everything was normal, but there were no signs of the child being born. Her husband had repeatedly asked for a C-section, but Fan Zhen firmly refused. Through the fetal examination, she could clearly see that her son was normal. Although he was only a baby, just like the scene in her dream, he was sitting cross-legged in her womb. As the assistant of the top scientist in the Skyriver sector, she didn't believe in ghosts and gods, but the frequent dreams made her believe that her son was absolutely extraordinary. 3 years later, her son was finally born. Since then, her strange dream had never appeared again. This made Fan Zhen believe that everything was because of her son. Therefore, she insisted on naming her son Chun Hao, especially when she saw her son's lips opening and closing like the young man in her dream, and his eyebrows were very similar. She was even more convinced that her dream was not made up out of nothing. She mentioned it to her husband many times, but Chunhua fooled her by saying, "Our son is naturally great." Obviously, Chunhua, a top scientist, didn't believe in things outside of science. After the birth, her son never woke up. Fan Zhen was not as anxious as Chunhua. Although she went to all the famous hospitals and tried all the methods, she still failed. But Fan Zhen firmly believed that her son, who had been pregnant for 3 years, would wake up and be healthy. Then, 10 years ago, the invasion of superhumans made her follow Chunhua to shoulder the research work of extraterrestrial civilization, which may threaten the survival of the Skyriver sector. Even seeing her son became an extravagant hope. She could only rely on the monitoring device secretly left behind by Chunhua. Although her son was in a coma as he grew up day by day, his appearance was exactly the same as the godlike young man in her dream. His lips were still opening and closing day and night, as if he was chanting something. Voila! As the red button was pressed, Fan Zhen, who hadn't checked on her son's situation for 2 months, finally saw the handsome and charming face again. Although the simulated 3-dimensional image was illusory, Fan Zhen reached out her hand lovingly, wanting to touch her son's face. After quietly watching for a while, Fan Zhen turned off the real-time monitoring and started today's surveillance video. Today was the day the new special nurse took office. She wanted to see what kind of natural person the government had selected for her son. Soon, she found the scene where Lu Hui appeared. She was very satisfied. Whether it was her appearance or figure, she was definitely a delicate one among the natural people. But then Lu Hui leaned over Chun Hao's mouth and muttered to herself with a shocked expression, which made Fan Zhen exclaim and widen her eyes. Taoist scriptures, Buddhist scriptures. She can hear what Hao is chanting. At this moment, Fan Zhen thought of the report officer's words. He said that she was a talking stone, chanting mysterious scriptures all the time. She probably entered the Skyriver sector a few years earlier than them. When I asked him what scriptures he was chanting, he said a few words casually. It was very similar to the Taoist scriptures and Buddhist scriptures that our Skyriver sector obtained from extraterrestrials thousands of years ago. Chapter 9:14. Fan Zhen watched the scene after Nurse Lu Hui appeared in detail, especially the words of Lu Hui and Lu Qian. She was extremely shocked, and her mood became extremely complicated. She even felt an inexplicable panic. Her son, from the time she was pregnant until now, had revealed all kinds of strange things, including the pregnancy. It had been 21 years, but he still could not wake up. However, his characteristics in all aspects were much stronger than ordinary people. Including the pregnancy, it was indeed 11 years earlier than the extraterrestrial life. The only difference was that the immortal opportunity they talked about was a talking stone, which was a very absurd thing in itself. If she had not seen the magical power of extraterrestrial life, Fan Zhen would never have associated it with her son. But now, all the signs could no longer be deduced with common sense. Nurse Lu, we could hear her son's voice. Compared to those existences, it was very normal. Fan Zhen could be sure that Lu Hui's words were definitely true from her muttering to her conversation with Lu Qian. Taoist scriptures, Buddhist scriptures. Fan Zhen murmured, "My son, could it be the immortal opportunity they are looking for, the reincarnation of a talking stone?" Fan Zhen threw away common sense and could be said to be wild and imaginative. The more she thought about it, the more likely it was. This made Fan Zhen's mood more complicated and anxious. That night, the heads of all the planets in the entire Skyriver sector secretly held a three-dimensional remote meeting. Chenhua and the officer respectively reported the progress of the research and interrogation results of the extraterrestrial civilization. There was no progress in the research progress or the fundamental abandonment of all existing scientific theories and transfer to the study of the mysteries of human beings. Only then could there be progress. However, the premise was that the Skyriver sector had the so-called spiritual energy of heaven and earth from foreign superhumans. This meant that the research was almost declared a failure. The officer's report of the interrogation results set off a fierce debate. The meeting lasted for 8 hours. Finally, after a vote, the conclusion was reached by a huge margin. Compromise. The joint research team was announced on the spot, and everyone returned to their respective planets. The more than 20 extraterrestrial superhumans under control were further contacted and negotiated with by the Alliance Army. As long as the safety of the Skyriver sector could be guaranteed, they would fully cooperate with the other party to find the so-called immortal opportunity and strive to resolve the grievances from 10 years ago and establish a good diplomatic relationship with the other party. It could be said that this was an all-round compromise, Chenhua, and the officer had expected such a result. The severe consequences caused by the 39 people back then still left a lingering fear in their hearts. What would happen if the 73 people hiding in the Skyriver sector rioted again? Even if the Skyriver sector could kill or capture him, the price they would have to pay would be unbearable. Not to mention, the other party was a higher life form from another world called the chaotic boundless world. If one of them managed to escape from the Skyriver sector and bring back news, the Skyriver sector would fall into an era of eternal damnation. "Hubby, what happened to you?" On the second day, Fan Zhen, who was waiting anxiously, saw Chenhua, who seemed to have aged a lot overnight. She hesitantly pounced towards Chenhua and forcefully held back the words she wanted to say. "It's over." Chenhua hugged his wife and closed his eyes. He said softly, "The Union government has chosen to compromise and the research team has been disbanded. Everything else was handed over to the Alliance military to handle. Shenzhen, we will return to Longhua planet today. In the future, we will live the life you want." "Hubby, what are you talking about? What kind of life do I want? The life you like is the life I want." Chenhua shook his head and said, "I have devoted my life to researching cutting-edge weapons, But in the end, I can't even compare to the power of an extraterrestrial life form. What's the use of continuing to research? Maybe we were wrong from the beginning. No, it should be said that the Skyriver sector has limited everything. For the rest of our lives, we will take our son and share the joy of family. Hubby, let's go. When I return, I will submit my resignation. Chun Hua patted his wife's thin back and said firmly, Hubby, however, Fan Zhen separated from her husband. She seemed to be very conflicted. Jinjin, what's wrong? Are you unhappy? For the first half of your life, you lived for me. For the second half, let me live for you and our son. No, hubby, come with me. Fan Zhen suddenly plucked up her courage and pulled Chun Hua to the bedroom. Although she yearned for the life her husband talked about, she still chose to tell her husband her guess. Last night, after Chun Hua left, she thought about it all night and made a decision. Whether her guess was true or not, she had to say it for her son. The so-called spiritual energy of heaven and earth, of the extraterrestrial life form might be the real reason why her son couldn't wake up. Although her son's vital signs were healthier than anyone else's, if her son was immersed in a muddle-headed deep sleep for the rest of his life, what was the point? He was just a living dead. During the 3 years of pregnancy, she saw countless scenes in the dream, which made her believe that her son, even if he was an extraterrestrial life form, was also an extraordinary person. She couldn't forget the emotional and devout voices calling her son. She also couldn't forget the majesty that made her want to bow down and worship. If her son was the immortal fate that the extraterrestrial life form was pursuing, then she would let them take her son away, even if she would be separated from her son forever and could never see him again. It would be worth it if her son could return to the world that belonged to him. This, sure enough, when Chun Hua heard the words of the young nurse, Yi Hui, talking to herself in the video of the simulation scene, his expression became extremely surprised. Then, in the conversation between Yi Hui and Yi Qian, the tone of certainty made Chun Hua frown, and his body tremble slightly. Then, he thought of the dream that his wife told him when she was pregnant with Chen Hao, but he laughed it off. Chun Hua looked at Fan Zhen and said, Zhen, do you think that our son is the immortal fate that they are looking for? Yes, a stone that can talk. The words it says are like Taoist scriptures and Buddhist scriptures. Ever since our son was born, he has been chanting something, time. And your dream back then, perhaps. Come, let's go back immediately. Zhen, you can't tell anyone about this. Otherwise, with my current status and identity, I can't protect Hao Air. Chun Hua said, No, hubby. Instead of letting our son sleep muddle-headedly for the rest of his life, we might as well let go. Second update, seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 9:15. Let go. Husband, I know what you're worried about. Last night, I thought about it. I'm more and more certain that Hao is the immortal destiny they're looking for. Since it's the immortal destiny, they shouldn't harm Hao Also, Hao should be the same kind of person as them. And the environment of our Skyriver sector isn't suitable for them at all. I think that Hao hasn't woken up for 18 years since he was born because of the restrictions of the Skyriver sector. There's no heaven and earth spirit chi here. If we wait for Hao like this, I'm afraid he'll have to spend his life in this kind of deep sleep. This is cruel for Hao I don't want to be separated from Hao but I don't want Hao to spend his life like this. I believe that even in their world, Hao is not an ordinary person. That's the world that belongs to him, where he can be wonderful. Fan Zhen stared at Chun Hua and said softly but firmly, in front of her husband, she was an assistant. She had always been obedient and rarely spoke up. But today, the great and selfless motherly love made Fan Zhen exude a firmness that she had never felt before. Chunhua frowned for a moment, then sighed softly. He hugged Fan Zhen again and said, "You're right." Tears filled Fan Zhen's eyes in an instant, and she sobbed silently. Report. While the big shots of the alliance military were discussing the specific negotiation plan, a guard suddenly pressed the transmission button. "What's the matter? Didn't we say that no one is to disturb you?" The commander of the alliance military frowned. "Marshal, it's Professor Chen wants to see you." "Professor Chen? Damn it. Professor Chen still needs to see you? Invite him in immediately." The commander of the alliance military said angrily. This marshal was also the #1 big shot of Longhua Planet's military. Even if he wasn't from Longhua Planet, none of the big shots present had any objections to Chenhua's arrival. Who was Chenhua? The chief scientist of the Alliance's Academy of Sciences, the founder of countless cutting-edge weapons in the entire Skyriver sector, was definitely a godfather-level existence. Chenhua played a decisive role in the strength of the army. Not to mention the big shots of the army, even the leaders of the major vital planets in the Skyriver sector were extremely respectful to him. At this moment, the research team had just been disbanded, so it didn't have much impact on Chenhua's status. "Yes," the guard replied respectfully. Then the door opened. "Professor Chen, why didn't you tell me you were coming? If you have any instructions, feel free to tell me." "Hello, Professor Chen." "Hello, Professor Chen." When Chenhua walked into the meeting room, all the military leaders of the vital planets stood up and greeted him respectfully. Longhua Planet's marshal said affectionately, "I'm very sorry to disturb the general's discussion at this time. I have a presumptuous request, and I hope that the generals can give me a way out." Chenhua said in a deep voice, "Professor Chen, if you have anything to say, just say it. As long as we can do it, I believe that no one will refuse." "Yes, Professor Chen." "Thank you, everyone." Chenhua looked at the respectful gazes and sighed in his heart. "I want to get in touch with them before you formally negotiate with them. I know that this is against the rules, but I have something very important that I need to verify. Perhaps it will be of help to the Skyriver sector, or perhaps it will be our biggest bargaining chip in a negotiation." *crash, *Chun. Hua's words caused an uproar among the military leaders present. Bargaining chip. What bargaining chip could the Skyriver sector have in the face of powerful extraterrestrial superhumans? They had already set the bottom line, which was to ensure the safety of the Skyriver sector. Everything else would be compromised, and they would unconditionally support the other party. Looking at the pairs of doubtful eyes, Chenhua said in a deep voice, "Before I confirm it, I can't say. I'm very sorry. Professor Chen, the heads of state have specifically instructed that you are not allowed to come into contact with extraterrestrial beings. There is only one reason, and that is to protect your safety. You are too important to Longhua Planet and the entire Skyriver sector. We can't afford to lose you, and with their supernatural powers that are completely beyond imagination, if they know your identity, I'm afraid you will be in danger." "Yes, Professor Chen. Although they are temporarily under control, in the past few years of interrogations, how many outstanding military officers have been driven insane by a single look? Thank you for your concern. This is really important. Don't worry, nothing will happen. I will talk to them as an ordinary person." "All right, Professor Chen, please wait a moment. We have to report this matter to the heads of state. Professor Chen, please tell them directly." "Okay," Chenhua replied. Even he did not expect that the heads of state would value him so much. Soon, in the conference hall, he directly contacted the head of state of Longhua Planet. Chenhua still said the same thing, and was very determined. In the end, the head of state agreed and asked Chen Hua to pay attention to his own safety. At the same time, Long Hua Planet's Secret Archives Bureau pulled out the original Taoist scripture and Buddhist scripture records brought back by Long Hua Planet Universe number 15,000 years ago and sent them to Chen Hua's personal computer through a special channel. Chen Hua was fully armed by the military bosses and entered the underground base where the extraterrestrial superhumans were imprisoned. Professor Chen, are you sure you don't want anyone to accompany you? This matter is very important. I can do it alone. Also, Marshal, please turn off all the surveillance. Thank you. All right, Professor Chen, then be careful. If there is a situation, please immediately activate the defense system. Okay. After Chen Hua finished speaking, he strode through the gate of the base. Beep, beep, beep. A series of special instructions were input, and the door of the room that closed the extraterrestrial being who had previously interrogated and confessed some things slowly opened. The extraterrestrial being, shrouded in terrifying lightning, heard the movement and calmly opened his eyes. He believed that the Skyriver sector would inevitably yield to his confession. Calculating the time, now should be the time to negotiate with him. However, when this extraterrestrial being opened his eyes and saw the person who had come, he was suddenly shocked. His eyes widened as he looked at Chen Hua and said, "Holy light!" "Hello." Chen Hua was slightly taken aback. He did not understand why the other party was so surprised to see him, but he quickly calmed down and took a deep breath. "Are you from the Skyriver sector?" "Yes." "Strange. Is there an expert in the Skyriver sector? Why do you have the aura of a powerful being, although it is very weak?" "Powerful being." Chen Hua was stunned again. Before entering, Chen Hao had thought of all the ways to test the other party. He had even pulled out the first-hand information of Taoist scripture and Buddhist scripture that the Long Hua Universe number 1 battleship had obtained by chance 5,000 years ago. However, he did not expect such an opening. First update, looking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Thank you. Chapter 9:16. Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. Chen Hua said, "What is the blessing of a powerful being?" The blessing of a powerful being is the Tao mark left by the person who comprehended the Tao. The holy light on your body is very weak. It shouldn't be you who received the blessing, but someone you often have close contact with. It's really strange. The Skyriver sector is in the age of chaos. Is it done by our people? Someone I often have close contact with. Chen Hua was extremely smart. Although he didn't understand what the other person was saying, he quickly thought of his wife. She was the only person he often had close contact with. His wife was pregnant for 3 years and then took care of their son for 8 years. Needless to say, she was almost inseparable from their son for the last 8 years. The scene in his wife's dream, his son's chanting lips, was that the other person's so-called blessing? Do you know who it is? Sorry, the only person I often have close contact with is my wife. My wife can't be one of you. That's strange. Have you ever noticed anything strange? It's not necessarily a stone that can talk. Of course, you shouldn't be able to hear the Tao sound. I don't think so. A stone that can talk is your so-called immortal fate. I don't think I've seen it before. Could it be something else? Or other life forms? Chen Hua asked tentatively. This was the only thing he and Fanjin couldn't be sure of. The other person's so-called immortal fate was a stone that could talk, and his son was indeed a life form that was reproduced and born. Was it possible for the immortal fate to be reincarnated as a human? He and his wife had to figure this out. At the same time, they had to figure out what to do with the immortal fate after they got it. Unless they could be sure of their son's safety, they wouldn't dare to hand over their son easily. The immortal fate is psychic. It must have been enlightened by a supreme being and contains boundless Tao marks. It may be an existence that gives birth to all things and reincarnates into a human. Everything is possible. The extraterrestrial superhuman stared at Chun Hua with shining eyes and said, "Say it. I believe you must have found something. So you came to talk to me. To tell you the truth, the blessing of the holy light is very likely to be the result of long-term contact with the immortal fate. The immortal fate is always emitting the sound of the great Tao. Although you mortals who haven't even awakened your spiritual roots can't hear it, there's no problem to get a certain amount of the holy light blessing. Wait a moment. I'll let you hear something first. Beep, beep, beep." After Chun Hua finished speaking, he activated his personal AI. This was the top microbrain in the entire Skyriver sector, which Chun Hua had custom-made for himself 4 hours ago. On the battleship of Longhua Sanatorium, the young nurse, Lu Hui, was suddenly summoned by the director. This was the second day of her registration. Now that she was summoned by the director, Nurse Lu Hui felt uneasy. Could it be that something had happened? Then, when she saw the director and heard the director's instructions, Nurse Lu Hui's pretty face flushed red. At the same time, she was extremely shocked. She never thought that she and her cousin would be under the surveillance of others when they were taking care of Chun. How? A special patient. How could she, who had just turned 20, not blush? Especially when she thought about what she and her cousin had said. But what surprised her even more was that the dean's order was for her to record Chun Hao's recitation, which only she could hear. For hours later, it was handed over to the dean in the form of a recording. Could it be that the dean believed that no one had ever believed in her strange ability? Originally, he had planned to launch a surprise attack on Chun Hao today to test that he already had consciousness, but his plan was disrupted by the sudden mission. Even his cousin, Lu Qian, was temporarily sent away. Nurse Lu Hui was puzzled and curious. While listening to Chun Hao's recitation, she repeated the recording. For hours later, she handed it over to the director. After the director instructed Nurse Lu Hui not to disclose it to anyone, he immediately sent it to a private email. The Tao that can be spoken is not the Tao. This is what I have heard for a moment. Pajiepa, entering the great light Bodhisattva Samadhi, is receiving. Everything is presided over by Tathagata Guangyan. It is the place where all sentient beings are in peace. Body and mind are in nirvana. Equality is in the original state. Perfection is in the 10 directions, following the path of No 2. The pure land appears in the realm of No 2 when the incense burner heats up. The world of Dharma is covered in smoke. The sea of Buddhas will hear it from afar. Auspicious clouds form everywhere. Sincerity is in Yin. This is what I have heard. For a moment, Buddha is in the Shiwei kingdom. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, when walking the deep Prajna Permitha, saw that the 5 skandhas are all emptiness, transcended all suffering. Saraira, form is emptiness. Emptiness is emptiness. Emptiness is emptiness. Space is emptiness. Thought, and knowledge are all the same. As Chun Hua clicked on the recording of the Tao scripture and Buddha scripture that Dragon Bloom No. 1 had coincidentally captured in outer space 5,000 years ago, the sound was clearly very soft, but it exuded a vast and majestic aura. It was as if billions of people were chanting at the same time, giving off an indescribable feeling of vastness, and it filled the small forbidden room. There was only one Tao scripture, but there were several Buddhist scriptures. The names Tao scripture and Buddha scripture were simply summarized by the Milky Way sector based on the contents of the scriptures. Unfortunately, although they had clearly captured the sound, they could not find the source of the sound, no matter how hard they tried. It was as if the sound had traveled through the endless galaxy and time, resonating with the Tao scripture and Buddha scripture, and competing with Buddhism. When the recording played, the extraterrestrial being was horrified. He closed his eyes, slightly pricked up his ears, and listened without saying a word. When the recording ended, the extraterrestrial being closed his eyes slightly. After more than 10 minutes of silence, he opened his eyes reluctantly. It contains the charm of the Sanskrit Great Path, the collision of two great paths, the convergence of vast beliefs and billions of beliefs. So powerful, so powerful. How powerful must the greater thousand worlds be to emit such Tao scripture? Could it be related to immortal fate? The extraterrestrial being seemed to be talking to himself. Then he suddenly looked at Chenhua and said, "Where did you get it? It can't be from the Milky Way sector. This is the sound that our battleship accidentally captured in outer space 5,000 years ago. Unfortunately, we could not find the source of the sound. Missed opportunity. Missed opportunity. What a pity. If we cultivators had encountered it, it would definitely be an unparalleled opportunity. What a pity, what a pity. You are all mortals." However, although the sound you captured contains the supreme scripture and the charm of the Sanskrit Great Path, it can't enhance your body. Listen to this again. Chunhua hesitated slightly, then clicked on the recording that the director of Longhua Sanatorium had sent to him before he came in. Immediately, the voice of the little nurse, Lu Hui, sounded intermittent, as if it was a tongue twister. This time, the extraterrestrial being did not even close his eyes. Instead, he frowned slightly. However, as the little nurse repeated more and more of the content, the extraterrestrial being's eyes widened. Before the little nurse finished playing the recording, he said excitedly, "The scripture chanted by the immortal fate. This is the scripture chanted by the immortal fate. You know where the immortal fate is, right? Second update. I beg for monthly votes." Chapter 9:17. Don't worry. This girl is the only one who can hear the voice of your so-called immortal fate. This is her retelling of the record. Who is this girl, and what the specific situation is? I need to know more before I can be sure. I want to ask you a few questions first. Chunhua said in a low voice. The response of the extraterrestrial life was obviously the voice of the immortal fate from the slightly different scriptures of Taoist and Buddhist scriptures. Then it meant that his son was the immortal fate they were looking for. Like Fan Zhan, Chen Hua didn't want his son to sleep for the rest of his life. But he couldn't give it to the extraterrestrial life that he didn't understand at all. Before giving it to them, he had to make sure one thing. That was, how would they treat the immortal fate after getting it? But Chen Hua couldn't ask directly. This was the real reason why Chen Hua didn't specify that the immortal fate was his son. Moreover, according to Chen Hua's understanding of these extraterrestrial life, they were not united as a whole. This might mean that even if he gave it to them, they would fight for it. Who could guarantee his son's absolute safety? Well, as long as you can let me get the immortal fate, let alone a problem, I will take you to our chaotic, colossal world to become a cultivator and get longevity, or even immortality. There is no problem. You mean it? Chen Hua suddenly showed extreme excitement and yearning. He knew very well that if he wanted to get the real answer he wanted, he had to beat around the bush. Since the other party was tempting him with benefits, the more eager and yearning he showed, the less vigilant the other party would be, and the greater the possibility of telling the truth. Of course, I, Zhao Guiyu, am the genius disciple of the top family in the chaotic, colossal world, the dignified Daluo Jinxian. If you can get the immortal fate, you may become the supreme expert in the chaotic, colossal world. Taking you, there is just a piece of cake. I can sense that your soul is much stronger than ordinary people. When we enter the chaotic universe, I will use peerless elixirs and divine sense to help you be reborn and cleanse your meridians and marrows. Then you will be able to step into the ranks of cultivators. I can provide you with abundant spiritual chi of heaven and earth, elixirs, manuals, and other cultivation resources. By then, you will have a lifespan of 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or even 1,000,000 years. Right now, you're just a mortal and ant-like existence. Even if your so-called technology can extend your lifespan to a certain extent compared to a cultivator, it's like the difference between a firefly and the moon. Doing all this is a very simple matter for me. Zhao Guyu solemnly vowed. Zhao Guyu was very clear that although his talent and combat strength were at the top of the list among the 112 people, he had now exhausted all his energy and become a prisoner. Moreover, there were other prisoners like him. They were all competitors. More importantly, the cultivators who had arrived later must have hidden themselves among the humans of the Skyriver sector, searching for the celestial opportunity because they had sensed their situation. Otherwise, when they had just arrived here, it would have been as easy as turning over one's hand to save them. Why not save them? It was just one less person and one less competitor. It could be said that Chun Hua's sudden arrival today had given Zhao Guyu the greatest hope. Is the celestial opportunity so powerful? Chun Hua pretended to be surprised. Of course. Don't expect to get it by yourself. It's useless to you. To tell you the truth, this time, among the 112 people, my strength is the strongest. Only when I get the celestial opportunity can I deter them. If anyone else gets it, they will face a life and death situation. Moreover, no one will agree to your generous conditions. Just now, I told you that the celestial opportunity has been enlightened by a real Almighty. The so-called enlightened, you can understand it as the blessing of the Almighty that I mentioned just now. However, it's much more powerful than the blessing. It's the Tao marks left behind by the Almighty's lifetime cultivation. Even if ordinary people get it, they can't absorb it, because all kinds of signs have shown that the celestial opportunity has given birth to spiritual intelligence. If you really want to get it, you have to refine its spiritual intelligence and integrate its Tao marks into your body. This requires a very high level of cultivation and an extremely powerful soul to accomplish. Hearing Zhao Guyu's clear explanation, Chun Hua gasped in his heart. He was secretly glad that he didn't stupidly confess directly. His purpose of coming here had almost been accomplished. Forcefully suppressing the fear in his heart, Chun Hua pretended to be excited and said, "Okay, then I will contact that girl as soon as possible to understand the specific situation of the celestial opportunity. Goodbye." Wait, since you can come here, your status should be high, right? It's best not to disclose this to my other companions. Otherwise, the result will be unpredictable. It's not too late to tell them after I get the celestial opportunity. At that time, I will lead them out of here and won't endanger the safety of the Skyriver sector. Understood. As long as you keep your promise, I will do my best to fulfill it. What's your name? Chun Hua. I'm here on behalf of the experts of the Academy of Sciences. Soon, the Alliance military will come to you to negotiate. You have to delay temporarily. Otherwise, your companions and you will be released, and the Alliance will do its best to help you find the celestial opportunity. In that case, it's not something I can control. It will take at least 10 days. Chun Hua turned around and thought for a moment. Then he said decisively, "That's easy. I will wait for your news." Okay, if they ask what I want to talk to you about, just say it's about the issue of your miniature aircrafts. Okay, I didn't expect you to be so meticulous. Go. The sooner the better. Okay, goodbye. Chun Hua turned around and strode out. Professor, my deduction should be true. Chun Hua's eyes shone with confidence and wisdom again. When he saw the generals waiting for him, he said in a deep voice, "Professor, what's your deduction? Can it really be used as a bargaining chip in this negotiation? Let's talk in the conference room." Chunhua took a deep breath and said, "On one hand, it was his son. On the other hand, it was related to the future of billions of lives in the Skyriver sector. There was no doubt about which was more important. However, when it came to his own flesh and blood, who could make a decision without hesitation? Chunhua, as the chief scientist of the Skyriver Sector Alliance's Academy of Sciences, had considered all kinds of factors and the outcome before he came here. For his son, he could not do anything that would betray the billions of lives in the Skyriver sector. However, he could not sacrifice his family for the sake of justice. In this conversation, in addition to proving that he could not give his son to the other party, he also learned about the relationship between the 112 extraterrestrial beings. At the same time, the importance of the celestial opportunity to them also made Chunhua conclude that the extraterrestrial being Zhao Giyu's words were not all true. Chapter 9:18. This matter is of great importance. Let's contact our respective heads of state and discuss it together. Entering the conference room, Chunhua said solemnly, "Okay." Although no one knew what Chunhua had talked about with the extraterrestrial beings, out of trust and respect for Chunhua, the godfather of science, they believed that Chunhua would not speak without thinking. Soon, the heads of the various planets who were waiting for the results of today's negotiations were all connected. Before this, the other heads of state had also received information from the head of Longhua planet and knew that Chunhua had contacted the extraterrestrial beings alone in advance. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to what Chunhua's so-called bargaining chip was. "Professor Chen, it's good that you came out safely. What did you find?" Longhua Planet Yuan asked. "Previously, when we were discussing in the meeting, I did not express my opinion because there were still many things that were unclear. Those who advocated compromise accounted for the vast majority. Only a few advocated forcible suppression. I know that compromising is the only choice we have to make. The extraterrestrial beings are too strong and terrifying. One of them has the power to destroy a small planet. If there are 1, 2, 10, dozens, or even hundreds of them, we might be able to suppress and kill them. But they are a star area that is countless times more powerful than our Milky Way star area. If there are hundreds, thousands, or even more powerful beings, it might be the end of our Milky Way star area. We can't afford to lose. We have to compromise." "That's right, Professor Chen. Compared to them, we're like ants. If we don't surrender, we will perish. Sigh, if there is a glimmer of hope, who would be willing to compromise? I would rather die than be humiliated. Humans, whether it is us or the extraterrestrial beings, have the root of greed. I don't believe that they have no interest in our Skyriver sector." A marshal who fiercely advocated forcible suppression did not expect Chunhua to bring up this dispute again. He immediately seized the opportunity to speak up. To everyone's surprise, Chunhua, who had not expressed his opinion, nodded slightly at the marshal at this moment. Then he immediately looked at the heads of state and military and said, "Everyone, listen to this recording first." The recording began with Chunhua playing the little nurse Lu Hui's narration and ended with Chunhua saying goodbye for the first time. The beginning and the end were removed, but no trace could be seen. This was a complete conversation. There was no holy light blessing, Taoist scripture, or Buddhist scripture. There was also no promise to return to the extraterrestrial beings after saying goodbye for the first time. These were all carefully laid out by Chunhua, who had analyzed all kinds of possibilities beforehand. He didn't want to sacrifice his son, nor did he want to become a sinner of the Skyriver sector. Therefore, before he had a plan, He couldn't expose his son. He had to leave some leeway for his next move. Good. This is great. Professor Chen, I didn't expect you to find a clue to the immortal fate. Leaving the Skyriver sector to become a cultivator. Professor Chen, are you sure you want to go? Immortal fate is actually so precious. No wonder they value it so much. This can indeed be used as a bargaining chip in our negotiations. As long as we hand over the immortal opportunity, perhaps we can really resolve this crisis. Everyone immediately started discussing, but Chen Hua ceaselessly shook his head and declined to comment. Greed. Greed. Did you see that? His greedy nature was revealed without a doubt. I absolutely did not believe what he said. He also doesn't believe that the others will agree with him. They are not a group at all. They are all here to fight for the immortal opportunity. The marshal who strongly advocated suppression said again, Yes, I don't believe it either. At this time, Chenhua finally spoke. Marshal Mu is right. 112 of them are not a group. They are all here for the immortal opportunity. Fighting for it is inevitable. No one can represent all of them. However, from what this extraterrestrial being called, Zhao Guiyu said, we can deduce a few things. First, the immortal opportunity is extremely important to them. It's so important that they won't hesitate, even if they have to pay with their lives. Second, we killed more than 10 people in the first group. The remaining people were captured by us because of the exhaustion of their energy and have been imprisoned for 10 years. The extraterrestrial beings who came later hid in the Skyriver sector. Why didn't we save them? Everyone has seen how terrifying their abilities are before their energy consumption. If they really want to save them, how can we stop them? There is only one reason. They don't want to save them. If they save one, they will have one more competitor. Third, they will never send the news back. Although we don't understand their so-called divine power, it must be limited by distance. In addition, the immortal opportunity is important. No one will attract competitors. Otherwise, during these 10 years, there would have been extraterrestrial beings more powerful than them. Hearing Chen Hua's words, everyone frowned and pondered. Up until now, the information we have obtained from Zhao Guiyu is independent. The other extraterrestrial beings don't know. Now, I hope that the heads of state and marshals will also use this recording of the immortal opportunity to test the reactions of the other extraterrestrial beings. The premise is that they must be tortured into a state like Zhao Guiyu's, unable to use any divine power. Professor Chen, what's the point of doing this? To understand more about them. Asking a tiger for its skin, can compromise really solve the problem? The Skyriver sector is our home, but if it becomes a home where the other party wantonly tramples and humiliates generation after generation, what's the point? We don't have their superpowers, but we have the strongest battleships that are faster than them. We also have weapons stronger than their divine power. The only thing we are lacking is that we are unable to monitor them and their own nimbleness. We can't save all of humanity, but our well-stocked battleship army can take all of our natural and semi-natural elites into the vast Milky Way to find a new sector and rebuild our home. Yes, it's better to escape than drag out an ignoble existence and be trampled on generation after generation as slaves. Leave? Why didn't we think of this before? Professor Chen is right. Why should we defend the Skyriver sector? Our huge fleet is our mobile base. Even if we can't find a paradise, it's better to settle down in the 4 seas than drag out an ignoble existence. Yes, all of our advanced facilities are in the form of base battleships. If all of us leave, the losses won't be too great. As long as the natural people can be saved, we don't care about other factors, let alone the semi-natural people. Chen Hua's words were immediately echoed by many people. The complex of being unable to leave their homeland made all of them think about escaping from the Skyriver sector. Of course, it was also because they had never encountered a matter of life and death for the entire sector. Of course, this is the last resort. If we can catch all of the other party's people in the Skyriver sector, maybe we don't have to leave at all, Chenhua said. Chapter 919. Professor Chen, what do you mean? Outweet. Yes. When we interrogated the extraterrestrial life form, Zhaogiu, he casually recited a few words about the immortal fate, which made us think of the Taoist scripture and the Buddhist scripture. Based on what he said, I used the words of the Taoist scripture and the Buddhist scripture and made some slight changes. I was able to trick Zhaogiu into believing that it was the immortal fate. In that case, I could even trick other extraterrestrial life forms. After all, they didn't know that Zhaogiu had told us about the immortal fate. Professor Chen, you mean to use the fake immortal opportunity to lure the enemy out? That's right. There are still 73 of them hiding in the Skyriver sector. With their magical abilities, we won't be able to find them even if they pretend to be people of the Skyriver sector. So, the only way to find them is to make them appear themselves. We only need to spread the news of the immortal opportunity in another way throughout the Skyriver sector. I believe that none of them can resist the temptation. As long as we lure them to a specific area, it's time for us to catch them all in one fell swoop. Good. Very good. Professor Chen, you're really amazing. Marshall, you flatter me. It's not that I'm amazing. It's just that we were all frightened by the enemy's strength from the beginning. Deep in our hearts, we gave up resisting, or rather, we didn't even think about how to wipe them out. Otherwise, who here wouldn't have thought of such a simple trick? Chenhua said, shaking his head slightly. He wasn't being modest. It was the truth. If it didn't involve his son, and he didn't have to take into account righteousness, he would have chosen to compromise and try. Of course, we have to prepare for both eventualities. I suggest that from now on, all the vital planets and bases in the Skyriver sector focus on building simplified battleships to ensure speed, defense, and carrying space. Once there's an accident, we'll carry out the final plan and evacuate. Heads of state and marshals, what do you think? I agree. I support it. This is the best way. I support it. Chenhua's proposal instantly received the approval of everyone present. No one really wanted to be trampled on and submit. Chenhua's analysis was very persuasive and reasonable. The worst-case scenario was to abandon the Skyriver sector and find a new home. This was enough for them to take the risk. Unfortunately, none of them had thought of leaving the Skyriver sector before. On the same day, Chenhua and Fan Zhen left on a private battleship and headed for Dragon Radiance Planet. Before Chen Hao left, the director of Longhua Sanatorium had used his authority to arrange for the nurse, Lu Hui, and her cousin, Lu Qian, to stay by Chen Hao's side 24 hours a day. He said that Chen Hao's parents were coming back for an inspection, so there must not be any problems. In reality, the purpose was to temporarily isolate the two of them from the outside world. That was because, on the same day, the #1 media in the entire Milky Way sector reported a mysterious and bizarre incident during prime time. On planet 2046, a talking stone had appeared. No human could get close to it. They could only hear its chanting from afar. It sounded like thousands of people were chanting Buddhist scriptures and Taoist scriptures at the same time. There was also a faint but prominent voice among the chanting. The scriptures were slightly different. The news reported the loud chanting. At the same time, the host explained that the weak voice could not be recorded and could only be heard on the spot. The host repeated the scriptures that the voice was chanting. If Lu Hui had seen this news, she would have been very surprised. The content that the host repeated was exactly the same as what she heard from Chen Hao. Are my parents coming to see me? It's been 10 years. For example, Chun Hao, who had been in a coma for 10 years, had not received any news about his parents. Now, his powerful soul perception could already extend to a radius of 1,000,000 li. However, his parents were clearly not within this range. Otherwise, as long as he wanted to, he would be able to see them at any time. He knew very well what his parents were busy with. Similarly, he knew his own condition. It was understandable that his parents did not come to see him or send him any news. What news would a living dead want? Who would know that he missed his parents? My chanting was reported. Lu Hui and Lu Qian could not see or hear anything. However, Chun Hao's divine consciousness could easily obtain all the information from the outside world. He was a little surprised when Lu Hui was called away by the dean to give her a task. Since then, his mind had been locked onto the dean's every move. He also found out that everything was arranged by his father. What's the reason? Obviously, my father leaked this information. Could it be related to extraterrestrial life? In the past 10 years, his parents had been dedicated to the study of extraterrestrial life. At this time, his mysterious scriptures were broadcasted, which made Chun Hao think of a possibility. After all, he had long judged that he might be related to extraterrestrial life. This was because he felt very familiar with the supernatural powers and laws. In the last call between the dean and his father, Chun Hao confirmed that his parents would return. He also confirmed that Lu Hui and Lu Qian could not leave his room for a moment. This was to prevent the news from spreading. During the call, his father told the dean to keep everything a secret. This was a matter of life and death in the Sky River sector, which meant that it was related to extraterrestrial life. Unfortunately, Chun Hao's information was limited. This was all he could think of. Immortal fate. Isn't this the scripture that the immortal fate chanted? It's immortal fate. It's definitely immortal fate. Immortal fate. Planet 2046. I must get it. Finally, there's news. Damn it. The others must have seen the report too. I must hurry. After the mysterious incident was broadcasted by the major vital planet's media, the extraterrestrial life hidden among the humans in the Sky River sector almost immediately saw the report and believed that it was the immortal fate that they were looking for. Just as Chun Hua speculated, one by one, they quietly went to planet 2046. Of course, most of them had already replaced the original residents as official citizens of the Sky River sector. In order to avoid being monitored and save energy, they used the Sky River sector's aircrafts to go there. At the same time, the Alliance's military also sent out elite troops to contact the other imprisoned extraterrestrial life. They hoped to get more information. Of course, the layout of Planet 2046 was the first to be started. Honey, fortunately, you are here. Otherwise, I would have personally sent Howard into the tiger's mouth. Well, don't think so much. Everything is fine now, isn't it? Honey, can this operation really wipe out the extraterrestrial life? There's a lot of hope. Sigh, I've done my duty. The rest is up to fate. I promised you that I would live for you and our son for the rest of my life. It's time for us to leave. Chapter 9:20. Fan Zhen was shocked and looked at Chun Hua in confusion. Leave to where? Outside the Sky River sector. Chun Hua stared at the void through the transparent window of the private battleship and said in a deep voice, "Our only son must not be allowed to sleep for the rest of his life. We originally hoped that the extraterrestrial beings could wake our son up and let him return to the world he belongs to. But now, it's impossible. So, we have to think of a way. Our son may be the so-called cultivator, immortal fate, and Tao marks of the extraterrestrial beings, who gave birth to his spiritual wisdom and was reborn as a human. But in the end, he is still our flesh and blood. I think how, or his inability to wake up, is related to the heaven and earth spirit chi mentioned by the extraterrestrial beings. Perhaps, as long as we can find a star sector with heaven and earth spirit chi, how, or will naturally wake up. Is this possible? In the vast starry sky, our Skyriver sector has explored for hundreds of millions of years, but we have only found a few planets with life. Do we have any other way? We hope that the Skyriver sector can successfully survive this crisis, but there is no way to wake how or up here. We still have to go out. If we can't survive this crisis, I will become the first target of the extraterrestrial beings. We have to leave. And even the entire Skyriver sector will have to flee. Well, although the starry sky is vast, don't forget that the scriptures how are recited are very similar to Taoist and Buddhist scriptures. I have already retrieved all the information on the route of the Dragon Radiance star battleship. Perhaps there will be hope if we capture the star sectors around the Taoist and Buddhist scriptures. Chun Hua's private battleship represented the most advanced in the Skyriver sector. It flew at high speed in the void and quickly approached the Dragon Radiance star capital. 12 hours later, the huge battleship appeared directly above the Dragon Radiance star capital. Without any obstruction, it slowly landed in the huge battleship sanatorium. When Chunhua's battleship landed in the base of the sanatorium, a young man who was passing by the sanatorium looked up at the sky in surprise. When he saw the battleship's appearance and logo, the young man's eyes flashed with a trace of excitement. Chunhua naturally didn't notice, but what the young man didn't know was that when he appeared in the Dragon Radiant Star capital, Chunhao had locked onto his aura. Brother Hua, sister-in-law. When the cabin door opened and Chunhua walked out of the battleship with Fanjin, the dean, who had been waiting at the deck door for a long time, immediately went up and shouted excitedly, "Brother, are you ready?" "I'm ready." There were no problems with the first 6. The compensation was in place, and the government's policy remained unchanged. They were exempted from the crimes of dereliction of duty and sexual assault, and all of them voluntarily handed over their children. However, Lu Kaier, who had just resigned, didn't agree to the operation no matter what. She said that for the sake of the child's natural health, she wanted to give birth to the child herself and accept any punishment. I had no choice but to scare her and say that if she didn't want the operation, she would have to leave Long Hua Planet forever and follow you. Of course, I didn't reveal your identities. I didn't expect her to actually agree, and she even seemed to be quite happy. Lu Kaier was the nurse Lu Hui, who had replaced the special nurse. Oh, since that was the case, there was no problem. He would just take her away. This is indeed better for the child. Brother Hua, what's so serious? Are you going somewhere? The life and death of the Milky Way domain is also a secret. It's better if you don't know. I'm only telling you to be ready at all times. Don't leave the sanatorium battleship. In these 2 days, it's best to bring all your family members to the sanatorium. Don't ask anything else. I'll leave this to you. Chun Hua stared at the director, who had a close relationship with him, and said in a deep voice. At the same time, he handed a chip to the director. Okay, Brother Hua, what's this? Only the military can open the chip. After a month, if everything is calm, this chip will automatically destroy itself. If there are any changes, leave it to the military. What happened? Chun Hao could no longer stay calm at this time. First, in a short period of time, the director brought back 6 children of almost the same age and the special nurse who had only left him for a few days. Needless to say, Chun Hao could sense that the 6 children were the crystallization of the previous special nurses who had sex with him many times. Not long after, he sensed that extraterrestrial life had appeared in Long Hua Planet's capital, and not long after, his parents arrived in an advanced battleship. If that was all, it would be fine, but the extraterrestrial life had targeted his father's private battleship. This made Chun Hao, the living dead, anxious like an ant on a hot pan, but there was nothing he could do. It was obvious that his parents were going to take him, his flesh and blood, and the special nurse who was pregnant with his flesh and blood away, and they were going to take his father's private battleship. And the extraterrestrial life obviously coveted the battleship. So what would happen next? Chun Hao was anxious, but he couldn't even remind his parents. He was bedridden, but he knew everything in the world. For the first time, he had an incomparably strong desire to wake up, to really wake up. But no matter how much he struggled, most of his mind was still immersed in chanting the profound scripture. Not even a ripple could be seen in the eternal and unchanging rhythm of the scripture. Ah, Chun, Professor Chun. You are Professor Chun? You are Mrs. Chun. After Chun Hao's 6 children and Lu Kai were sent into Chun Hua's private battleship, Chun Hua and his wife, under the guidance of the director, came to Chun Hao's room. As soon as they entered the room, the young nurses, Lu Hui and Lu Qian, opened their eyes wide and said with incomparable excitement, "Chun Hua, the current godfather of science in the Sky River sector. Who didn't know him? Who didn't know him?" Even the ruler of Long Hua planet didn't have as much influence as Chun Hua in the Sky River sector. Lu Hui and Lu Qian had long known that Chun Hao's parents were definitely important figures. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to live in the Long Hua Planet Sanatorium's battleship base. Lu Qian, Lu Hui, hello. I didn't expect you to be more beautiful in person than in image. Fan Zhen looked at the pretty Lu Qian and Lu Hui with bright eyes and said with a smile, "Madam, you know us? I really didn't expect you to be handsome. Chun Hao's parents. I'm so excited." The lively Lu Hui didn't even think about it and said excitedly. Lu Qian, on the other hand, blushed slightly and was a little restrained. Lu Qian, Lu Hui, I'm very happy to meet you. We are going to take Hao away now. I wonder, are you willing to leave with us? Of course we are. We are Chun Hao's exclusive bodyguards, so we naturally have to follow. Lu Qian also replied, "The departure I'm talking about might be for a very, very long time, or we might never return to Long Hua planet." Chun Hua directly said, "Ah." Lu Hui and Lu Qian were slightly surprised. Second update, looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Have a good weekend. Chapter 921. I'll give you half an hour to think about it. You can contact your families before you make a decision. Before I came, the director had already negotiated with your families, and they agreed. This is a serious matter, and time is of the essence. I'm sorry, Chun Hua said again. He and Fan Zhen sincerely hoped that the two of them would follow them, especially the young nurse, Lu Hui. Lu Hui had a special ability to hear voices that only extraterrestrial beings could hear. This might help Chun Hao in the future. However, Chun Hua's plan had come too quickly. Otherwise, Lu Hui and Lu Qian might have ended up like the other nurses in 2 years. That would have been much easier to handle. Chun Hua couldn't force them. Time was of the essence, so he could only offer great benefits and persuade their families first. Chun Hua had already asked the director to make an offer that was difficult to refuse. Now, it was up to the two of them to decide. Little Qian, Little Hui, I like you very much. I hope you can come with us. How? Or we'll wake up. I won't hide it from you. Because of the situation before, his father chose the two of you as his daughters-in-law. Fan Zhen, who had already reached the bed, and was gently stroking Chun Hao's face, looked at Lu Qian and Lu Hui expectantly. Fan Zhen said this because she had watched a lot of videos of Lu Qian and Chun Hao. As for Lu Hui, who had just arrived, she might not be affected much, but Lu Qian and Lu Hui were very close. Lu Qian's decision would naturally affect Lu Hui. On this point, Fan Zhen was also very proud of her son. What was the use of being handsome when he was a zombie? However, he still inexplicably attracted girls. Otherwise, he wouldn't have caused so many nurses to fall for him. This was inconceivable. Then, the director brought Lu Qian and Lu Hui to an office where they could communicate with each other in 3D, leaving them some space alone. What should I do? What should I do? Chun Hao, who couldn't move at all, was extremely anxious. Although he wanted to see his parents again, at this moment, he wished that they hadn't come back. The conversation just now made Chun Hao realize how serious the situation was. His parents wanted to take him and the flesh and blood they had left behind under such circumstances. Obviously, they had no choice but to leave. Moreover, it was a desperate situation for the entire Skyriver sector. Otherwise, with his father's status, he wouldn't have made such a decision. All of the signs indicated that he was leaving the Milky Way planetary system. But now, they were being targeted by extraterrestrial beings. Chun Hao knew very well how dangerous these extraterrestrial life forms hiding in various parts of the Skyriver sector were to the ordinary people of the Skyriver sector, like his father. More than 10 kilometers away from the warship base of Longhua Sanatorium. Although it's not a large battleship, it's definitely a very powerful one. This model has never appeared on the official website of the Skyriver sector before. The symbol is also the number 1 private battleship of the Longhua Academy of Sciences. It belongs to the godfather of science, Chun Hua. Then it must be that this big shot had arrived here. Luck. Ha ha. Controlling Chun Hua, controlling his personal battleship. I will be able to reach 2046 without any hindrance. The godfather of science. Almost all the advanced capabilities of the battleships were developed by him. So how could his personal battleship be inferior? He. The young man, who looked like an ordinary person, was more than 10 kilometers away from the sanatorium. As he looked at the sky above the sanatorium, his eyes became more and more excited. He was confident that the moment the battleship opened its hatch, he would be able to quietly sneak into the battleship and take control of Chun Hua. Although it would consume some energy, it was absolutely worth it. Phew, what is he doing here? It's a pity that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is extinct, and my senses are limited to a very small range. Don't stay for too long. I can't afford to wait. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Qian and Lu Hui walked out with tears on their faces. Professor Chen, Madam, we are willing to go with you. The two of them learned from their families that Chun Hua had given them an astonishing amount of compensation. However, their family background and status were not bad. So, what if the compensation was greater? The real reason why their families agreed to it was because of Chun Hua's name. Okay, thank you. When I said forever, I don't necessarily mean forever. Maybe one day we will come back. Let's go. After Chun Hua finished speaking, he and Fan Zhen pushed Chun Hao, who couldn't move at all, towards the deck along the open passage. Lu Hui and Lu Qian collected themselves and quickly ran to Chun Hua and Fan Zhen's side to take over. Brother Hua, see you again. Take care. Brother Hua. Although, I don't know what will happen. I hope to see you again. I hope so too. Take care. Remember what I told you before. Okay. Chun Hua and the director hugged each other tightly. Together, they pushed Chun Hao toward the battleship. No. No one could hear Chun How's consciousness? At this moment, he was frantically shouting, trying to stop his parents. However, all his efforts were in vain. How did it feel to watch his parents and two beautiful nurses walk step by step into danger, but unable to do anything? Beep, beep, beep. Chun Hua activated his personal computer. Under the sunlight, the battleship shone with a silver glow. The hatch opened at a uniform speed. At the same time, the light shielding system of the sanatorium's battleship was activated simultaneously to facilitate the departure of the battleship. Hiss! A ray of light that was completely beyond the range of human eyes suddenly flashed past the light detection of the sanatorium's battleship and Chun Hua's personal battleship. Ah! Chun Hao screamed with all his might. He screamed at the top of his lungs. He wanted to control his own body more than anything else. All this time, although he could not move, his powerful senses allowed him to see almost everything he wanted to know. After many failed attempts to control his body, he gave up. Although it was important to him, it was not urgent. After all, he had been unconscious most of the time. It was only in the last 2 years that he had been conscious more and more. But now, however, he had an incomparable desire, an intense desire to control his own body. At this moment, Chun Hao felt like he was fighting a deep nightmare. He was trying his best to gain control of his body. He failed again and again and tried again and again. Unfortunately, his parents and the two nurses did not realize the danger that was about to befall them. They entered the battleship without changing their pace. At the same time, they didn't notice that Chun Hao's lips, which had been slightly opening and closing for 18 years, quietly closed the moment they entered the tunnel and started walking towards the battleship, and didn't move at all. The hatch slowly closed amidst the buzzing sound of the battleship's airflow. Immediately, a beam of light shot out and soared into the sky. Monday, early morning, Chapter 1. Looking for recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 9:22. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. At this moment, a dazzling light burst out from the battleship and turned into light ribbons, binding Chenhua, Fanzhen, Lu Qian, and Lu Hui easily. Under the astonished gazes of Chenhua and the other three, a tall and slender figure appeared in front of them with an excited and complacent smile on his face. Extraterrestrial life form. From the moment he found out that his son might be the so-called immortal destiny of the extraterrestrial beings, every possibility, every action, even every word, and every result was in his hands. Chenhua, who had finally lost his composure at this moment. Ha ha ha. Chenhua, the chief scientist of the Scarver sector, known as the godfather of science and the strongest scientist in history. Very good, very good. Your soul is indeed much stronger than ordinary people's. The blessing of holy light. The excited extraterrestrial life form suddenly looked at the frightened and pale Fanzhen. What? Innate spiritual body. There is an innate spiritual body. Then he looked at the little nurse, Lu Hui, with an even more surprised expression. Good. Very good. I didn't expect that there would be someone with the blessing of holy light and an innate spiritual body in this sector where the spiritual chi of heaven and earth is extinct. Ha ha ha. Li Mubai, finally have great luck. No, Li Mubai was shocked. He looked at Fanzhen again and said, Where did your blessing of holy light come from? Tell me. Sizzle. Ah, Fanzhen screamed. Li Mubai grabbed at Fanzhen, and Fanzhen floated uncontrollably to Li Mubai's side. He grabbed her chin and hung her in the air. What do you want to do? Don't mess around. Chen Hua said angrily. Lu Qian and Lu Hui were trembling all over, and their faces were full of fear. They had never seen such a thing that was completely beyond their knowledge. What was the extraterrestrial life form that Chun Hua mentioned? Tell me. Put her down, I'll tell you. Chun Hua's frightened eyes flickered several times, and his body trembled. He bit his lips until they bled, but his voice became steady and cold. Hubby, you can't say it. Although Fan Zhen was frightened and flustered, she firmly said at this moment. She was very clearly aware that she would definitely die if she fell into the hands of these xenorace beings. But since the other party hadn't noticed his son's abnormality, he couldn't say anything. Death was still better than the so-called refinement of the extraterrestrial beings. Pa! Li Mubai slapped Fan Zhen's face, leaving a clear handprint on her pale face. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and half of her teeth fell out. Mom. The crisp sound of the slap caused the sober Chun Hao's heart to bleed. Ever since Chun Hao was pregnant, he had always felt his mother's deep love. She had been with him for 3 years of prenatal education, and for the first 8 years of his life, whether he could hear or not, his mother had been with him every day. She had talked to him and worried about his strange illness, but at this moment, he could only watch helplessly as his mother was being bullied. He couldn't even move an inch. Bastard, if you dare to touch her again, we would rather die than submit. Humph. If it wasn't for the fact that searching for souls consumes too much energy, I wouldn't need you to tell me that. Li Mubai said coldly. However, although he said so, he waved his hand and threw Fan Zhen, who was bound by the immortal light, to the ground. He turned his head and looked at Chun Hua, whose eyes were filled with anger and hatred, and said, Say it! My patience is limited. Also, give me the control of the battleship first. That's impossible. This is the most advanced battleship in the entire Skyriver sector. The battleship's AI is an unnatural life that is bound to my brain for life. Other than me, no one can control it. Oh, it's really powerful. That's simple. Lock onto planet 2046 for me first. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you don't want to die in my hands, don't play any tricks. Although I don't know much about your technology, I have more or less understood it in these few years. If anything goes wrong, all of you will die. You are doing this for that magical stone? Chun Hua looked calmer. Fan Zhen had fainted at this moment, which made Chun Hua feel a little relieved. Smart. You are indeed a godfather. Tell me, what's the matter with the holy light blessing on her body? That's not right. You shouldn't know what the holy light blessing means. Why didn't she let me say it? Humph, isn't the holy light blessing the mark of a person who has achieved the Tao? Why don't we understand it? You will pay a heavy price for what you have done today. Chun Hua said coldly, and his expression became calmer. We are outside working for your leader. Can you afford to offend him? My leader? Ha ha. Who? How come I don't know that I have a leader in Skyriver sector? Zhao Guiyu. Humph. You better let us go immediately. Leaving the battleship and delaying Mr. Zhao's business. He will never let you go. Chun Hua said sternly. When he first met Zhao Guiyu had suspected that the holy light blessing on his body was related to their people. So at this moment, there was no problem in pushing the holy light blessing on Fan Zhen to Zhao Guiyu. Zhao Guiyu? Ha ha ha. The Zhao Guiyu, who has become a prisoner of Skyriver sector? Tell me, what's your relationship with him? It's nothing. He saved my wife's life with the holy light blessing. I'm just working for him. So he has come out. Li Mubai frowned slightly. Although he looked calm, he was very surprised. The holy light blessing on Fan Zhen was indeed something that only their people could do. However, Zhao Guiyu was captured alive because he had exhausted his energy. How could he still have the ability to bless others? Zhao Guiyu was very strong, and he was very scheming. He knew this very well. Perhaps, when he saw that there was no hope of escaping, he deliberately preserved his energy and deliberately allowed himself to be captured alive. Got it. Why don't you get out of here? Slap. Li Mubai did not hesitate at all. He slapped the arrogant Chun Hua to the ground and spat out blood. Humph. Zhao Guiyu is not here. Even if he is, you are just an ant and a dog. How dare you roar at me? Leader. Do you really think he is our leader? Is he worthy? I am not as strong as him, and there are a few people who are stronger than me. However, it won't be long before I have the final say. No one can compete with me. Tell me, what does he want you to do? You. At this moment, Chun Hua covered his mouth, looking extremely frightened and trembling all over. He immediately lowered his head and said, I said, he promised me that he will take me and my family to a world where we can live forever and become like you. The condition is that we have to get him out of the military department. It had to be said that Chun Hua was a real genius, an all-round genius. Chapter 9:23. If he had acted in a movie on Earth, he would definitely have won an Oscar award. The change from his arrogant appearance just now to his humble and fearful appearance now was so natural there was no need to mention Fan Zhen, who had passed out. Lu Hui and Lu Qian, who were awake, had no idea what was going on. However, based on the previous conversation and the fact that Chun Hua had taken them away, the two of them vaguely felt that Chun Hua was betraying the Skyriver space zone to save the extraterrestrial life for the so-called immortality and terrifying abilities. Their gazes towards Chun Hua became cold and indifferent. The image of their idol collapsed. He will give up the immortal opportunity. That's right, a prisoner can't even escape, and his energy is almost exhausted. He has lost the qualification to fight for the immortal opportunity. I think he wants to use you to escape, restore his energy, or call for reinforcements, right? Ha! Sometimes being strong and confident is not a good thing. I am wise and not greedy. 50 years ago, before I caught up with him, I released a strand of my primordial spirit and returned to report to my master. Even if my master took the immortal opportunity for himself, I could still get a generous reward. Ha ha! Li Mubai said in a good mood. He didn't know that his words had set off a storm in Chun Hua's heart. What did it mean to separate a strand of his primordial spirit to report to his master 50 years ago? This was the most worrying thing in the Skyriver Star region. Originally, it was not supposed to happen, but now it was obviously impossible. A chill ran down Chun Hua's spine. What could he do even if he had calculated everything and advanced step by step? In the face of absolute power, everything seemed to be in vain. Now, you have to work for me, Li Mubai. If you do well, I can also take you and your family to the chaotic universe. I'll let you all become cultivators. Especially this little beauty. Li Mubai understood the situation and immediately felt relieved. His eyes were filled with greed and excitement as he looked at Lu Hui. The little nurse, Lu Hui, was an innate spiritual body whose spiritual root originated from the soul mark. Although this kind of person was not as good as the innate Taoist embryo, it was extremely rare. She was naturally close to the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Once she started to cultivate, the speed of controlling power would be extremely amazing. More importantly, she was born in the last days star region, where the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was extinct. This kind of spiritual root was definitely an extremely powerful existence. Otherwise, with the taint of the acquired aura, it should have disappeared long ago. If he could refine such a soul, even if he was in the Daluo Golden Wonderland, he would still be able to reap an unimaginable harvest. What do you want? seeing Li Mubai's excited, greedy, and perverted gaze walk towards her step by step, the young nurse, Lu Hui, finally said with a trembling voice, "Unfortunately, she was bound by the immortal light and couldn't move at all. Don't come over. Bastard, don't touch my cousin. Stop. Li Mubai, do you really think you have complete control over us? If you dare to molest her, then we'll die together." Right at this moment, Chen Hua suddenly spoke in a stern voice. "Die together?" Li Mubai turned his head to look at Chen Hua, frowning. "That's right. Only I can control my battleship. I only need one command, and the AI will start the self-destruct sequence. Don't think that just because my battleship is small, it is weak. The most powerful battleship in the Skyriver sector is my personal battleship. All the most advanced technology and the most powerful weapons that are not yet ready to be widely used are included in my aircraft once it self-destructs, not to mention you. Even if all the extraterrestrial beings join forces, they will still be annihilated." Chunhua looked straight at Li Mubai and said fearlessly, this was definitely not an alarmist talk. On the contrary, when Chunhua said the sentence, he had already issued several commands through the symbiotic connection between his brain and the AI. The immortal light only bound his body and even his soul, but it couldn't bind his consciousness. The AI technology in the Skyriver sector was already very mature, and the mass production of non-humans was the best proof. Good, good. Looking at Chen Hua, who didn't even try to dodge, Li Mubai said viciously. He removed his evil claws from Lu Hui's beautiful face and said, Li Mubai, the dignified Daluo Jinxian, was actually threatened by an ant like you, and I have to admit that amazing, amazing. It seems that the technology of the Skyriver sector is really worth learning from. I can leave them alone. But now you must go to planet 2046 as soon as possible. I still have conditions. F***CK your mother. Then let's die together? Chun Hua's eyes were suddenly full of provocation. It seemed that he was quite determined to die together with them if there was a disagreement. You say it. Let all of them go. I'll go with you alone. Professor, the development of the situation was completely beyond Lu Hui and Lu Qian's imagination. Chun Hua, whose image had just collapsed in their hearts, was now willing to take the risk alone for all of them. That determined and calm look exuded a sense of awe-inspiring justice. Although they still didn't understand what was going on with Professor Chen, at this moment, the two knew that perhaps they had misunderstood Professor Chen. Don't even think about it. Do you think I'm an idiot? Li Mubai said, angrily. Do you believe that I won't crush them one by one? Do you really think I'm afraid of death? Li Mubai was not stupid. If these people were here, even if Chun Hua wanted to detonate the warship, he would only do so when he was forced into a desperate situation. Otherwise, he would never do so. But if he let these people go, it would be different. Without the scruples of their relatives, the possibility of them choosing to die together with him would be greater. Most importantly, if he let these people go, the news would inevitably leak out. At that time, he would become the target of public criticism in this warship. What was the difference between that and poking a hornet's nest? Therefore, at this moment, he must be even more ruthless. Li Mubai and Chun Hua looked at each other. After a full half-minute, Chun Hua sighed in his heart. Beep, beep, beep. Then a prompt suddenly sounded. Master, all life status scans have been completed. If there is any abnormality, the self-detonation program will be automatically executed. Did you hear that? It's fine if you don't let them go, but if there is any abnormality in any of our life status, the self-detonation program will be automatically executed. Li Mubai was slightly stunned, and then he immediately seemed relieved and said, You're really ruthless. I won't touch you. Chi. Just as the word you came out, Li Mubai's expression didn't change in the slightest. Suddenly, with an unimaginable speed, a bright light beam shot out from between his eyebrows and directly penetrated Chun Hua's forehead. "You're the Motherf asterisk king monster." At this moment, the second half of Li Mubai's sentence came out. At this moment, a loud "wong" sound came from Chun Hua's mind. His entire perception of the outside world disappeared. A terrifying pressure directly imprisoned his consciousness, causing a temporary blankness. "You really think I can't do anything to you? Idiot. I just don't want to waste my strength. You don't know what's good for you. I'll first imprison your soul and control your consciousness. I don't believe that I can't figure out your so-called symbiotic brain." Li Mubai's voice drifted in the warship, but his body didn't move at all. Even his lips didn't open and close. Moreover, it seemed to be coming from Chun Hua's body. "Professor, you demon, let go of Professor!" Lu Hui and Lu Qian screamed. Their minds were on the verge of collapse. What kind of monster was this? Even though they didn't understand the laws of divine power, Li Mubai's words made them understand that he was trying to control Professor Chen's soul. If Professor Chen's soul didn't belong to him, could he still be alive? Dad. Dash. At the same time, Chun Hao, who had been struggling madly, trying again and again, failed and tried again and again, roared hysterically in his mind with grief, despair, and anger. Chun Hao was different from Lu Hui and Lu Qian. Even though his consciousness was awake, and he hadn't come into contact with terms such as imprison the soul and control the consciousness, he naturally understood what the other party was trying to do. In fact, even if Li Mubai didn't say anything, Chun Hua could tell that it was Li Mubai's soul or primordial spirit, just by sensing the fluctuations of the light that bloomed between his eyebrows. At the same time, the mysterious fluctuations emitted from it clearly appeared in Chun Hao's mind, allowing Chun Hao to understand what the other party was trying to do. Unfortunately, no matter how crazy he was, how hard he tried, and how unwilling he was, he still couldn't wake up. The ending seemed to be destined. But with Chun Hao's hysterical screams filled with despair, anger, and unwillingness in his mind, an imperceptible light flashed between Chun Hao's eyebrows. Third update, seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 9:25. Colorless, soundless, formless, and formless light. Only Chun Hao himself felt the space between his eyebrows twitch slightly. At this moment, Chun Hua, whose consciousness was completely blank, suddenly felt as if he was situated in the boundless and vast night sky. His body was as light as a feather as he floated in the night sky. It was pitch black, and he couldn't even see his own fingers. Anyone who was in this environment would feel an indescribable panic. However, all the pressure and pain from before had completely disappeared, and the heavens and earth were completely silent. Am I dead? Chun Hua stared blankly at the pitch-black space around him and muttered to himself in a dejected and lonely manner. In the end, it's still futile. Is this the soul? Death is actually conscious. Science is really ridiculous. The things I've been researching all my life have been wrong from the beginning. Extraterrestrial life, human soul and body are the greatest treasures. Just when Chun Hua was sighing with endless regret, he was suddenly shocked. Light. A ray of light. Extremely bright light. Chun Hua couldn't describe this light because it wasn't light that could be seen with the naked eye. It seemed to be a light that illuminated everything in the world, in the soul. If it was a cultivator with profound cultivation, he would naturally know that this was the light of nature. The formless light of nature could also be called the light of the great Tao. However, this wasn't the reason why he was surprised. He was already dead, and everything had become nothing. What else was there to be surprised about? Perhaps it wouldn't be long before his remaining consciousness, or even his soul, would dissipate into the endless void. What really surprised him was that he saw a figure in this bright light, riding on the light. The figure was slender, handsome, and had eyes like stars. His face was like jade, and his whole body exuded a majestic aura of supremacy. It was like a Buddha, like an immortal descending to the mortal world. Most importantly, this figure, except for the aura and temperament, looked exactly the same as his son, who hadn't woken up for 18 years. Professor Chen, hello. The young man smiled and said, You, who are you? Chen Hua was so shocked that he couldn't describe it. The other party's address was obviously not his son. No, his son hadn't woken up at all. How could he know that he was his father? Not to mention that he was Professor Chen Hao. Chen Hao. My son? No, I'm not your son. The other me is your son. But I guess I can be considered your son. Chen Hao smiled and said, Looking at you is like looking at the past me. You are not inferior to the past me. It's a pity that I wasn't as scientific as you were. Of course, your Skyriver sector doesn't have the mysteries of Earth and the legacies of Buddhism and Taoism. Chen Hao's words made even Chen Hua, who was extremely intelligent, dizzy. He completely short-circuited and had no idea what Chen Hao was talking about. What do you mean by another me? And what do you mean by the past me? Ha ha ha. Professor Chen, forget it. I'll just call you father. It's not easy to have a biological father. You deserve my respect. What the hell are you talking about? Chen Hua patted his forehead and asked in confusion. With his super high IQ, he really couldn't understand Chen Hao's words. What did he mean by it's not easy to have a biological father? Father, you'll understand in the future. It's a bit complicated to explain. Now, I'll help you deal with that damn guy. Your son, the other me is anxious to death. Fortunately, my soul residence has been condensed and is about to come to an end. Otherwise, the loss would be huge. I'm really cute, Chen Hao said with a relaxed smile on his face. Cute. Chen Hao was naturally describing the other him. Chen Hao knew everything about the other him. However, the other him didn't know anything about the real Chen Hao. The other him could be said to be a life that was completely born in this world. His soul origin, flesh, blood, hair, and skin all came from his parents, Chen Hua and Fan Zhen. The only difference was that Chen Hao and the other him's soul origin were naturally connected in the mother's womb. However, Chen Hao's original body had unilaterally cut off all memories and consciousness. If the Shao clan's ancestor knew about this, he would definitely be so angry that he would vomit blood, tremble in fear, and be so envious that he would die a true 9 lives. Although Chen Hao only gave birth to a second life, it was an existence that fused his own Tao, as well as the true essence of the 3,000 great Tao and the Supreme Buddhist scriptures. This kind of 9 lives profound technique could definitely be considered a transformation and sublimation of the Shao clan's ancestors' 9 lives profound technique. In the future, when he broke through the limit of 9 lives, the chances of cultivating 10 lives against the heavens would be tens or hundreds of times higher. Perhaps he wouldn't even need to find a shortcut to achieve 10 lives against the heavens. This was definitely not something the Shao clan's ancestors' 9 lives profound technique could compare to. Chen Hao casually pointed his finger. An endless immortal light turned into a bright light shield that protected Chen Hua's soul imprint, although it took a long time to describe. In fact, Chen Hao and Chen Hua's pure consciousness communication only lasted for a moment. That was when Li Mubai's primordial spirit invaded Chen Hua's mind and shouted that he wanted to control Chen Hua's soul. Qi. The bright light that connected Li Mubai and Chen Hua's eyebrows was originally about to be cut off. After all, Li Mubai of the Daluo Golden Wonderland had an extremely powerful soul. As long as he wasn't afraid of wasting energy, he could easily control Chen Hua. Even if Chen Hua's soul was much stronger than many mortals, he was still a mortal. How strong could he be? Therefore, Li Mubai didn't need to use his entire soul to enter. However, just as he was about to cut it off, a terrifying, devouring power suddenly rose from Chen Hua's forehead. Ah! At this moment, Li Mubai let out an extremely terrified scream. Not only did the light that connected with Chen Hua not cut off, but it also instantly increased by countless times, becoming even brighter and more majestic. Li Mubai didn't even have time to resist. At the moment when he didn't have time to resist, his entire soul, along with all his energy, completely entered Chen Hua's mind. Of course, what really entered was Chen Hao's soul. Possession and soul refining compared to Chen Hao, not to mention being in the same realm. Even if he was one realm higher than Chen Hao, he definitely wouldn't be Chen Hao's opponent. Chen Hao could definitely be called a possession expert, a professor. His incomparably powerful soul, coupled with the extreme Tao spiritual cultivation, coupled with several soul battles that were beyond his realm, Li Mubai, who was in the same realm, wasn't even qualified to carry his shoes in front of him. Endless immortal light condensed into a mysterious and complicated soul seal, directly imprisoning Li Mubai's soul. At this moment, Li Mubai was both frightened and frightened. No matter what, he didn't expect such a terrible thing to happen. Requesting monthly votes, recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 9:26. You. Who are you? Almost instantly, Li Mubai judged that this was not something that Chen Hua could do. Otherwise, he would be crazy to play with him until now. Moreover, it was impossible for Chen Hua to have such a terrifying ability. Even he could not understand the mysterious runes at all. There is nothing wrong with pursuing the immortal fate. Killing innocent mortals and destroying a planet without blinking, you deserve to die. Oh, you don't seem to have done it. But you seem to be more shameless, despicable, and obscene than them. The most important thing is, you mother asterisk cur. How dare you hit my mother? And you want to devour my beautiful little wife's spiritual root? And you want to control my father's soul? You deserve to die. No, death is too easy for you. I will refine your soul, keep your soul origin, and let you live a life worse than death. Chen Hao's mind moved, and he substituted his emotions into the state of the other him. The world suddenly opened up, and his state of mind changed instantly. The other him's anger, unwillingness, despair, pain, and other extreme emotions directly ignited in Chen Hao's soul origin. Father, mother, they were all very smooth, without the slightest barrier. Even the little nurse, Lu Hui, became a little wife. This was the main reason why Chen Hao finally chose to call Chen Hua father when he talked with Chen Hua before, because he was very clear that once he opened the seal between his soul and his other self-soul and really integrated, the other him would become the real him, the second him. His emotions were his own emotions, and they came from the influence of the soul origin. You are Chen Hua's son. How is this possible? How is this possible? Humph, nothing is impossible. I am the immortal fate you are looking for. Enjoy it slowly. Chi, chi, chi. As Chen Hao's voice fell, the mysterious runes that imprisoned Li Mubai's soul suddenly burned. Immediately, Li Mubai let out a scream that was more miserable than a pig being slaughtered. The majestic memory fragments were directly absorbed and organized by Chen Hao's powerful soul. All kinds of memories that made Chen Hao's blood boil in the chaotic world poured into Chen Hao's mind and became his memories. These were all things that happened in Chen Hua's soul palace. The little nurses, Lu Hui and Lu Qian, naturally couldn't see the appearance of Chen Hao's soul. It was impossible for them to know that the living dead, Chen Hao, was still lying motionless on the trolley. As for Chen Hua and Li Mubai, the extraterrestrial life forms, after hearing Li Mubai's frightened scream, their eyes became hollow. They stood there motionlessly like statues. Fan Zhen was still unconscious. Only Lu Hui and Lu Qian looked at Chen Hua anxiously. They were bound by Li Mubai's divine ability and couldn't move. At this moment, the outer cabin of the battleship was terrifyingly quiet. Professor! Professor! After a few minutes, there was still no change, causing Lu Hui and Lu Qian to shout, "Madam! Madam, wake up! Wake up! You demon, you'll die a horrible death." Unfortunately, whether it was calling Chen Hua, Fan Zhen, or cursing Li Mubai, the three of them didn't have any reaction. Time slowly passed by. What should we do? What in the world happened? Little Hui, could that demon be controlling Professor's soul? Sister Qian, I don't know. The demon cried out, as if there was an accident. Both Professor and his eyes are hollow. After a full hour, Lu Hui and Lu Qian, who were frightened as if they were having a nightmare, finally calmed down a little. They also felt that something was strange, so they spoke. Little Hui, quickly look. Chen Hao, his lips aren't moving. It can't be. No way, no way. The demon didn't touch him at all. Lu Qian said in fear. He really isn't moving. Lu Hui's eyes widened in shock. The opening and closing of his lips was the symbol of the living dead, Chen Hao's life. He was constantly moving. Now that he suddenly stopped moving, how could the two not be afraid? I'm fine. Everything's fine now. It's all in the past. Was that the majority of my mind? Chen Hao's voice rang out in his mind. Unfortunately, Lu Qian and Lu Hui couldn't hear him. When Chen Hao's true body's soul moved out, his second life's powerful perception clearly sensed the throbbing between his eyebrows. At the same time, he felt that his mind had been emptied. Not long after, a comforting feeling fused into his mind. At the same time, he could clearly sense what had happened. However, he couldn't hear the conversation between Chen Hao's true body and Chen Hua, but he could be sure that his father was safe. It was a confidence that came from the depths of his heart. Just like before, he firmly believed that if he woke up, he would be able to use the divine abilities of these extraterrestrial beings. The feeling of having two selves was indescribable. Perhaps a schizophrenic mental illness could understand a thing or two. The benevolent me, the adorable me, pass. How can I pass? This is only the beginning. The thoughts of a second life didn't hinder Chen Hao's true body at all. It's just one Li Mubai. There are still dozens, hundreds, and even more powerful existences to deal with. People like Li Mubai, who aren't strong, are actually the biggest scourge. Chen Hao's true body thought to himself, as he quickly refined Li Mubai's soul force. Li Mubai's primordial spirit had sent a strand of his primordial spirit back to deliver the letter, but it definitely hadn't arrived yet. They found themselves in the deepest part of the Devil Abyss and regarded themselves as the immortal destiny. They chased after it for 230 years before entering the Scarver sector. In other words, 50 years ago, Li Mubai's strand of primordial spirit went back to deliver the letter. Even if the speed of the primordial spirit was much faster than the true body, it would take at least 60 to 70 years to cover the distance of 180 years of flight. When Li Mubai's master received the news and rushed over, even if it was in the Grand Miss Supremacy realm, it would take at least 10 years. This added up to 70 to 80 years. In other words, it would take at least 20 to 30 years for Li Mubai's master to reach the Skyriver sector. Moreover, it would take Daluo Jingxian 10 years to reach the barrier of the Skyriver sector. The chaotic space was a place where the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was extinct. This was also the reason why Li Mubai and the others didn't tear the space barrier to enter the chaotic space. Otherwise, as long as there was chaotic energy in the chaotic space, with their cultivation, they could absorb and refine it to recover to their peak state. Of course, the main reason was that they were fighting for the immortal destiny. Otherwise, they could just hijack a Skyriver sector aircraft that didn't need to be driven by the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, tear the space barrier, and spend a few years to enter the chaotic space with chaotic energy. But who would dare to spend 10 to 20 years going back and forth? In that case, the immortal destiny would have been snatched away by others. Chapter 9:27. I'm just afraid that someone like Li Mubai still exists. This was what Chen Hao was most worried about. If a few of the 112 people were like Li Mubai and sent a wisp of their primordial spirit back to report, it would undoubtedly be very bad. A smiling one would at least bring out an old one. The young one was already Daluo Jingxian, so what realm would the old one be at? It was almost certain that he would be an expert from the Grand Mist Supremacy realm. One of them was enough to make Chen Hao suffer, let alone a few of them. Chen Hao's nirvana of the true self had already entered the final stage, and would succeed very soon. At that time, his battle strength would definitely be much, much stronger, but it was hard to say whether his realm would be able to break through the initial stage of Daluo Jingxian after he had succeeded in the Golden Scale Dragon transformation. During the battle with Xiao Yan, although Chen Hao's physical body had been destroyed and his soul palace had been shattered during the Golden Scale Dragon transformation, which meant that both his body and soul had been destroyed, his immortal body and Yi Lan's enlightenment before the battle allowed Chen Hao to comprehend the nirvana of the true self that was even more powerful than Yi Lan's from the Taoist scriptures and Buddhist scriptures. Coupled with the mysterious immortal weapon in his mind protecting the mental world and the soul origin imprint, he could be considered to have truly survived the Golden Scale Dragon transformation. Moreover, it was the Golden Scale Dragon transformation that had fused together with Xiao Yan's. At that time, both of them had triggered the Golden Scale Dragon transformation. How powerful would it have been if they had fused together? Otherwise, Chen Hao's Golden Scale Dragon transformation alone would not have been able to destroy him. Moreover, the shattered soul fragments of Xiao Yan, the Xiao clan patriarch's 10th life, had been devoured by the mysterious immortal weapon protecting the mental world. Now, they had become Chen Hao's soul force. Similarly, Chen Hao had also obtained the Xiao clan patriarch's 9-life heart mantra from Xiao Yan's soul fragments. This was how he had obtained his current second life. 980 years from the collapse of the battle with Xiao Yan, leaving the space-time when the Golden Scale Dragon transformed into a dragon, to the nirvana of the true self in the depths of the demonic abyss of the chaotic universe, to the awakening of his consciousness and turning into a wisp of immortal light to be chased to the Skyriver sector. It had been 980 years since Chen Hao left the vast universe galaxy. How far was the chaotic, boundless world from the ancient chaos star field? Chen Hao didn't know. However, ever since he had awakened his consciousness in the demonic abyss, he had always been able to receive a power of faith that surpassed the laws of time and space. Even in the Skyriver sector, where there was no spiritual chi of heaven and earth, there was no exception. This was especially so for his women and brothers and sisters who were closely related to his karmic luck. They could hear it even more clearly. The prayers of all living beings, take them all in my heart. Unfortunately, Chun Hao could only hear them. It was impossible for him to communicate with them. Another thing that surprised Chen Hao was that the power of faith he received was far beyond his imagination. It was at least tens of millions. After a full 2 hours, the little nurses Lu Qian and Lu Hui, who were anxiously waiting and unable to do anything, suddenly felt their bodies loosen. The divine sense that bound them disappeared on its own. The restraints on Fan Zhen and Chen Hua also disappeared at the same time. Professor! Madam! Without any hesitation, Lu Hui and Lu Qian rushed to the motionless Chen Hua, while the other went to support the unconscious Fan Zhen on the ground. They looked at the motionless Li Mubai with vigilance. Don't come over, demon! To their surprise, the thing they were most worried about happened. Li Mubai's empty eyes suddenly flashed with a flash of light and returned to normal. A smile appeared on his handsome face as he chuckled softly. This made Lu Hui and Lu Qian suddenly scream. They opened their arms and stood in front of Chen Hua and Fan Zhen, respectively. They looked like they were going to risk their lives. However, their delicate bodies were trembling and their little faces were pale from excessive fear. It was obvious that they were terrified to the extreme. Chen Hao did not expect that the two little girls had such a brave and tenacious side. After all, what happened today was definitely beyond their knowledge. It was not easy for them to not be scared silly. They were so scared that their legs were trembling, but they still had the courage to protect others. Don't be afraid. Don't be nervous. At this moment, two voices sounded at the same time. The first voice was from Chen Hua, who was behind Lu Hui. The second voice was from Li Mubai. Professor! Lu Hui and Lu Qian were surprised. However, at this moment, Li Mubai slowly walked toward Fan Zhen, who had not been helped up yet. His eyes were gentle and full of inexplicable emotions. Don't come over. Lu Qian screamed again. Xiao Qian, it's okay. Don't worry. Chen Hua said in a low voice. However, his eyes were also looking straight at Li Mubai, and his brows were deeply furrowed. Obviously, even at this moment, he was not sure whether what had happened was real or not. Or rather, it was more like he did not dare to believe it. That was too inconceivable. Li Mubai smiled and shook his head. He stopped in his tracks and pointed out a finger. In an instant, a dazzling and majestic aquamarine light condensed into a light screen that covered everyone present. Lu Qian and Lu Hui's screams came to an abrupt end. Chen Hua's body trembled slightly, and he immediately closed his eyes. The majestic, tender green light, like the light of life that gave birth to all things in the world, gently poured onto the four people. It penetrated their pores and penetrated deep into their bodies. An indescribable comfort instantly pervaded their souls. The unconscious Fan Zhen, Lu Qian, and Chen Hua were fine. However, Lu Hui, who had the innate spiritual root, widened her bright and beautiful eyes in surprise. She felt like a dry desert that had suddenly received the nourishment of spring rain. Her whole body was absorbing the intoxicating vitality at a speed several times faster than Chen Hua, and the other two. That feeling was too wonderful. It was so wonderful that Chen Hua, Lu Qian, and even the unconscious Fan Zhen were deeply intoxicated and forgot all their troubles. Unfortunately, it was only a moment before the green light on Lu Hui, Lu Qian, and Chen Hua dissipated, leaving only the unconscious Fan Zhen. However, even though they had only absorbed it for a moment, Lu Hui, Lu Qian, and Chen Hua felt as if they had been reborn. They were full of vigor and vitality, and a kind of comfort that they had never felt before appeared from within their hearts. Lu Hui and Lu Qian looked at Li Mubai, who was standing with a smile, with puzzlement and confusion. Then they looked at Chen Hua, who was beside them, and finally at Fan Zhen, who was still immersed in the green light. Fan Zhen's red and swollen cheeks recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dirty blood at the corner of her mouth evaporated like water. Suddenly, Fan Zhen let out a groan. Then she opened her eyes abruptly and said with horror, "Hubby, you can't say it." As she opened her mouth to speak, Lu Hui and Lu Qian opened their small mouths in surprise. Her teeth were actually intact. Chen Hua was so emotional that he pulled Fan Zhen into his arms. "Zhenjin, it's okay. It's okay. Our Professor Chen." Li Mubai suddenly interrupted Chen Hua. Chapter 9:28. Don't get the flight route wrong. Li Mubai said, blinking his eyes. Ahem. Chen Hua awkwardly coughed. When he was in his mind, Chen Hao had already told him what to do. For the time being, he couldn't tell anyone about his appearance, including his mother. This was for his second life. Back then, he'd cut off all information about his second life, but didn't cut off its ability to fuse with the soul source. This was to allow the second life to grow on its own, to become independent, and to form a different personality and way of thinking from the original body. Only in this way, when all the memories were connected, would there be an even more intense collision of souls, allowing his temperament and soul to undergo a transformation. This method was similar to sealing the memories of the endless cycle of reincarnation, entering the 7 emotions and 6 desires, using the boundless mortal world to refine the heart and achieve the great Tao of transcendent. And now, it was the critical time for the second life to refine its temperament. Chen Hao naturally couldn't tell anyone about the appearance of his true self. If he did, it would affect the people around the second life, interfering with the second life and losing its original effect. Letting Chen Hua know was because he had no other choice. After all, Chen Hao couldn't do what Li Mubai did and control Chen Hua's soul. There were many things that required Chen Hua's cooperation. Suddenly, the 4 of them felt their vision blur. Li Mubai strangely disappeared in front of them without a trace, as if he'd turned into air and disappeared into thin air. Lu Qian, Lu Hui, and Fan Zhen, who'd just woken up, all stared with wide eyes at the spot where Li Mubai had disappeared, not knowing what had happened. Only Chen Hua's expression was still calm, but deep down, he was also shocked. Son, was this really his son? Chen Hua once again thought of the dream that Fan Zhen had told him countless times, but he'd always laughed it off. Chen Hua now knew that his son, or rather, the real Chen Hao who'd reincarnated as his son, was far stronger than he and his wife had imagined. Me, another me, the past me. Chen Hua pondered over the words that Chen Hao had just said in his mind and sorted them out. His own son was another him, and there was a past him before him. What's going on? Hubby, how long have I been unconscious? What happened? How did he disappear? Fan Zhen asked several questions in surprise. At this moment, she, who had just woken up, felt that her physical condition was much better than before. What surprised her even more was that her teeth, which had been completely knocked out, had returned to normal. Zhenjin, don't worry. You were only unconscious for a while. We should be fine. What exactly happened? I haven't figured it out yet. Chen Hua said, Professor, that demon, why did it disappear? Professor, what's going on? Lu Qian and Lu Hui asked in confusion. Chen Hua looked at Lu Hui and Lu Qian, who were still looking at him nervously and worriedly. Chen Hua was still very touched and grateful for their performance just now. Although it didn't work, the 2 of them had completely gained Chen Hua's approval. After a slight hesitation, he said, This matter, it's a long story. I'll tell you briefly. At your age, you might still remember that 10 years ago, the entire Skyriver sector often had terrifying natural disasters, causing dozens of planets with life to become history and cease to exist. Countless humans also died in that terrifying natural disasters. I remember, Professor, are you saying that the natural disasters were caused by that demon? The clever Lu Hui immediately asked. That's right. The so-called natural disasters were actually the invasion of our Skyriver sector by extraterrestrial life forms. Back then, the entire Skyriver sector coalition army was mobilized to kill and capture the extraterrestrial life forms that appeared. And that was because the extraterrestrial life forms had exhausted their energy and couldn't recover in the Skyriver sector. Otherwise, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to suppress them at all. Li Mubai looked at Lu Hui and said, a few days ago, the military alliance finally made a breakthrough in the interrogation of the extraterrestrial life forms, but the news they brought back was Chen Hua briefly told the whole story to Lu Hui and Lu Qian. However, Chen Hua didn't say anything about Chen Hao, including the matter of immortal fate. It was all based on the pretense of Planet 2046. Professor, how did that demon disappear? I don't know. Let's take it one step at a time. Well, let's go to the inner cabin first. After Chen Hua finished speaking, he glanced at Chen Hao, who was sleeping and didn't move at all, and opened the inner cabin door of the warship. The young nurses, Lu Hui and Lu Qian, saw Chen Hua's appearance. Although they still felt that there were many things that they didn't understand, they didn't ask anymore. At the same time, they pushed Chen Hao into the inner cabin. At this time, Lu Hui and Lu Qian were surprised and delighted to find that Chen Hao's lips opened and closed slightly again, returning to his original appearance. Wow, I want my mother. Auntie, you said it. Why isn't my father here yet? As soon as the inner cabin door opened, a voice came out. Lu Kai, who was pregnant with Chen Hao's flesh and blood and insisted on not agreeing to the fetal transplant operation, came in first. She was accompanying 6 little guys who looked like an equal number. There were also several young girls who were respectfully helping to take care of the children. However, these young girls looked exactly the same, but their expressions lacked a touch of liveliness. They were the extraterrestrials born in the Skyriver sector. They were also the service staff of Chen Hua's private warship. Professor, Madam, when they saw Chen Hua and the others come in, Lu Kai, and the other extraterrestrials present immediately saluted respectfully. Lu Kai, lowered her head shyly, and her eyes couldn't help but secretly look at the sleeping Chen Hao. Are you my father? A little boy who was the oldest, but was only about 2 years old, looked at Chen Hua, who was walking at the front. He was full of curiosity as he looked at Chen Hua, who was walking at the front, and spoke clearly with a childish voice. He looked extremely cute, especially his pair of dark eyes, which gave off a very lively feeling. This little guy was Chen Hao's second life. When he was 15 years old, he was a virgin, and the first shot, or the nth shot, a little life was born. I'm your grandfather. The one sleeping is your father. Chen Hua was slightly stunned, and a trace of gentleness flashed in his eyes. Fanjin leaned over and picked up the little boy, saying, Come, Grandma will carry you to see your father. Is he my father? I finally see my father. Why is he still sleeping? The sun is shining on his, but so naughty. Mom will scold him if she sees him like this. Little lazy worm, get up quickly. The little fellow used his tender little hands to push Chen Hao's face. His expression and tone made him look extremely adorable. Chapter 9:29. However, Fan Zhen and Chun Hua's expressions darkened slightly. The childish voice and the words he said made the two of them faintly feel strange. This child was already sensible, although he was only 2 years old. The other 2 or 3 little guys were still crying, and the youngest was still sleeping in the arms of the waiter. Looking at the little faces, Fan Zhen's heart was very uncomfortable. Although she had thought of this problem before, because of the other party's identity and the consequences of the forced appearance, she and Chun Hua rejected it from the bottom of their hearts. More importantly, the other party was already married and had a new family. Therefore, they only chose to take back their grandchildren. However, the child's words made Chun Hua and Fan Zhen a little confused. Did he never have a father? Good boy, tell Grandma your name. Fan Zhen touched the little guy's face and asked. In the past 10 years, she and Chun Hua were so busy that they had very little time to watch their son's surveillance video. They were even less clear about the situation of these grandchildren, who were accidentally born. The only thing they could do was ask the government to take care of them. My name is Chun Long, the dragon who wants his son to become a dragon. Mom said that only when I grow up and become a capable person can I see Dad. Ha ha ha. Now, I haven't grown up yet. Didn't I see Dad? Mom lied. So naughty. This is your biological father. You didn't have a father before? Chun Hua gently grabbed the little guy's little hand and asked, Biological father? He doesn't even kiss Long Long. He even sleeps. The little guy didn't answer the question. Professor, madam, at this time, Lu Kai suddenly shouted in a seemingly tangled manner. After a slight pause, she mustered up her courage and said, They won't have other men. Marriage is only a formality. The child's father will only be one. They are all waiting. What do you mean? Not only Chun Hua and Fan Zhen were surprised and puzzled, but Lu Hui and Lu Qian were no exception. However, compared to Chun Hua, Fan Zhen, and Lu Hui, Lu Qian was relatively less surprised. Just like Lu Hui once teased her about falling in love with a living dead person, she felt that if this kind of thing happened to her, maybe she would also wait. What she was surprised about was that Lu Kai had confidently said that the other 5 nurses would also wait. Wasn't this a bit too exaggerated? It was already inconceivable for 1 or 2 of them to completely fall into the hands of a living dead. Speaking of which, how could all of them fall into the hands of a living dead? How could she possibly have such great charm? The only one who was not surprised was the sleeping Chun Hao. He was only touched. During these 3 years, the 6 nurses, including Lu Kai, had left one after another, but they had never left Chun Hao's perception. Chun Hao, who had a powerful perception, was very clear about their situation. He knew that the 6 of them did not interact with any other men besides him. Only he didn't know what was so special about him. A living dead who didn't seem to have any hope of waking up, that they would be so loyal to him. Although he believed that he could wake up, they didn't know that. It was also because of this that he was especially moved. How could he repay such deep affection? How do you know? Chun Hua and Fan Zhen asked almost at the same time. Because Lu Kai's face flushed red. She wanted to speak, but no matter how many people were present, especially in front of the professor, she couldn't say it. In the end, she walked directly to Fan Zhen's side, leaned close to her ear, and whispered in a very low voice. No one could hear it, but Fan Zhen looked at Chun Hao in surprise. Her expression was obviously shining with excitement. She said, Are you telling the truth? Yes, madam. That feeling is very, very clear. It will appear every time. And only then will it appear. I believe that they should feel the same as me Lu Kai, said with a red face. Honey, how will wake up. He will definitely wake up. Even if we don't leave the Skyriver sector, he will wake up. Fan Zhen said excitedly after receiving Lu Kai's affirmative answer. After seeing Chen Hua's suspicious and puzzled expression, Fan Zhen whispered a few words in Chen Hua's ear. Immediately, Chen Hua was surprised at first, then nodded. As expected, Fan Zhen and the others didn't know, but at this moment, Chen Hua thought to himself. In fact, when Lu Kai said that they would wait for Chen Hao, he thought of a possibility. Perhaps all of this was done by the real Chen Hao for the other him, his son. Hiss. Vague and indistinct, there is an image in it. Vague and indistinct, there is something in it. Indistinct and indistinct, there is essence in it. Endless laws of Tao rolled, and a magnificent sound of Tao resounded through the heaven and earth. Dense and pure natural energy filled the entire space. Chen Hao sat cross-legged under a towering tree that seemed to connect the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This was Chen Hao's mental world. It was Chen Hao's real body, not the manifestation of his divine will. This was without a doubt an inconceivable matter. It should be known that even Hongmeng Supreme, who possessed the great world in his mind, could allow any cultivator to enter his great world. However, he could not allow his true body to enter. This was because the great world in the mind of the real body. This was something that defied common sense. Who could do it? However, Chen Hao, who had obtained the 9 lives secret art of the Shao clan ancestor, had done it. The great world in the mind of the second life, while the real body entered the great world in the mind. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Chen Hao to cultivate normally in the Skyriver sector where the natural energy of heaven and earth was extinct. Of course, this was also because Chen Hao's great world in his mind was very abnormal. There was a vast and boundless spirit spring sea, as well as a huge amount of spiritual items of heaven and earth obtained in the primitive secret realm. Just the Emperor Chalcedony Ra, or reserves alone, were enough for Daluo Jinxian's Chen Hao to cultivate for more than 10,000 years. Not to mention the other spiritual items of heaven and earth. Chen Hao's real body was completely naked. His spiritual altar was resplendent, and his physical body was covered with mysterious runes that emitted endless immortal light. Just the aura emitted by his physical body alone was enough to make a peak expert like Daluo Jinxian feel weak in the knees. Not to mention the pressure emitted by his spiritual altar, which far exceeded his cultivation level. Even stranger and more terrifying was the fact that Chen Hao's spiritual altar was emitting essence, qi, and spirit. The void above his head seemed to have condensed into a mirror world. At every moment, human figures flickered, and tens of thousands of rays of sacred light fell like the Milky Way of the 9 heavens. This was the pure power of faith that connected the 9 heavens and 10 earths and transcended the laws of space and time. Kill me, I beg you, just kill me. Li Mubai, who had disappeared from the sight of Chen Hua and the others, was now madly absorbing the natural energy of heaven and earth in the vast spirit spring sea. He was motionless. However, in his soul palace, Li Mubai, who only had his soul imprint left, was suffering from all kinds of terrifying illusions. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. If Hu Meinyang, with her innate Tao embryo, was here, she would definitely be shocked. The 10th level of the Red Dust Heart Sutra. Chapter 9:30. The 10th level of the Red Dust Heart Sutra was left behind by the Misty Rain Pavilion's founder and his disciples. One must reach the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm to break through. Otherwise, it was easy to get lost in the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Enter the world first, then come out. However, It was easy to enter the world, but difficult to come out. How many people in the world were able to transcend the 7 emotions and 6 desires by tempering their hearts in the mortal world? Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Chen Hao did not rely on the inheritance of the 13 pagoda steels to break through to the 10th level of the Red Dust Heart Sutra. There was no doubt that this was the 10th level that Chen Hao had comprehended and deduced on his own. You can still maintain your consciousness now. Your willpower is not bad. Don't worry, I'm a very benevolent person. I never liked the secret pleasure of torturing people. What's the point? If I want to kill you, I'll just kill you. Torturing you is a waste of my time and energy. Unfortunately, you can't die now. Chen Hao's voice softly floated in Li Mubai's soul palace. Li Mubai was a genius at the peak of the Daluo Golden Wonderland, using his soul origin to test his new understanding of the Red Dust Heart Sutra was undoubtedly a good target. More importantly, Chen Hao still had to use Li Mubai's identity to do some things. Naturally, he could not kill his soul origin imprint at this time. Demon, you are the real demon. Ah, Li Mubai screamed and roared miserably. Unfortunately, Chen Hao did not have the slightest intention to loosen up. You will regret it. My master will arrive soon. At that time, not only will you be buried with me, but your entire Skyriver Star region will die. All of you will die. Ah, a peak master of the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm. It is indeed a little troublesome. Thank you for your kind reminder. Enjoy it. Can you hear me? Chen Hua settled everyone. Although Fan Zhen and the others still had questions, Chen Hua temporarily suppressed them and did not explain. After going to the warship's control room alone, he concentrated and said in his mind. This was the method of communication that Chen Hao had agreed upon with him before he left. Without giving Chen Hua too much time to wait, Chen Hao's voice sounded directly in Chen Hua's mind. Yes. Can you really help Skyriver Sector survive this crisis? I should be able to. I can't give you a definite answer right now. I can only say that I'm very confident. The premise is that among the remaining cultivators, there is no one like Li Mubai who can send back information. If all of them are like Li Mubai, it will be very troublesome. Chen Hao said in a wisp of divine thought left in Chen Hua's mind. This was what Chen Hao was most worried about. Li Mubai sent back a message saying that his master would definitely come. The chances of him coming alone were very high. After all, the immortal fate that they believed to be was a fatal temptation to any cultivator. The fewer people who knew about it, the better. Otherwise, it would just be making things difficult for him. However, he could not rule out the possibility that he would bring along some of his disciples. Of course, this was not important. The only ones who could really threaten Chen Hao were the Supreme of Hongmeng. The important thing was whether there were any cultivators who had the same idea as Li Mubai among the remaining dozens of cultivators. If those guys all sent back a wisp of their primordial spirit like Li Mubai, then there would be dozens of Supreme of Hongmeng. No matter how strong Chen Hao was, he could not resist. Can you tell me what you're going to do? Have you settled the matter of not letting the military take action? Chen Hao asked rhetorically. I've already sent a message to the military, informing them that more powerful extraterrestrial beings will come. They will inevitably choose to compromise for the time being and prepare to withdraw from the deployment of the Skyriver sector. There won't be any problems. Chen Hua asked. That's good. When I've settled these people, I'll be able to confirm the specific arrangements. I can't be sure yet. Chen Hao said. Hauer, can I call you that? Of course. As I said, your son is me. I'm also your son, your father? Okay, Hao. Then I'll talk to you as your father. I want to know what you're going to do when all kinds of possible situations arise. First of all, if all of them send back messages like Lee Mubai did, more and more powerful extraterrestrial beings will come to the Skyriver sector. What should we do then? Second, if no one else sends back a message, what will you do? Third, if the number of people who send back a message reaches a critical point, what will you do? In each case, what would you do if something unexpected happened and caused you to fail? How? Don't blame me for being nosy. I know your power is not something I can measure, but this concerns the life and death of billions of lives in the Skyriver sector. I need to know everything and make my own judgment. Also, the technological power of the Skyriver sector may be useful. No matter what, we just want to live. We don't want to be enslaved. Ahem. Father, your question is a little difficult for me. First, I don't know what level my power has reached. There are not many people who can give me a reference. In your scientific words, I've made a breakthrough, but I still need to test my real combat power. But so far, I haven't met anyone who can test my real combat power. Second, we only know how strong the other party is. They're stronger than Lee Mubai and the others, but we can't tell how strong they are. It's normal for cultivators to have different combat power at the same level. Take Lee Mubai, for example. He's 2 levels higher than me, but I can easily kill him. This is related to one's talent. So, I can't estimate the critical point you mentioned. However, I can answer you this way. If I can fight against them, then there's no problem. If I can't, then I'll have to choose to escape. You didn't say anything. To prepare for a rainy day, you have to make arrangements in advance. What you said can only be confirmed when the battle breaks out. By then, it may be too late. Chunhua said in his mind, "There's no hurry. More powerful extraterrestrial life forms can't come for the time being. As for now, they can't threaten me at all. After dealing with them, I can send all the natural and semi-natural people in the Skyriver sector to a safe world. There's no problem in guaranteeing your safety. Now, you just need to send me to planet 2046. Okay? Send you or send my how? Your how? Is me. Well, I'm the unconscious me, which is what they call immortal fate. Will it be dangerous? Hee, don't worry, Father. I'm not as great as you. I can save the world. But the premise is that I have the ability. If I don't have the ability, I won't do something that will send me to my death. Chunhao said with a smile. Third update, looking for monthly votes and recommendation tickets at the end of the month. Thank you. Chapter 931. In the chaotic, boundless world. The demon abyss was one of the most dangerous places in the chaotic, boundless world since ancient times. It was formed by a huge, lifeless planet. The entire planet was made of black rocks. On the surface, there was a cave of unknown depth at every certain distance. It was like an abyss that connected directly to the core of the planet. The interior was crisscrossed and interconnected. In every abyss, the deeper one went, the stronger the gravity and the thicker the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The entire planet was like a hollow sculpture that was carefully carved by a supreme immortal. There were no ferocious beasts in it. With the thick spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the lack of any ferocious beasts, this should have been a holy place for cultivation. However, it was listed as a dangerous place by the chaotic, boundless world. This was because any cultivator would lose their sense of direction once they entered any cave on the surface. No matter how strong their senses were, it would be useless. This was one of the reasons. Secondly, once a cultivator entered, no matter how far they went, they would be further away from the surface. The gravity would also increase. This gravity not only affected the body, but also the soul. When one could not bear it, one could only stop. Retreat? Here, retreating was advancing, and advancing was also advancing. It would be difficult to advance or retreat. Unless one broke through the limit and continued to move forward, one would only be trapped and die, or be rescued by an expert. The only way to step out of the demon abyss was to go to the deepest part of the demon abyss, the core of the planet. Once a cultivator could reach the core of the planet, no matter where they went, they could easily reach the surface. These characteristics of the demon abyss made it a dangerous place. Only cultivators in the later stage of the Daluo Golden Wonderland dared to enter. Those who were not in the Daluo Golden Wonderland would definitely die. However, even so, there were many cultivators who entered the demon abyss. They were even stronger than some of the holy places. This was because the demon abyss had even more mysterious things. The black rocks that formed the entire demon abyss were very rare. However, they were not precious because they could not be used for refining weapons and could not be fused with any precious materials. However, their density was extremely shocking. A piece the size of a fist was at least 10,000 kilograms and was extremely hard. The most special thing was that this rock contained a mysterious pulling force. It was as if it could connect the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It had a pulling force that could connect time and space to powerful heavenly punishments. This caused the entire demon abyss to be filled with Tao marks. Because of this, the demon abyss had become a treasured land for many Daluo Golden Wonderland experts to seek immortal fate. Even the powerful supreme Hongmeng would occasionally come here to try his luck, hoping to encounter powerful and profound Tao marks. Similarly, the demon abyss was named as the origin of immortal opportunity. It could be said that many peerless absolute arts in the primal chaos boundless world originated from the increasing number of Tao marks in the demonic abyss. 230 years ago, Chun Hao, whom Zhao Guiyu Li Mubai and 112 other Daluo Jinxian experts considered as immortal fate, escaped from the core of the demonic abyss. Whether it was Chun Hao or Li Mubai, neither of them had expected that after a strand of Li Mubai's primordial spirit went back to inform his master, it would cause such a huge commotion at this moment, the core of the demonic abyss where Chun Hao, Zhao Guiyu Li Mubai, and the others had left was shrouded in a heavy and majestic pressure. Hundreds of people had gathered here, shrouded in immortal light. Among the 100 people, the weakest aura was at the peak of the late Grand Mist Supremacy realm, and there were 30 Tao-cutting true immortals. In the vast universe galaxy, any one of these experts was a big shot who could shock a region. Usually, it was not easy to see one of them, but now there were hundreds of them gathered together. Chi, chi, chi. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement and shock as they stared at the black whirlpool in the center of the hall. It was only 10 meters in diameter and was emitting a sizzling sound. Many powerful divine senses were integrated into the black whirlpool, trying to sense the aura of the black whirlpool. However, they soon gave up and looked at an old man with the strongest aura, who was also the closest to the front. Elder Tian, this is indeed a remnant of the Milky Way tunnel. Only extremely powerful true immortals or even true immortal kings can open and connect it, or perhaps it's a supreme grade celestial artifact. Those who possess a supreme grade celestial artifact are at least 9th level true immortals. The old man with the strongest aura suddenly looked at the other old man beside him and said in a deep voice after probing for more than 10 minutes, "Splash, a true immortal king. A true immortal king. There are only a few of them in the chaotic universe. Yes, this demonic abyss is indeed the origin of immortal opportunities. It seems that we have to come here more to try our luck in the future. A supreme immortal artifact is even rarer. The silent crowd suddenly burst into a discussion and exclaimed in amazement. As expected, the elder called Elder Tian frowned and murmured as if he was still hesitating about something. This Milky Way tunnel has long lost the support of its creator, but it has been maintained for hundreds of years without disappearing. The fusion of the immortality mystery and the devouring mystery in it is really perfect. Even I can barely do it. This person is not simple. Even if he is not a true immortal king and opened it with a supreme immortal artifact, his strength is not something that the Supreme of Hongmeng can contend with. The elder called the sect leader stroked his long beard and looked at the hesitant elder Tian. He said meaningfully, the immortal opportunity that you mentioned should be the mighty person who opened the Milky Way tunnel. Through this Milky Way tunnel, we may be able to find a great thousand world that is about to collapse. This is undoubtedly the best. However, all the powerful existences that were led to the demonic abyss and left behind Taoist marks basically came from outside the chaotic universe. That was why there was such a speculation. It could also be an intact, great thousand world. Whether it's strong or weak, we can't be sure, but at least it's not weaker than our chaotic universe. This is definitely not something that our Hunyuan sect can take on alone. However, as long as we catch the mighty person with the immortal opportunity that you mentioned, we can ascertain some things. This is the opportunity that you found, so you can get 10% of any harvest. Tell me the details. Elder Tian took a deep breath and said, "Forget it. This might be an existence that I can't contend with at all. My disciple, come out and tell me." Chi, after Elder Tian finished speaking, a wisp of primordial spirit, which was extremely weak in everyone's eyes, suddenly flew out from between his eyebrows. The primordial spirit shadow condensed. Who else could it be but Li Mubai? Disciple, Li Mubai greets the sect leader, master, and all the seniors. Li Mubai bowed and said excitedly, in the Daluo Golden Wonderland, although his talent and potential were extremely strong, and he was also a rare genius in the Hunyuan sect, where geniuses came in large numbers, he was very ordinary. He was not bad, but he was not outstanding either. When he encountered a powerful immortal opportunity, he just wanted to report it to his master, but he did not expect that it would cause such a big commotion. Chapter 932. Later, his master told Li Mubai that the scripture was definitely not inferior to the three great immortal scriptures of the chaotic universe. The three great immortal scriptures, the Desolation Scripture, the Celestial Emperor Scripture, and the Chaos Scripture. What kind of concept was that? That was the supreme, unique skill that the cultivators of the chaotic universe dreamed of, a legendary existence. Later, Li Mubai was taken by his master, Tian Wanxiang, to the demon abyss first. He wanted to explore the Taoist mark left by the immortal fate, and then make a decision, because Tian Wanxiang felt that the immortal fate was not as simple as Li Mubai and others thought. Even he might not be able to subdue it. Sure enough, the groove where the immortal fate had transformed into the big stone had turned into a horrible black hole. The aura and mystery contained in it made Tian Wanxiang, who was at the peak of the late stage of the Grand Mist Supremacy realm, feel shocked. That was clearly the Milky Way tunnel that connected the 9 heavens and 10 earths. How could Tian Wanxiang compete with the existence that could open up the Milky Way tunnel? Even though Tian Wanxiang could confirm through Li Mubai that the immortal fate must have entered a special state of cultivation and turned into a big stone, its consciousness must have been awakened. Otherwise, it would not have escaped on its own to seek luck and avoid danger when Li Mubai and others found it. Like disciple, like master, Li Mubai knew that he could not compete with Zhao Guiyu and others, so he informed his master. And his master determined that the immortal fate was powerful and dangerous, so he informed the sect master of the Hunyuan sect, where he was. That was the reason for the current scene. But at the beginning, Tian Wanxiang did not explain in detail. He only told the sect master that he had found a suspected Milky Way tunnel, because he still had a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, the sect master's short analysis and judgment dispelled his idea of monopolizing it. Only then did he release a wisp of his disciple Li Mubai's primordial spirit. This was undoubtedly a good thing for Li Mubai. This was a great opportunity to show his face in front of the sect master and many elders of the sect. No need to be so courteous. Tell me the details. The Hunyuan sect master said in a deep voice. Yes, sovereign. Li Mubai was respectful and reverent. His voice was loud and clear as he recounted how he had ventured into the demon abyss with the 112 elites of the academy and how he had discovered the immortal opportunity in the deepest part of the abyss. He even recounted the scripture that the immortal opportunity had recited. At this moment, both the sect leader of the Hunyuan sect and the experts of the Hunyuan sect widened their eyes in shock. Soon after, many of them slowly closed their eyes and digested the contents of the scripture in their minds. Although Li Mubai and the others had only heard a few sentences, these almighty beings could deeply sense the profoundness of the scripture. Boulder, nirvana, Tao sound, mystic scripture. After a while, the Hunyuan sect master's eyes suddenly lit up as he murmured, "Good, very good. This is definitely an existence comparable to the 3 great immortal sutras." Unfortunately, he had no chance to listen to the essence of the Tao voice. However, this is definitely a great opportunity for our Hunyuan sect. All of you, listen carefully. From now on, guard this place for 80 million miles. No cultivator is allowed to come close. Also, engrave everything related to this scripture in your hearts. Don't spread it to anyone else. Mubai, continue. Yes, Li Mubai said excitedly. The sect leader had actually called him Mubai so intimately. How could he not be excited? Li Mubai collected his thoughts and put on an indifferent expression. He recounted how he had discovered the immortal opportunity, how it had escaped on its own, how everyone had chased after it, and how he had revealed his wise and powerful side, how he had returned to report the news, and so on. Unfortunately, this wisp of his primordial spirit was separated from his original body by thousands of galaxies. At the same time, he did not have any spiritual treasures, so he definitely did not know the current situation of his original body. Of course, the only thing he knew was that his original body was currently very safe. Otherwise, this wisp of his primordial spirit would dissipate into the world along with the destruction of the original soul imprint. 5th Grand Elder, 6th Grand Elder, and 7th Grand Elder, listen to my orders. Yes, sir. The 3 of you take Elder Tian and his disciple Li Mubai with you to track the immortal opportunity. Do not fail to bring it back. This immortal opportunity is still in the nirvana stage. You are enough to deal with it. As for the disciples who discovered the immortal opportunity with Li Mubai, you can deal with them on your own. Yes, sir. 1st Grand Elder, 2nd Grand Elder, you take 10 Grand Elders with you and enter the Milky Way tunnel to check out the situation. Do not be careful. If this Milky Way tunnel is completely connected to the vast 1,000 realms, you must return quickly. Do not stay for long. Yes, sir. 1st Grand Elder, leave the demonic abyss immediately and go back to inform the affiliated forces of the Hunyuan sect. Gather all the masters above the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm and wait for orders. Yes, sir. A series of orders were issued by the sect leader of the Hunyuan sect. Then, they all took action. A wisp of Li Mubai's primordial spirit excitedly led the way, under the leadership of the three grand elders, who were Tao-severing perfected immortals. He and his master, Tian Wanxiang, headed in the direction of the immortal opportunity. Their speed was amazing. Obviously, there was a problem with the time Chen Hao had estimated. With the speed of a wisp of Li Mubai's primordial spirit, he had rushed back more than 10 years in advance. At this time, Chen Hao and Chen Hua were rushing to planet 2046. With the speed of Li Mubai's primordial spirit, 3 Tao-severing perfected immortals, and 1 Hongmeng supreme, it would take them at most a year to reach the Skyriver sector. There was very little time left for Chen Hao. Unfortunately, Chen Hao did not know this. What Chen Hao also did not know was that when he had fought with Xiao Yan, he had triggered the real heavenly punishment which had shattered the void. Moreover, the mysterious immortal artifact in his mind had opened up a Milky Way tunnel and erased all traces of it in the vast universe galaxy. However, it had left traces in the demon abyss, which had not disappeared after so many years. It was like leaving a seed in the chaotic universe that led to the chaotic universe. Swoosh! Chen Hua's private battleship shuttled through the void at a terrifying speed. Professor Chen, I want to know what is going on. Inside the battleship, on the huge display screen in the control room, a group of leaders and generals of the vital planets in the Skyriver sector had gathered. The leader of the Longhua planet asked with a grave expression. In the past few days, it could be said to be soul-stirring and full of changes. It had been 3 days since Chen Hua had secretly sent a message to the Alliance military and the leaders of the planets to not act rashly as soon as he learned that Li Mubai had sent back a message. Professor Chen, you are our respected godfather of science, but this concerns the safety of the entire Skyriver sector. We have the right to know the truth. How did you know that the other party had sent back a message? Phew. Chen Hua let out a long breath and said, I'm sorry, leaders and generals. The previous situation was critical. It was not that I didn't want to report it, but I couldn't. Now, I officially report it. Please forgive my selfishness. Selfishness. Everyone frowned when they heard Chen Hua's words. From the beginning until now, when had Chen Hua ever had any selfishness in his life? With Chen Hua's achievements in science and technology, if he had any selfishness, it would have been easy for him to launch a coup d'etat in the Skyriver sector. However, he had always adhered to his identity as a scientist and had never changed from the beginning to the end. This was the real reason why all the leaders and generals were so respectful to him. At the end of the month, there are only a few hours left. Brothers and sisters who still have monthly votes, please vote for Wushan. Thank you. Chapter 9:33. The so-called immortal destiny of the extraterrestrial beings is my son. What? Chen Hua's words shocked all the heads of state and generals. If not for the fact that Chen Hua looked calm and normal, they would have thought that he had gone mad. Was this possible? Others might not know about Chen Hua's son, but who among them did not know? He had been pregnant for 3 years, and he had been in a deep sleep ever since he was born. Back then, the heads of state had tried their best to find medical experts and divine doctors, but to no avail. That was 10 years ago. Now, although no one mentioned it, they more or less knew about Chen Hua's son's current situation. How could this be the immortal destiny of the extraterrestrial beings? When I confirmed this, I was also very shocked and did not want to believe it, but this is the truth. The recording I took out earlier was actually the scriptures that my son recited all the time. It was very similar to Taoist scriptures, and Buddhist scriptures. However, there were changes. Although I do not understand the laws of the divine abilities of the extraterrestrial beings, I know that no scripture can be easily changed. The difference of one word can be as great as the difference between heaven and earth. If it was really a scripture that I had mixed together, there was no way I could have fooled them. I'm sorry, but I did not want to hand over my son at that time. He was my only child with my wife, but I could not betray the billions of people in the Sky River sector for my son. So, my previous speculations were not completely selfish, Chunhua said in a low voice. Previously, when I wanted to evacuate with my son and family, I left a recording with the director of Longhua Sanatorium. If the Sky River sector is truly in danger, I believe that you will be able to find him through the extraterrestrial being Zhao Guiyu. I told them everything in the recording and clearly told them that I had taken the immortal destiny with me. I also said that I could monitor the situation in the Sky River sector at any time through technological means. If they were to act recklessly, I would destroy the immortal destiny. I also promised that if they could find me, I would negotiate with them on the terms of giving the immortal destiny to them. This was only to buy time for you to evacuate, and it was not a long-term plan, but that was all I could do at that time. Professor Chen, then how did you know that the extraterrestrial beings had already sent back news? One of the heads asked. It was an accident. When I returned to planet Longhua and left with my son and family, I didn't expect to encounter an alien being hiding in the Sky River sector. He wanted to hijack my private battleship and rush to planet 2046. Unfortunately, he had already used up a lot of energy and underestimated the power of my private battleship. My private battleship was equipped with the most advanced equipment in the Sky River sector and many of the top equipment that hadn't been used by the military. Not only did I fail to kidnap him, I even took control of him. The news came from him, so it should be true. Chun Hua told the story that he had prepared beforehand, even though he didn't want it to be like this. But this was the other son, the powerful Chun Hao, who had to keep it a secret for the time being. Professor Chen, tell me, what's your decision now? Our decision will affect the future of billions of lives in the Sky River star field. I hope, although Longhua Planet's ruler couldn't bear it, he had to make a statement first. We will use the 10 planets near planet 2046 as our base. Based on the principle of proximity, we will gather the elites, natural people, and semi-natural people from all the vital planets and prepare to escape Sky River sector at any time. The military will stop all actions and is not allowed to use force. I will hand over my son. Chunhua's face flashed with determination as he said in a heavy voice, Professor Chen, at this moment, the rulers and generals of all the vital planets couldn't help but cry out. There was no doubt that this was the result they wanted the most. If Chunhua didn't do it, they might have taken measures to force him to do it. But Chunhua took the initiative to say it, which made them deeply feel Chunhua's greatness, who could truly be ruthless in the face of righteousness. The rulers and generals present felt conflicted when they thought about sending their beloved children and the continuation of their lives to the tiger's mouth. As parents, only when they became parents could they understand how selfless a parent's love was. They would rather sacrifice themselves than let any accident happen to their children. Do as I say. Bring all the alien beings controlled by the military to planet 2046 and send them to our designated land of immortal opportunity. I'll be there soon, Chunhua said in a low voice. At this moment, he was acting very realistically, and no one could see any flaws. But this was the only time he felt the most ashamed in his heart, and it was also against his will. At the end of the conversation, Chunhua's private battleship penetrated the dark clouds and landed directly on the mountain where the immortal opportunity was disguised. "Honey, what are you doing? Where did we land?" When Chun Hua ordered two aliens to take away Chun Hao, who was in a deep sleep, Fanjin asked in a trembling voice. In the past 3 days, Fanjin had felt a trace of uneasiness from Chun Hua's silence and unwillingness to explain. "Jun, for the Scarver sector, we have no choice. Believe me, our son will be fine. Didn't you say that our son is extraordinary? I believe that we can survive this disaster." At this moment, Li Mubai's figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone, causing Fanjin and the others to cry out in alarm. He. Don't worry, I'm just taking him as a hostage. As long as you take me away after I get the immortal opportunity, I can guarantee his safety." Li Mubai smiled and said, "I'll do it myself. Chi." Li Mubai pointed at Chun Hao, who was in a deep sleep, and Li Mubai lifted him up by the waist. "Devil, I'll kill you." Fanjin rushed up like a madwoman. Lu Kai also rushed out at the same time. Just as the little nurses Lu Qian and Lu Hui were about to go all out, Li Mubai, who was carrying Chun Hao, suddenly disappeared. "How? Fanjin screamed at the top of her lungs. "Chun Hua, why didn't you stop him? Why? Fanjin sat on the ground dejectedly. Her face turned pale, tears filled her eyes, and her body trembled. "I'm sorry, Zhenjian, we had no choice." Chunhua said with heartache, "What the hell is going on? I don't feel any danger. Could it be that most of my attention wasn't focused on dealing with the extraterrestrial life? Dad is weird. Could it be that he's being controlled by the extraterrestrial life? What's going on?" Chun Hao, who was awake and in his second life, racked his brains, but still couldn't figure it out. Last 5 hours, requesting monthly votes. "Everyone, check if there's any left. It'll be a waste if it expires." Chapter 934. When Li Mubai tried to take control of Chun Hua's soul, he clearly sensed that the chanting power in his mind had disappeared. His powerful perception confirmed that Li Mubai hadn't succeeded, but later, when he sent out energy to heal his mother and reminded Chun Hua of the problem with the flight route, he was puzzled. What had happened between the two of them? Chun Hao's second life felt that Chun Hua was deliberately hiding something from him. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't imagine that the one who was hiding all this was himself. One connected soul origin, two independent soul consciousnesses. Unless Chun Hao's original body undid the seal, he wouldn't understand what was going on. So fast, Chun Hao's second life was being carried by Li Mubai. His powerful perception allowed him to clearly sense how fast they were flying. Even if he had sensed extraterrestrial life forms by chance, they couldn't compare to Li Mubai's current speed. Of course, Chun Hao's second life didn't know that the one occupying Li Mubai's body was his original body. Whoosh. Buzz. Soon, Li Mubai brought him into the huge deep mine. To his surprise, Li Mubai disappeared into thin air again. What surprised him even more was that at this moment, there was a loud buzz in his mind. After that, he clearly felt that his body had undergone a strange change. In an instant, he had turned into a pitch-black boulder. At the same time, he emitted a dazzling and resplendent light. At the same time, he opened and closed his mouth, and suddenly emitted a vast and mighty sound, the sound of the Tao. Buzz, 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 buzz. At the same time, Planet 2046, with the mine as the core, radiated a dazzling divine light. Unfortunately, whether it was the satellite surveillance deployed by the Alliance Army tens of millions of miles away from Planet 2046, the non-humans who were carrying out mining missions on Planet 2046, or the media personnel who rushed over from the habitable planets closer to Planet 2046, none of them could see or monitor it. But they could hear a sound that shook people's hearts like the evening drum and morning bell. It sounded like the chanting of scriptures, but no one could hear the specific words. Tao voice condensed into Qi. This caused all the humans who heard this strange sound wave to look in the direction of the source of the sound in shock, as if they were in a daze. Not long after, a strange phenomenon that had never appeared on Planet 2046 appeared in the sky. The dark clouds broke apart, and thousands of rays of light bloomed. 5 days later, all the bases on Planet 2046 began to land countless civilian aircrafts from the major planets of the Skyriver sector. Some of them were tourists who came to visit out of curiosity after seeing the news broadcast by the #1 media outlet, while others were staff members of the media. But no matter who it was, when they came to the surroundings of the enormous abandoned mine that was similar to the Tao scripture and Buddha scripture, they were all shocked and excited. But after a short while, they would completely quieten down and become motionless. A miracle! What a miracle! What was that sound? Another miracle. Planet 2046 has been mined for more than 3,000 years, and the surrounding environment has long been severely damaged. The atmosphere has long been shrouded in dense dust particles. At this moment, the dark clouds have actually broken, and the multicolored light is blooming. Ladies and gentlemen, we will rush to Planet 2046 as soon as possible. Do you hear me? What kind of sound was that? It was indescribable. Did you see that? Thousands of rays of light. I'm sorry, I don't know if I can hold on and continue broadcasting. This sound is full of endless magic, and this multicolored light seems to be cleansing my soul. Smack! The screen suddenly shook, and the broadcast ended. The media staff members who rushed here almost all held on for less than half a minute before they fell into a daze. In other words, they were in a state of ecstasy and forgot the work at hand. These people were able to come here, naturally, because the heads of the major planets and generals made it convenient for them. This was to allow the extraterrestrial beings who were hiding in the major planets to arrive smoothly at the fastest speed. Celestial light lingers, and the sound of Tao breaks through the sky. Immortal fate. It's immortal fate. In a civilian aircraft, a young man who had just walked out of the cabin looked at the void excitedly. He resisted the urge to fly and quickly avoided the crowd. Immediately, he turned into a stream of light and rushed to the distant mine. Very good. It's still here. I will definitely be the first to arrive. Phew. Fortunately, I came in time. 10 days later. Great. I didn't expect that I would be the first to arrive. Ha ha. This is my opportunity. No one can take it away from me. An extraterrestrial life form who was originally hiding on a life planet far away from Planet 2046 thought that by the time he arrived, his companions would have already taken the lead. But what he didn't expect was that he, who had only arrived after half a month, would immediately hear a vast and profound Tao sound. Majestic celestial light filled the void for tens of thousands of miles. How could he not be excited? It's the 32nd. No one knew that Chunhao's second life, which had transformed into a black stone, was becoming more and more excited. When the first extraterrestrial being came to refine him, but was absorbed into his stone form and disappeared, he had already figured everything out. This was the doing of most of his mind, which even he himself couldn't understand. Chen Hua's private battleship was quietly suspended in the void millions of miles away. The huge display screen in the control room had already been connected to the satellite monitoring image from all angles. The entrance of the mine and everything within 100 miles of the mine could be locked onto. Chunhua, how much longer do we have to wait? It's been a month. In a short month, Fan Zhen had become a lot more haggard. She stared at Chunhua and asked without hiding anything. She didn't even call him husband and directly called him by his name. Beside her, Lu Hui, Lu Qian, and Lu Kai also stared at Chunhua. In a month, the three women were already on the same side as Fan Zhen. They didn't hide anything from Chunhua, but deep down, they also knew that Chunhua was forced to do this. The extraterrestrial being's mystical ability wasn't something they could go against or contend against. What could Chunhua do? Don't worry. Wait a little longer. Believe me, or we'll be fine. Then tell me, what was that sound? What was that multicolored light? This isn't the scam you planned. What are you hiding from us? Why can't you tell us? Fan Zhen asked again. Cough, cough. Our son is very special. He's an extraterrestrial being. You know about the so-called immortal fate. I can only tell you that Li Mubai can't control he's an immortal fate. He's an immortal fate that Li Mubai and the other extraterrestrial beings didn't hesitate to chase after for hundreds of years. He's very powerful. Although he can't wake up, no one can harm him. We're fine because I'm sure it's how Er's doing. The sound and multicolored light that appeared now might be related to how I can only say this. Zhen, can you stop asking? Have some patience, okay? Trust me a little more, okay? In the past, you trusted me without a doubt. In a month, Chunhua was almost driven crazy. At this moment, he finally couldn't hold back and tactfully revealed a little bit of information. Moreover, he succeeded, because the sun, in his mind, didn't stop him. P.S. In the new month, I beg everyone to vote for Wushan. Today, I will explode with 4 or even 5 chapters. Brothers and sisters, please give me strength. I beg for monthly votes. Chapter 935. The immortal opportunity is still here 2 months later. The last extraterrestrial life form in the Skyrevert sector finally arrived. At this moment, Zhao Guiyu and the others, who were under the control of the Alliance military, had all entered the mine, but they never came out again. The boundless immortal light, accompanied by a vast and majestic Tao sound, made this cultivator so excited that he couldn't control himself. A summoning power that came from the depths of his heart made him clearly feel that this immortal opportunity was definitely a great opportunity that belonged to him. Even he himself didn't realize that before coming here, he had been prepared to fight and kill. However, at this moment, he had thrown all those thoughts to the back of his mind. The only feeling he had was that the immortal opportunity was calling him. This was definitely a great opportunity that belonged to him, and only he could get it. Little did he know that all the extraterrestrial life forms that had appeared before him had lost their minds after arriving here, just like him. They didn't even know it. An hour later, the tourists and media personnel from the Skyrevert sector, as the multicolored light and the Tao sound disappeared, woke up one by one, their faces flushed and full of energy as if they were in a dream. When they learned the current time, everyone was shocked. 2 months. For 2 whole months, they didn't eat or drink. They just stood there, and it felt like an instant. What was even more amazing was that not only did their bodies and spirits not feel any discomfort, but they also felt more energetic than ever before. Some people who had chronic diseases felt extremely relaxed, and their chronic diseases had all disappeared. During these 2 months, everyone saw a person surrounded by a 7-colored halo sitting cross-legged. Unfortunately, it was too blurry, and they couldn't see him clearly. They only knew that the voice he emitted was a sonorous voice that shook people's hearts. A miracle! Was that an immortal? On this day, all the media outlets on the major planets were in an uproar. However, all the media outlets that were broadcasting the miracle were suddenly interrupted. The leaders and generals of the major planets appeared on the live broadcast media of their respective planets at the same time. A piece of news that shook the entire Skyriver sector and made countless people panic spread to every corner of the Skyriver sector in an extremely short period of time. Countless battleships and civilian aircrafts appeared in the cities of the major planets. Human elites, natural persons, and semi-natural persons, under the cooperation of the military and the government, boarded the battleships and aircrafts at the fastest speed and were sent to a planet near Planet 2046. Phew, luckily, there's only Limu Bai. In the abandoned mine, the huge rock had returned to its human form and was lying motionless on the ground. In his mind, after Chen Hao's main body took control of all the xeno-race beings, he heaved a long sigh of relief and said to himself, "The 10th level of the Red Dust Sutra is truly powerful. With so many Daluo Jinxian advanced stage experts, even I would have to expend some effort to deal with them. I didn't think that I would be able to deal with them so easily." Of course, Chen Hao also knew that this was inseparable from the strength of his soul. The same ultimate technique would have different powers when executed by different people. Chen Hao, on the other hand, used the 10th level of the Secular Heart Sutra and took advantage of their greed to easily control these cultivators. "Are you done?" At that moment, Chen Hao's spiritual force heard Chen Hua's voice. "All right, it's all done. What's the situation? Is there anyone else who reported?" "Only Limu Bai. If there are no accidents, the Skyriver sector should be able to survive this crisis smoothly," Chen Hao said. Good. Thank you. On behalf of the billions of lives in the Skyriver sector, I thank you. Isn't it time for you to come back? Your mother and the others are worried sick. In addition, the Alliance's military and government have begun to transport all the elites, natural people, and semi-natural people in the entire Skyriver sector. All right, since you think it's safe, we'll do as you say. Those who gather can fly to me together with the battleships and aircraft. Fly to you? Didn't you say that you could send us to a safe world? Do as I say, and you'll understand when the time comes. However, this is all done by your son. Chen Hao, the biological son of Chen Hua, the godfather of science, was pregnant for 3 years and has not woken up for 18 years. It has something to do with the Buddhist scriptures you obtained 5,000 years ago. Ahem, you said that my son is you, and you are my son. Explain it clearly. What should I do? Chen Hua was once again confused by Chen Hao's real body. Father, I'm not as great as you, who can give and sacrifice everything. Your son is me, and I'm your son, but my real body is my real body. To put it bluntly, I'm not from this world. I can only say that, at most, I'm 1/9 of you. Therefore, your son, 1/9 of me, needs to do something for the Skyriver sector. What do you need to do? Chen Hua frowned and asked in his mind. It's very simple, faith. Your son will come, create miracles, and send you to a big world thousands of times better than the Skyriver sector, where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is extinct. In order to maintain this big world, faith is needed. Similarly, your son, 1/9 of me, also needs faith if he wants to wake up. Furthermore, faith must be unified, absolute faith. Therefore, you need to inform the government and the military. Tell them about the invasion of extraterrestrial life 10 years ago, the process of dealing with the extraterrestrial life now, and the upcoming crisis of facing more powerful extraterrestrial life. Your son will act as a savior and take them into the great fairy world that only immortals can enter. Chun Hao said with fervor and assurance. This was the real reason why Chun Hao had concealed his real body. In order to achieve true growth in the second anima, he had to do this at the fastest speed. I understand. It's a religious faith, right? Yes, it's very simple. In the past 2 months, it was a miracle that shook the entire Skyriver sector. I understand now. Those people who were in a daze for nearly 2 months saw you as the immortal. Haha, of course. However, without pious and clear faith, it's impossible to see me clearly. All right, I will formulate a complete plan. Let the government and the military take the initiative to cooperate. I believe there won't be any problems. Oh, that's even better. When they start flying to me, all the battleships will contact each other. Those that can simulate the real 3D holographic simulation will be activated. Those that can't will be displayed on the screen. Let them see the real immortal spirit great world through the battleships and aircraft that enter it. Miracles are everywhere. Chun Hao spoke like a charlatan. He admired his father quite a bit. He originally thought that Chen Hua would inform the military and the head of state to plan this God creation movement together. He didn't expect that Chen Hua would come alone and let the military and the government take the initiative to cooperate. This also meant that Chen Hua would be the only one who knew what was going on. Chapter 936. It had to be said that Chen Hua's wisdom was all around. He was even better than Chen Hao on Earth, or Li Yuan. Li Yuan's stubborn character was flawed, but Chen Hua was perfect. His strength was not only in scientific research, but also in human nature and the ways of the world. In just 2 hours, all the major media channels in the Skyriver sector were activated. 10 years ago, alien life forms invaded the Skyriver sector. The tragic scene of dozens of planets evaporating was replayed in front of billions of people in the Skyriver sector, accompanied by Chen Hua's low, impassioned, and sorrowful voice. This was real and heavy history, a history that had been blocked by the government. There was no need to prove anything. The authenticity of the picture and the sudden disappearance of the planets in the Skyriver sector 10 years ago were the best proof. Even if the news had been blocked, how could there be no secret about the disappearance of dozens of planets? Following that, the original recordings of the Tao scriptures and Buddhist scriptures from 5,000 years ago were played. This vast and loud voice had the same charm as the Tao voice that Chen Hao had maintained for 2 months. Even though it was just a recording, it had the effect of making people feel relaxed and happy. While playing, Chen Hua did not explain more. He only said that this was the original recording of Taoist scriptures and Buddhist scriptures that were popular in the Skyriver sector today. Then, to everyone's surprise, it was a clip of Chen Hua's wife being pregnant. At this point, the strange incident of her being pregnant for 3 years surfaced. During her pregnancy, his wife Fan Zhen described to him the things that repeatedly appeared in her dreams and the origin of his son's name. These life clips were all real records of Chen Hua and Fan Zhen. The appearance of the little nurse, Lu Hui. Of course, Chen Hua only intercepted the recording of the little nurse hearing Chen Hao's voice in this picture. Then, with Chen Hua's narration, the recording of Chen Hua meeting with the alien life forms alone appeared. Again, only the part that proved that Chen Hao was the immortal fate was intercepted. Finally, it was the thousands of rays of light and the Taoist sound that resounded through the world in the last 2 months. Chen Hua's narration ran through the whole process and rendered the immortal fate as the only true God who had saved the Skyriver sector. The ending appeared again in the dream of his wife Fan Zhen. But of course, this dream was fabricated by Chen Hua. Believe in the true God, and you will have eternal life. In the face of the more powerful extraterrestrial life forms that were about to arrive, only those who believed in the true gods could survive the calamity and enter the immortal spirit great world. Before Chen Hua broadcast the program, he only informed the head of state and the general, but did not explain what he was going to do. But after the broadcast, the presidents and generals of the vital planets contacted Chen Hua with worry, excitement, and complicated feelings at the first moment. Chen Hua didn't explain too much and continued to broadcast. Now is the time to see if my wife's dream is real. All battleships and civilian aircrafts, please activate communications. I, Chen Hua, will broadcast the whole process of entering the immortal spirit great world. Chi. The satellite locked onto the screen and changed to the live broadcast of Chen Hua's private battleship activation. At this moment, all the living beings in the entire Skyriver sector stared at the screen in front of them nervously and excitedly. In the advanced battleships, they could feel the three-dimensional scene projected by the holographic projection, and their eyes widened. On the screen, Chen Hua's battleship was getting closer and closer to the abandoned mine. When it was only a kilometer away, all the humans who were paying attention to this scene suddenly screamed and cheered. Another miracle. The multicolored light and the vast and magnificent Tao sound that had just disappeared appeared again, and it was even more powerful than it had been 2 months ago. What was even more amazing was that this time, in the core of the multicolored light, everyone really saw a shadow. It was clearer than the people who had been on the scene 2 months ago. Although they still couldn't see it clearly, they could see that it was very similar to Chen Hua's strange sun that had just been broadcasted. The heads of state and the generals of the planets were all shocked. Fan Zhen, Lu Hui, Lu Qian, Lu Kaier, and the others in Chen Hao's private battleship were also shocked. Chen Hao's oldest son, Chen Long, clapped his little hands and called him Dad. Now, although Fan Zhen still had doubts and didn't understand why Chen Hua said that she dreamed that her son was the savior, she was no longer anxious and uneasy. Chen Hua's private battleship finally merged into the endless multicolored light. All the media's images also turned into dazzling colors at this moment. But only after a moment, the battleship disappeared and was replaced by the live broadcast shot of Chen Hua's battleship. What kind of scene was that? Mountains and rivers, exotic flowers and herbs, towering palaces, majestic seas. The beautiful scenery was definitely not something that could be found anywhere in the Tianhe Star Zone, the great immortal spirit world. It's so beautiful, so beautiful. Have we really entered the great immortal spirit world? When Chen Hua opened the cabin door and stepped out of the battleship with everyone, they became the center of the battleship's perspective. This time, Chen Hua's expression was extremely excited, and it was an admiration that came from the bottom of his heart. Fan Zhen, Lu Qian, Lu Kaier, and a few little guys who were carried by the non-natural people all showed intoxicated, shocked, and excited expressions. It's so comfortable. Only the little nurse, Lu Hui, was different from the others. She didn't even care to look at the beautiful scenery. She closed her eyes and murmured. She felt that every pore on her body opened up in an instant. At this moment, she was like a fish that had returned to the sea. An indescribable comfort made her feel as if she was about to fly. At this moment, Chen Hao, whose mind opened the great world in his mind and connected with the outside world, sensed the changes in Lu Hui's body and thought to himself, this little girl, she has an innate spiritual body. in my mind's world, the speed of her growth will be amazing. Professor Chen, can we come in and take a look first? At this moment, the heads of state, who were still connected to Chen Hua's mind, finally couldn't help but speak. Yes, Chen Hua knew that he had succeeded in creating a god. Of course, this wasn't a fake creation of a god. Chen Hao, his son, was 1/9 of his son, so he should be a true god. Powerful extraterrestrial life forms were already gods to them. Chen Hao could easily suppress them. So what was he if not an immortal? 2 months later, all the elites, natural people, and semi-natural people of the Skyriver sector had entered the vast and boundless great immortal spirit world. Under the procedures discussed by Chen Hao and Chen Hua, they took root here in an orderly manner. The entire Skyriver sector's cutting-edge technology was in the form of a battleship base. It could be said that, except for the city buildings themselves, almost everything in the Skyriver sector had been moved in. Even the non-natural people had been brought in by their respective masters. The rest had been dismantled by the biological brain chips. They were temporarily put away. Chapter 9:37. After all, although Chen Hao's mental world had become a true great world, it was still too small compared to the entire Skyriver sector. Fortunately, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had been extinguished, and high-tech pollution had caused the number of natural and semi-natural people in the Skyriver sector to dwindle. Living there was still plenty of space, and it was definitely 100 or even 1,000 times less crowded than living on Earth. The godfather of science, Chen Hao, had become the true godfather, and the representative of the savior, Chen Hao. Fan Zhen, on the other hand, had become the mistress, the mother of the savior. Chen Hao's mental world had also become a world of faith for all humans. It's time for me to come out. Go back and receive your faith. Grow slowly. I hope you can wake up soon. Hee hee. Chi. The entire world grew quiet. Not a single living being remained in the Milky Way planetary system. Suddenly, a brilliant light rose up from Chen Hao's forehead. Then, the slumbering second anima suddenly vanished. Chen Hao's true self, who looked exactly the same as the first anima, radiated a life force aura and fleshly body power that was countless times more powerful. Finally, Chen Hao's true self emerged from the world of his mind. In Chen Hao's mental world, when Chen Hao's second life appeared out of thin air in front of Fan Zhen and the others, Fan Zhen immediately rushed overexcitedly. Unfortunately, her godlike son was still in a deep sleep. His lips, which had been moving all this time, were no longer moving. He was more like a living dead. Lu Hui, Lu Qian, Lu Kai, and the mothers of the children who had been brought together were all present. They were all filled with surprise and disbelief as they looked at the sleeping Chen Hao. Was this person, who had been in a deep sleep for 3 years, really the savior of the billions of lives in the Skyriver sector? They didn't dare believe it, but all the signs indicated that it was true. Although Lu Hui and Lu Qian, who had experienced the incident with Li Mubai, still had doubts, they believed that it was the truth. However, there must be more to it than meets the eye. Unfortunately, apart from Chen Hua, even Fan Zhen couldn't ask. Phew, although it's not perfect, it can be said that the nirvana of my true self has succeeded. Skyriver sector, Supreme Hongmeng, come. My first battle after my rebirth. You will be my touchstone. Chi, rumble. Chen Hao punched out, and Planet 2046 was directly destroyed. Then he turned into a stream of light, tore through the space barrier, and disappeared in an instant. There was nothing left in the great Thousand Realms. It was destined to become an abandoned land. From the excitement and cheers of the billions of lives that entered his mind world, Chun Hao already knew that they would no longer have any attachment to their homeland. It was hard to leave one's homeland, but what was truly hard to leave were family and friends. Now, the entire Skyriver sector had been relocated in this immortal-like world who would be reluctant to part with the almost desolate living environment. Greater teleportation. Chi. After tearing open the space barrier and entering the chaotic space, Chun Hao immediately activated the grand teleportation technique. When he was in the state of nirvana, it would have taken him at least several years to cross the chaotic space outside the Skyriver sector. But now, he had succeeded in nirvana, and his real body had appeared. With the help of the grand teleportation technique, he could cross the chaotic space in half a year. Chun Hao had no reason to wait for the other party's arrival in the Skyriver sector. From the memories of Li Mubai, Zhao Giyu, and other cultivators, Chun Hao had a very good understanding of the vast thousand realms. If he wanted to return to the vast universe galaxy of the ancient chaos sector, the first thing he had to do was to rush to the vast universe sector, improve himself, and look for opportunities. Energy consumption is really fast. Fortunately, the Tao Manifestation Immortal Fruit Tree and the Spirit Spring Sea are almost inexhaustible, especially the Tao Manifestation Immortal Fruit Tree. Although the Tao Manifestation Immortal Fruit Tree was in Chun Hao's mind world, it seemed to be connected to the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Even in the Skyriver sector, it could draw energy from the void. This was something that Chun Hao could not figure out, but it was undoubtedly a good thing. If I merge with the second person, my current realm should be able to break through to the peak of the middle stage of the Daluo Golden Wonderland, or even the late stage. Li Mubai's master, Tian Wanxiang, is at the peak of the late stage of the Supremacy Realm in Hongmeng. He is only a slightly above average elder in the Hunyuan sect. Perhaps I should have the strength to fight him? Chun Hao could not be sure just based on the memories of Li Mubai and the others. Unless he saw it with his own eyes and sensed the other party's coercion, aura, and state, he would be able to make a clearer judgment. Chun Hao would not be like his father, who was calculative and careful. That was because he had enough strength, but he would not act rashly. Li Mubai's soul origin imprint still existed, and his real body was well preserved. He had already thought of what to do. The 10th level of the Red Dust Heart Sutra, illusion is reality, and reality is illusion. Even the experts of the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm would not be able to see through it if they did not experience it for themselves. Whether or not they could see through it after experiencing it for themselves still needed to be verified. Therefore, Chun Hao could make use of Li Mubai's physical body and soul origin to make a fuss. With the help of the Red Dust Heart Sutra, Chun Hao believed that even if a wisp of Li Mubai's own primordial spirit came, it would not be detected and would automatically merge with the fake primordial spirit he created. Chun Hao would never have thought that it was this cautious idea that saved him, or rather, the lives of billions of lives in the Skyriver sector. Chi. Chun Hao used the great teleportation technique for the first time since he had become a Daluo Jinxian. His speed had reached an astonishing level. Every time he flashed, he would cross hundreds of millions of miles. His speed was more than 10 times faster than before he had succeeded in nirvana. In less than 3 months, Chun Hao had passed through the area of chaotic space where even the chaotic energy was extinct, and finally entered the real chaotic space. This is it. When he arrived at a huge star fragment, Chun Hao stopped. As long as Li Mubai's primordial spirit comes from the vast 1,000 chaotic worlds, it will be able to sense his primordial spirit within a certain range. It will take about 20 or 30 years. Chun Hao sat down cross-legged and released Li Mubai's physical body. At the same time, with a thought, his original body merged with Li Mubai's physical body. At this time, Li Mubai's primordial spirit and physical aura slowly bloomed. Chun Haoju, on the other hand, was mostly immersed in cultivation and comprehension. Qi, a figure shuttled back and forth in the chaotic space at an astonishing speed. In an instant, it was thousands of miles away. Even the terrible space storms could not stop it. Every 10 days or half a month, it would be replaced by another person, without any rest in between. It was a wisp of Li Mubai's primordial spirit, 3 supreme elders, and his master Tian Wanxiang. However, Li Mubai and Tian Wanxiang were always in the mind of the supreme elder, who was a cutting Dao genuine immortal. The 3 supreme immortals took turns to advance at full speed. Chapter 938. How fast was this speed? It could only be said that Chun Hao was not destined to die, and the billions of lives in the Skyriver sector were not yet exhausted. Otherwise, if it had been a month later, Chun Hao would have become the other party's immortal fate, and the Skyriver sector would have been reduced to a slave sector at the mercy of others. Supreme Elder, I came back from here to deliver the message. I don't know the situation ahead, but the immortal fate goes straight all the way, and it must be in front of us. Well, with their speed, even if they haven't stopped now, it won't take long for us to catch up with them. Since we're here, I'll strengthen the aura of your primordial spirit by 100 times so that you can sense your original body. Well, thank you, Supreme Elder. Buzz. The aura of Li Mubai's primordial spirit was fully released, and it became more than 100 times stronger in an instant. Chun Hao, who was immersed in cultivation, was suddenly shocked. Is it an illusion? No, how could it be so fast? Chun Hao was shocked. He was prepared to wait for 20 or 30 years, but he had just immersed himself in cultivation for a few days, and he actually sensed the fluctuation of Li Mubai's soul origin. This kind of fluctuation could only be felt by one's own primordial spirit. Phew, the speed of the peak of the late stage of the Grand Mist Supremacy realm, there's no reason for it to be so fast. Is it with the help of a powerful flying Dharma treasure? Or is it a more powerful existence following Li Mubai's primordial spirit? It's so fast, I can't escape. The perception of the soul origin made Chun Hao realize that at this moment, even if he used the great teleportation technique with all his strength, he couldn't surpass the speed of the other party. Chun Hao didn't know the specific situation, but he knew that at this moment, he had to hide his original body until no aura was emitted. At the same time, he had to do his best to pretend to be the real Li Mubai, and he didn't have time to hesitate. Since a primordial spirit had sensed it, how could it be possible without self-communication? Supreme Elder, Master, I sensed it. How is this possible? When Chun Hao sensed the fluctuations of Li Mubai's soul origin, a wisp of Li Mubai's soul origin also sensed the aura of his main body. He immediately exclaimed in surprise, but in the next instant, his surprise turned into shock. What happened? What's the situation? Disciple, don't panic. With the 3 grand elders here, what can't be solved? Could it be that the immortal opportunity has been snatched by someone else? Information was self-shared. At the same time, Chun Hao sucked in a breath of cold air. The Dao severing perfected immortal, and there were 3 of them. What shocked Chun Hao even more was that a strand of Li Mubai's primordial spirit automatically shared information with his soul origin. It was actually because of his immortal fate that all the experts of the Hunyuan sect were mobilized. Moreover, it was because of Dao marks that even he himself had not thought of. Galaxy Tunnel. This was an existence that even Chun Hao had never seen before. But at this moment, Chun Hao knew that although he had never seen it before, he had used it before. However, when he used it, it was at the initial stage of nirvana of his true self, and even his consciousness had not awakened. He only knew that when the golden scales transformed into a dragon, the last eruption of the real heavenly punishment, the moment when his body and soul were destroyed, the void was shattered as if it had connected the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth has been extinguished, and billions of lives have disappeared. Zhao Guiyu and the others have disappeared. Li Mubai revealed the information shared by his main body with a horrified expression. What? What's the specific situation? The 3 grand elders, Tian Wanxiang, suddenly changed their expressions. Grand elders, Master, please come over and tell me. At this moment, the aura of Li Mubai's soul origin suddenly weakened, and after speaking, it directly dissipated between heaven and earth. Obviously, the soul power in this strand of soul origin had been withdrawn by his main body, and the energy of the soul origin dissipated between heaven and earth. Let's go. Chi, chi, chi. The 4 of them immediately increased their speed to the peak and left quickly. Several hours later, Chun Hao looked at the fast-flowing light with excitement and bowed down. Disciple Li Mubai pays his respects to the 3 grand elders and master, Li Mubai's physical body, Li Mubai's soul origin. The only difference was that Chun Hao was in control of everything, and all the soul power was transformed from Chun Hao's own soul power. Disciple, what's going on? Tell me quickly. This immortal opportunity is of great importance, and we can't afford to lose it. Yes, when I sent a strand of my soul back to send a message, I had been chasing after the immortal opportunity. When I came here, the chaotic space in front of me was silent, and there was no chaotic energy. After flying for about 10 years, I entered a great thousand world. What? Entered a great thousand world? The 3 grand elders, Tian Wanxiang, were shocked. It was too difficult to find a great thousand world in the vast galaxy. After all, in the chaotic space, if one did not reach the edge of the barrier of the great thousand world, no cultivator would be able to sense the situation outside the barrier. This was also the reason why the entire Hunyuan sect was mobilized after Tian Wanxiang discovered the Tao marks of the Star River Tunnel. Once they discovered that the cultivators in the Great Thousand World were not very strong, it meant that there would be a lot of cultivation resources and wealth. This was not something that a simple immortal opportunity could compare to. Otherwise, the sect master of the Hunyuan sect would not have sent the 3 grand elders over, even though he knew that the immortal opportunity scripture was comparable to the 3 great immortal scriptures of the Great Thousand Chaotic World. Naturally, he focused on the possibility that the Tao marks of the Star River Tunnel could discover the Great Thousand World. And now, the first sentence that Li Mubai said was that he had discovered the Great Thousand World. Yes, at that time, although I was pursuing the immortal opportunity, I did not enter blindly. After all, I knew nothing about the Great Thousand World that I had discovered. Yes, disciple, you did the right thing, Tian Wanxiang praised. The other 3 grand elders also nodded slightly. I tried to enter a wisp of primordial spirit to investigate the situation. What I did not expect was that the Great Thousand World had no heaven and earth spiritual energy, but it had a powerful battleship which did not belong to the divine power law. Some of us who went in had already died, and some were captured alive because of the exhaustion of energy. There was no way for us to recover our energy there. Chun Hao told the truth about the situation, and the result was that Zhao Guiyu and the others, as well as the immortal opportunity, were nowhere to be found. What was even more strange was that all life in the Milky Way star zone had mysteriously disappeared. When he felt uneasy, he evacuated in advance and came here to wait for his master to come and make a decision. There is such a great thousand world. It should have collapsed long ago. Perhaps the surrounding chaotic space, you said, was also in a state of silence, which is why it could be maintained until now. Let's go and take a look. The great thousand world. Its value is immeasurable. What Chun Hao did not expect was that the three grand elders were not disappointed after hearing what he had said. A great thousand world with no heaven and earth spiritual energy, no heaven and earth spiritual energy, no living creatures, and the immortal opportunity had disappeared. What value did it have? Chapter 940, Grand Supreme Elder. This vast thousand world is already an abandoned place. Chun Hao couldn't help but say, "Disciple, this is what you don't understand. Any vast thousand world is a priceless treasure. Even a top-grade celestial artifact can't be compared to it. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth in this vast thousand world has been extinguished, but it still hasn't been annihilated in the endless Milky Way. This shows the strength of the heavenly law that maintains its existence. No matter what it is now, this vast thousand world should be an ancient vast thousand world that has experienced the rise and fall of countless civilizations. However, there is a fault in it, causing the practitioners to be annihilated in the long river of history. That's right. Let's go and see the situation immediately. It's good if we can find the immortal fate. If we can't find it, we don't need to care about the immortal fate. The immortal fate is obtained by the fated. Moreover, it's not a real natural immortal fate, but a practitioner in nirvana. Let's go. I'll bring you in first. Since the spiritual chi of heaven and earth here has been extinguished, even we have to save energy in case of accidents." The fifth Grand Supreme Elder said, "Okay, Chi, Chi, Chi." Chun Hao, the other two Grand Supreme Elders, and Tian Wanxiang directly turned into a stream of light and merged into the fifth Grand Supreme Elder's glabella. What a powerful mental macro world, Chun Hao said in surprise. When Li Mubai's primordial spirit was in, although he had also entered, his ability was extremely limited. Without the origin of soul, he couldn't sense the mystery contained in it. At this moment, although Li Mubai couldn't see anything unusual, Chun Hao's original body was completely in control. Even if Chun Hao deliberately adjusted his soul realm, perception, aura, and so on to be exactly the same as Li Mubai's, he could still sense the horror of the first Grand Supreme Elder's mental macro world. The mental macro world of a cutting path genuine immortal was definitely not comparable to Chun Hao's mental macro world. Of course, this referred to the macro world's order chains and the heavenly law. It all depended on the master's own realm. As for the thickness of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, the amount of spiritual items and treasures, it was not within the scope of comparison. Of course, Chun Hao wasn't able to see how many treasures the other party had. It was just like how Chun Hao had moved all the living beings in Skyverstar region into the great world in his mind, but he had not opened up the Tao manifestation immortal fruit tree for them. That was his private territory, the place where he hid his treasures. Disciple, your true body has returned. This is a rare opportunity. The fifth Grand Elder is an existence that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the sect leader of the Hunyuan sect. The heavenly Tao laws contained in his mind are extremely powerful. You don't have to worry about what happens after that. Fifth Grand Elder has always taken care of the younger generation. Although your aptitude is not bad, it is only above average in the sect. Fortunately, your luck has always been good. This time, your contribution is even greater. Why don't you ask Fifth Grand Elder to be merciful? If you miss this opportunity, you won't be able to find another one. Master. Huh? Little Tion, how many years has it been? You have already grown to the peak of the Grand Mist Supremacy realm, but your nature still hasn't changed. This is a great taboo for cutting path cultivators. In front of me, you have your own thoughts and scruples. How can you transcend? Ahem, your disciple understands. Tian Wanxiang hurriedly bowed. Well, you and Mubai can both go and cultivate. This time, you and your disciple deserve the most credit, so I will give you some benefits first. However, Mubai can extract the energy of my great world at will. You can be self-sufficient. Yes, yes, thank you, Fifth Grand Elder. Tian Wanxiang immediately said excitedly and respectfully. Thank you, Fifth Grand Elder. Chunhao hurriedly said. Chi. Two bright, immortal lights suddenly descended from the void and enveloped Chunhao and Tian Wanxiang. At this moment, Chunhao calmed himself down and tried his best to restrain the aura of his original body. At the same time, he sensed the heavenly ways law, which had suddenly strengthened countless times, and the majestic and rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Obviously, the Fifth Grand Elder had deliberately enveloped the two of them with his own understanding of the heavenly ways law, so that they could more clearly grasp the mystery of it. Whether or not they could comprehend, it depended on themselves. At the same time, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth that enveloped Chunhao was also extremely pure. It had a qualitative improvement with Chunhao's condensed vital essence. This was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity for Chunhao to cultivate. Unfortunately, Chunhao was now Li Mubai. Otherwise, Chunhao was sure that the speed of absorbing the energy of heaven and earth would definitely make the Fifth Grand Elder regret his boastful words of allowing him to extract the energy. This was absolutely true. With Chunhao's abnormal absorption ability, he could swallow the chaotic energy like a jujube. Although this energy was of a high level, it was much softer than the chaotic energy. Even Tian Wanxiang, the supreme master of Hongmeng, might not necessarily be able to match Chunhao's big appetite. Chunhao's original body used the teleportation technique and took nearly 3 months to pass through the area where the chaotic energy was extinct. The Fifth Grand Elder only took less than 7 days to reach the barrier of the Skyriver sector. At this time, the Sixth Grand Elder and the Seventh Grand Elder also walked out of the Fifth Grand Elder's mind and entered the Skyriver sector together. Phew, there really is such a greater thousand world. The powerful perception of a true immortal instantly enveloped a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. Even though the 3 Tao severing true immortals had already known from Chunhao, they were still shocked when they truly sensed this greater thousand world that did not even have a trace of heaven and earth spiritual energy. Chi, rumble, the Fifth Grand Elder casually sent out a stream of vital energy, and a planet exploded in the void like brilliant fireworks and was directly annihilated. The power of a true immortal was so powerful, it disappeared. Yes, in the chaotic space outside the barrier, the energy can still be maintained for a while. But here, pure energy, without the support of the divine power laws, is simply annihilated in an instant. Nirvana space. As soon as the Fifth Grand Elder said the word, Nirvana, the Sixth Grand Elder, and the Seventh Grand Elder spoke at the same time and looked at each other in shock. The Nirvana space must have the true spirit of all things, eternal reincarnation, eternal. Once awakened, only I am in the world. The Fifth Grand Elder said with a trembling beard. What should we do? Mubai, come out first. The Fifth Grand Elder suddenly called out Chunhao, who was immersed in cultivation and comprehension from the great world in his mind. Greetings, Fifth Grand Elder. Chun Hao was surprised, but his expression was calm as he bowed and saluted. The shocked expressions of the three Grand Elders made him very puzzled. Could it be that they had made some shocking discovery? You said that when you first arrived, there were hundreds of millions of living beings here, right? Yes. Then they mysteriously disappeared. What exactly happened? Chapter 941. Before it disappeared, a miracle appeared in the entire Milky Way sector. The beings in the Milky Way sector did not understand that it was actually the Tao sound, an endless celestial light emitted by the immortal fate. At that time, I discovered that Zhao Guiyu and the others were secretly rushing there. Firstly, I could not compete with them. Secondly, I felt uneasy. This feeling had saved my life many times during my training. Therefore, I chose to immediately retreat to a faraway place and chose to temporarily observe. Unexpectedly, something strange really happened. First, the beings around the Tao Sound celestial light source disappeared into thin air at a terrifying speed. Then, it spread to the entire space. Fortunately, I did not hesitate and directly tore open the space barrier, quickly escaped to the previous place, and waited for Master's arrival. Grand Elder, did you discover anything? All right, you can go back and cultivate. After you return to the vast thousand worlds, you are not allowed to mention anything about this to anyone. Understand? Yes, I will remember this in my heart. Your comprehension is actually not bad. Unfortunately, you are too greedy. When you understand this principle, perhaps you will advance by leaps and bounds. Work hard. Yes, thank you, Fifth Grand Elder, for your teachings. Chun Hao said respectfully. Immediately, with a trace of doubt in his heart, he turned into a stream of light and returned to the Fifth Grand Elder's mind world. So, the sect leader and our previous guesses were all wrong. After Chun Hao was taken into the Fifth Grand Elder's mind world, his eyes flashed as he looked at the endless void and muttered, Fifth Grand Elder, you mean the immortal fate is the real immortal fate? That's right. That is the immortal fate that belongs to the real spirits of all living things, the key to awakening. It has already awakened and will definitely enter the vast thousand worlds with spiritual chi of heaven and earth and grow rapidly. We discovered it in time. At this time, we have at least tens of thousands of years to use this space of annihilation, perhaps more than 100,000 years. The growth rate of the real spirits of all living things is very terrifying. As for how fast it can grow, it is not something we can know. However, tens of thousands of years is definitely needed. The moment it awakens, it swallows billions of beings. Even if the beings here are not cultivators, their soul origins are definitely not weaker than the mortals of the vast thousand worlds. What a terrifying existence. Li Mubai's luck, potential, intuition, and caution are all very good. Otherwise, he would not have survived. Perhaps he is a late bloomer. Oh, Fifth Grand Elder, you spoke out just now. Could it be that you discovered something? The Sixth Grand Elder asked rather puzzledly. At this time, the Fifth Grand Elder was still talking about Li Mubai. He must have attached great importance to it. After all, they were talking about the great thousand world of nirvana and the true spirits of all living things. His comprehension ability is extremely high, but he's biting off more than he can chew. The great Tao laws that I condensed around him are all extremely mysterious existences in the Grand Mist Supremacy realm, but he actually managed to comprehend a little of them. However, he stopped after just a little taste and changed when he encountered difficulties. Once this kind of person comes to his senses, He'll be a rare genius, and his luck is also very strong. He is the key to discovering the Milky Way tunnel and the boundless world of the Nirvana space. Xiao Tian has picked up a treasure. If not for this trip, we would have been shocked. Sooner or later, he will come to his senses. Cough, cough. All right, let's not talk about him. Let's return immediately and report to the sect master. If nothing unexpected happened, the spirits of all living things would definitely go to the origin of the celestial opportunity, the greater thousand realms. That space tunnel would be the key. The spirits of all living things, we can only form good karma with them and not become enemies. We have to inform the sect master as soon as possible. All right, after we return, we have to prepare sufficient spiritual items in advance. I believe that we can be the first batch of people to come here to comprehend the great Tao of Nirvana. Of course. Let's go, Sixth Grand Elder. It's your turn. I'll rest for a while and give Mubai some pointers. Ha ha. Fifth Grand Elder, Xiao Tian is right. You really take care of your juniors. Then you have to have the qualifications for me to take care of you. Chi. The three figures instantly turned into one person. He tore through the void and left in a flash. Unfortunately, Chun Hao did not know the contents of their conversation. Otherwise, with Chun Hao's intelligence, he might have thought of something. Of course, even if he knew, it would not be of any help to Chun Hao for the time being. At the same time, Chun Hao did not expect that the fifth Grand Elder would still discover his strong comprehension ability even though he had been careful enough. Fortunately, he was cautious and did not dare to comprehend any of the profound laws of the heavenly Tao too deeply. This caused the fifth Grand Elder to conclude that he had been too greedy before, causing a bright pearl to be covered in dust. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. The three Grand Elders finally returned to the chaotic Great Thousand World and rushed directly to the demon abyss. This time, apart from the sect master of the Hunyuan sect and the Grand Elder of the Cutting Path perfected immortal realm, even the elders at the peak of the late stage of the Grand Mist Supremacy realm were excluded and had a secret meeting. Chun Hao, who was disguised as Li Mubai, and his master, Tian Wanxiang, although they had made great contributions, they were not allowed to participate. That was because it was not a realm that cultivators below the perfected immortal realm could reach. Master, is this the Milky Way tunnel? Kid, you know the answer. Although you were just a wisp of primordial spirit back then, you have seen it. Ahem, Master, I can't sense it as a wisp of primordial spirit. Now that I see it with my own eyes, it feels completely different. That's true. The Milky Way tunnel connects the 9 heavens and 10 earths and can cross the endless Milky Way in an instant. It is thousands of times more powerful than the space-time gate. You don't have to sense it. With your current realm, you can't even touch the surface. Only a perfected immortal king or a perfected immortal with a supreme-grade immortal artifact can open it. Can I go in and take a look? Nonsense. The Grand Elder and the others have not returned yet. Are you going to court death? This Milky Way tunnel is only maintained by the Tao marks left behind. Although it still has a certain transmission ability, it has lost its power to connect the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Before it is reinforced, it is in danger of collapsing at any time. With your cultivation, you won't even know how you died. Wait for the news. The Grand Elder and the others will arrive at the other side to investigate the situation. After the sect master and the others reinforce and repair this Tao mark, you may be able to go in and broaden your horizons. Oh, all right. Chun Hao said rather dejectedly. But if you really want to see it, you can try to get closer to the 5th Grand Elder. I realize that the 5th Grand Elder thinks highly of you. This is a good thing. The fifth Grand Elder still doesn't have a successor. I don't mind you having another master. Why don't you try? You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.